Hello everyone, welcome back to the 2025 Los Angeles Open. Just going to test the sound. Sounds like that's working. If you're in the audience, please say hello. Let us know how the sound is, the video quality. We're going to be starting shortly. So again, this is the 2025 Los Angeles Open, of course, in Los Angeles. Thank you to the producer and organizer, Candace Mayron. She's Backgammon, Candace Mayron on Facebook, all over Facebook. Executive Tournament Director Patrick Gibson. He's been running these tournaments twice a year for nearly 50 years. And the tournament director is Frank Talbot. Side events is going to be CC Pedrosa. I am Alex Eshaghian. I'm doing the streaming and the commentary and the social media, so you'll be able to see that on Facebook. Check out my Backgammon channel, Alex Eshaghian Backgammon. There's a link in the description. All sorts of educational videos. And if you love Backgammon, you can become a member of the channel, and that will give you exclusive access to the most popular videos. A lot of great ones. Production assistants, Nelly Jaliovad, and Majda is not here, but Kiki is here. The tournament committee, Ted Chi, Neil Kazaros, eligibility consultants, Rory Paskar, Ben Friesen, and they're conducting the Calcutta auction right now with Art Benjamin. We had a great seminar this morning by Mochy. He discussed second roll, so that's on my channel. There should be a link there too. So just go in the description. And I'm going to tell you about the upcoming ABT events. The American Backgammon Tour sanctions these events, sponsored by the USBGF. So we're having Los Angeles Open through the 15th, 2 more days. June 19th through 22nd, St. Louis Gateway Open. The Michigan Summer Championships, 4th of July weekend. That's the Independence Day in the United States for those that are viewing from abroad, July 2nd through 6th. And then in August, the Wisconsin State Backgammon Championships, and that's run by Edelson, Jack Edelson. That's going to be August 6th through 10th. In terms of the other ones, the St. Louis is run by David Todd. Mochy, you need something? No? Okay. That's David Todd. Michigan is Ben Friesen. Wisconsin is Jack Edelson. And then Labor Day weekend, August 27th through September 1st, the Viking Backgammon Classic in Minnesota, run by April and Michael Messick. And then 2 weeks later, September 10th through the 14th, the New Orleans Backgammon Championships called Gammon Go by Bill Riles and Tara Mendocino of Ace Point Backgammon. In October, the 8th through the 13th, we have the Wild West Shootout in Denver by Dan Minardi. At the end of October, on Halloween weekend, the 30th of October through November 2nd, the Boston Open. New event this year by Rory Paskar. That's going to be fantastic. In November, the 18th through the 24th, is the Miami Open Backgammon Championship run by Avi Cohen. And we'll be back here in December, the 4th through the 7th, for the California State Backgammon Championship. So I want to also... oh, the sound volume is very low? Okay. Thank you for letting me know. I'll bring the microphone closer and I'll go adjust that. That's the purpose of this. Let me know if you're watching right now, how does it sound? Also, I want to thank our sponsors, the USBGF and Legacy Boards. So Legacy Boards Backgammon is Bill and Carrie Shea. They make beautiful tabletop open boards or table boards. They're based out of North Carolina. They made a beautiful one that you'll see on the stream. If you guys saw it, let me know what you think. And from your feedback, which I very much appreciate, we were able to adjust some things. So I adjusted the sound quality so there's reduced background noise, and we've improved the video. The video was not showing the board perfectly. I mean, it looks a lot better in person than in the recording. So that had to do with the lighting. So we put some diffusers on the lights. Thank you to Stu Steen Connolly for helping with that. So when you see the stream today, you're going to see a much more crisp picture, reduced glare. So we found that the glare was in the corners. Thank you, Yogvan. How are you doing? Are you playing some golf, Yogvan? It's summertime out in Denmark now, right? Or it's approaching, right? And I also adjusted some of the things, and now we also have 2 microphones, so you can see that here. Today will be the Open. So the Open is the championship division, for those that are not familiar with it, also sometimes called Masters in Europe. Let me know in the chat what you'd like to see. So that's going to start, the draw is at 12 noon, and then there's going to be re-entries, okay, during the re-entry. So if you win your first round, if you win your first match, that's called the qualifier round. Then your second round, or I guess it'll be the first round technically, because that was a qualifier round, will be at 7:30 p.m. So between those, if you're knocked out, you can actually buy back, and if you win, you can play in some knockout tournaments. So we'll see. The dinner break will be 5 to 7:15 p.m. The room will be open so people can play. So we might be able to stream round 2 open and advanced. Okay. And then Saturday, we're going to start at 10 a.m. There will be a second stream. So for those that are familiar with YouTube on the live, there's a 12-hour maximum. So I set up 2 feeds, 2 live streams per day, so that we don't run into an issue where the stream goes over 12 hours and then it gets cut off. So we'll have the first for a few hours and then the second probably in the evening. Yesterday, if you guys watched any of those videos, they were absolutely fantastic matches. Let me see if I can find that here. I put some of the stuff on there too, so let's see. Walk through. Okay, so day 2, there was a featured match in the Super Jackpot. The part 1 was Mochy versus Bill Phipps, both outstanding players. Then the second one was in stream day 1, part 2, and that featured Mochy against Cohn-Geier. These are 2 of the very best players in the world, and we've had outstanding commentary. That's what I try to do in our streams, show you the top players with outstanding commentary. We get a lot of top players that come here to Los Angeles. So the commentators were Kit Woolsey, Frank Frigo, world champion. I also had a new commentator, my good friend John Druska. He's an intermediate or advanced level player, and his commentary was actually very useful for people that are watching this that are newer to Backgammon, because we have a lot of people in the stream that watch, and I appreciate that, especially your continued viewership, and you're used to hearing the top players, and you're all very top players yourself. But now with this, we're going to be able to expose Backgammon to a wider audience. So I think that's going to be fantastic. The second match in that stream was the next round in the Super Jackpot. It was the semifinal. Mochy against Alex Toth. We had Grandmaster Marty Storer join us with Cohn-Geier and John. And then the third and final match was a doubles match, which was very interesting and exciting. We had 2 Grandmasters, Kit Woolsey and Steve Sachs, playing each other, each with partners. Kit's partner was Blake Fleetwood out of the New York area, and Steve's partner was Jacques Stambouli out of the Los Angeles area. I commentated with my good friend Dorn Bishop from the San Diego area, top player. We are having the matches transcribed, and I'm going to put links in them, links in the description so you can see it. The great thing about the doubles is that we have a microphone at the table, so you can actually hear what they were saying. And that's very valuable, and at the same time you can hear the commentary. So that was fantastic. Let's see what's going on. Hello to SJS Photography, Salsa Guy. How are you doing? Remind me where you're joining us from. I really enjoy having an interactive chat. So let me know what you guys think. Did you guys watch any of the stream yesterday? And what did you think? What did you enjoy? Did you see the legacy board? Also, tomorrow night, we're going to be having another special event that's going to be live streamed on my channel. We had some technical difficulties this morning, so you're actually lucky to be able to see Mochy's seminar streamed on YouTube because that came out much better. We had some issues with the projector. I don't know why it was working, but now the TV is working fine. It's in front of me, but when I connected it to my computer to stream the presentation, I don't know why it wasn't working. Anyway, that's available, so there's a link in the description. You can watch Mochy's seminar for now. And tonight we're going to have, tomorrow night, Saturday, June 14th, is the Hall of Fame dinner and the US BGF Awards. So it's going to be my pleasure to participate by streaming, and Marty Store will be inducted into the Hall of Fame, as well as John Crawford, namesake of the Crawford Rule. So we had some interviews. That was a lot of fun. We interviewed Mochy on the first night when we did the introduction at the BMAB, and that was really great. The thing that I really enjoyed about it is that there was an interactive chat, so that gave the opportunity for the viewers who were watching to ask questions of the guest. So we had a lot of great questions. We also had Bill Shea, who makes legacy boards, do an interview, and he talked about it. And you will be able to see the break video by our sponsor. I did a great video with him. We play during the breaks, so you can see the various legacy boards. Oh yeah, you're in North Orange County. Okay, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. We have a lot of Orange County players here. I don't know if you're gonna be around over the weekend. You can stop by and say hello. It would be a pleasure to see you in person. I see you all the time virtually in the chat and in various videos, so thank you very much. So we'll have the Hall of Fame dinner streamed tomorrow. And yeah, we had an issue with the projector of the TV. I don't know what the issue was, but fortunately it looks really nice on the stream. The topic was second rolls, which is very important because every game has a second roll. I tell people, if you're going to study backgammon and try to improve, it behooves you to study positions that occur most frequently. And the most common position in backgammon is the opening position because it occurs in every single game. But the opening rolls are pretty straightforward. There are not that many of them. There are only 15. And most of them are standard, but a few of them, there are a couple different ways, 2 or 3 different ways to play them. For example, a 6-4. But the second rolls, they get much more complicated because they're not just 15 opening rolls. They're about 20 to 25 if you include the variants. And then for each of those, there are 21 subsequent rolls. So that increases the possibilities by an order of magnitude. So it's much harder to study, but it's very important to study those because they occur all the time. And even if you're making small errors, they're going to add up. The other thing is when you study these positions, you start understanding things and you'll develop a knowledge that will help you later in the game because the same sorts of positions, strategies, thoughts about duplication, all sorts of things come up. For example, Mochy talked about the builder on the 9-point, so go watch the video to hear what he said. But that makes a difference. And later on in the game, there might be a builder on the 9-point, so that might affect things. Anyway, that was an introduction. They're finishing up the Calcutta auction, and we're going to go to a break video. If you have anything you'd like to say in the chat, let us know. We have Matt Cohn-Geier coming with his dog. Do you want to say hello? All right, so if you guys have questions for Matt, you can put them in the chat. He brought his dog.
Say hello, dog.
We can hear him sometimes barking. How are you doing, Matt?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. Welcome
Who's
back.
Here?
Let's see. Salsa guy said I would be there, but the contractors are finishing up the bathroom. Okay. Any questions for Matt Cohn-Geier? Okay. So, Matt, you're currently living in Las Vegas area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But you're originally from Chicago?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And you've been playing backgammon for a long time?
20 years or so.
You started when you were in college or so?
Correct.
And now you're one of the best players in the game. And, you know, I really appreciate when you come here, when you come on my channel. We learn a lot, so the viewers can go watch that. What would you played chess before you played backgammon, right?
I did. I played chess in high school.
So what would you say you enjoy about backgammon that attracted you to backgammon?
I don't know. It was a social game, you know. There were a lot of people I could hang out with, go to the club, and just kind of play. And it was kind of a mix of luck and skill, and randomness, and kind of finding order through the chaos, and you kind of can just use logic to figure out some of these plays instead of trying to go through all the odds and everything.
We have a question from the audience. Matt, how did you convince the hotel to let you bring your dog? Now they let you do that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's California.
They didn't have to try too hard.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but backgammon does get addicting. I remember you told me one time, what's the longest session you've played consecutively without stopping?
Maybe 30. I don't know, 36 hours. 30
to
like that.
36 hours.
Yeah.
So you only stopped to like use the restroom or go get some food or something, or the food was brought there.
I don't even know if I.
You can't remember anymore.
Like noticed. I think what I played like an online game, and I went to visit Falafel in Israel once.
Oh,
and, yeah. His house was like this like dark room with no windows, and like he didn't really know what time it is, and I like started playing some like online game, and I just was like playing this guy for like a long time, and I was winning, and eventually he quit. And
an Israeli guy, or you were playing online, so someone else?
Yeah, I don't want to
You
necessarily say,
yeah,
but he actually became very good at backgammon later. But,
okay. Good.
But I finally stopped, and it was like I was like, oh, what time is it? It's like, oh, it's just 4. Like, oh, wow.
4 a.m. or p.m.
4 in the morning. Like, wow, we played all night. And it was like, no, it's like 4 p.m. Like, it was like
the next day.
Like, yeah, the next day. I didn't even notice.
It's addicting. I remember when I was in my medical training, we had like 30-hour shifts, but it was just like exhausting because it's like you can't make mistakes, because if you do, someone could die and things like that.
Yeah.
But when you're playing backgammon, it's just like fun. So you're having fun. You can continuously do that.
Yeah. When I was like 25, I could do stuff like that. Now I don't know. It might be a little bit harder now that I'm like in my 40s.
I know you're getting older. Welcome to the club. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I remember when I was in my 20s as well. That's kind of when I started playing with the cube. I've been playing since I was little, but when I was in medical school and graduate school, I started playing. That was in Nashville. Okay, so you've been here for almost a week now or so?
Yeah. What's today?
Today's Friday.
Friday
the 13th. Lucky Friday the 13th.
Yeah, I think I came around Saturday, so yeah, about 6 days or something.
Okay. See, he says, Salsa guy says, we miss Falafel a lot. He was a great commentator.
Yeah, he was.
You knew him very well.
Yeah, we lived together at one point. We commentated matches together. We made lots of side bets.
There was an interesting story with you and Falafel. Maybe you can tell the audience about the weight bet.
Yeah. I don't know how many of you knew Falafel and what he looked like and what I looked like. But I was quite a bit skinnier actually than I am now.
You're still skin and bones, but you were skinnier, yeah.
Correct. And we had this idea that the two of us could cross weights within a year.
And he was taller and
He
larger.
was taller. Yeah, he was 5 or 6 inches taller than me, and quite a bit more robust.
Robust like a backgammon position.
Yeah, and we kind of talked to a few different people, and it didn't happen at first, and then eventually somebody was like, "Yeah, there's no way. Like that's like a 0%. That's never gonna happen, you know." And after 10 months, we crossed. So
you found someone to bet you.
Yeah.
And yeah. So you managed. So how did he lose weight, and how did you gain weight? I don't have problem gaining weight. I have problem losing weight. But what did you do?
I had to eat a lot. I was just constantly eating, and if I ever felt hungry, I had to eat something.
Oh,
I was basically like to the point where I never ever felt hungry.
and then how did Falafel lose more? Did he lose more weight, or did you gain more weight?
Well, I mean, he lost more weight for sure. It's much easier to lose weight quickly than it is to gain weight quickly.
So what did he do? Starve himself?
Yeah, he dieted and walked and
did he go
did
to the
exercise.
Gym with Jim Pasco?
I think Jim Pasco was helping to train him. I think he was doing a lot of walking with Jim, like walking for like many miles as it got more and more. And actually I hadn't seen him in like 6 months or something, and I went to go play backgammon at the park in New York, and I walked right past him. Like I didn't recognize him at all.
Falafel.
Yeah.
Not Jim. Yeah. Wow. Amazing. So, one of the things I've learned about backgammon players is they like to bet on anything.
Oh yeah.
It's like, how do you come up with these bets? Who was the guy that made a bet that he would get breast implants?
Brian Zembic.
Oh yeah, so he got he bet someone, and then he got the breast implants.
Mm-hmm.
And he had to keep them for like some period of time.
Yeah.
But then he decided to keep them.
Yeah, and then he made like another bet where like he had to either get them removed or enlarged, or like he lost if he just kept them the same or something. He made another bet where he had to live in a bathroom for a month.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I understand betting on backgammon. Like they bet on all sorts of stuff. Like I see that like they have the Oscars, the awards, the Academy Awards every year, and people will bet on it, and they've never seen any of these movies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or they'll bet on sporting events like that you've never even heard of.
I heard a good one the other day, which was chess players, and they bet on like these online games on chess.com between two like 1,800 rated players or whatever, and use the doubling cube. So
in chess.
Yeah, so you're just watching a game between like two 800 rated players, and you're betting against your friend with the doubling cube.
I heard Phil Simborg uses a doubling cube playing golf.
Yeah, that's a good one. I used to do it with falafel on sporting events.
Wow.
So like you set a line, and then you go with whatever the line is to start, and then you have the cube in play throughout the game.
Very interesting.
Uh-huh.
So speaking about doubling cubes, you played on the Legacy boards, the sponsored board, right?
Yeah,
against
with Mochy.
Mochy. Yeah. Did you see? I think we had this later. There was a big doubling cube that he made. The oversized ones. I'll show it to you.
I didn't see it.
Really beautiful. But Legacy Boards is our sponsor. The board is beautiful. It's going to be up for auction. And since you played on it, What did you think?
It was a nice board. I enjoyed it.
If you have a nice home and you have a place to put it, would you get that?
Yeah.
Maybe for Jim Pasco's house. We're auctioning it off. So,
if you're listening, Jim.
Yeah. So this is technically day 2. However, Wednesday was the BMAB, so we streamed a couple. Yesterday was day 1. We had the jackpots and super jackpots. There were some amazing matches. The match between you and Mochy, that was a fantastic match. For those that didn't watch it, go watch it. It went to DMP, and both of you ended up with less than 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, less than 2 seconds, right?
Was it 2 seconds?
Yeah, I think it's like combined like 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah. So preceding the Los Angeles Open, Ralph Bird and Mochy had a special event, and you were participating. Tell us about that.
Yeah, they ran some. They ran the Mochy Millions, which was like a money game, like table stakes kind of like tournament structure.
Yeah, so how did that work? Because a lot of the people that are watching are not familiar with that. They just know about like tournament matches. They don't even know about the Jacoby rule. So tell us about how that works.
Jacoby rule means you can't win a gammon unless you double the cube.
Right.
It's like you can win or lose any number of points, but you can only win or lose up to the number of chips you have in front of you in that particular event.
So you start with 8 chips per person?
You start with 8 chips, and then you can go up or down depending on how you do in the previous games.
And if you get knocked out, you can rebuy up to a certain round?
Correct. They had some rebuys until a certain point, and then they stop.
And then ultimately the cube level starts on 2, 4, and so forth after a certain number of rounds.
Yeah, they start to elevate the cube level so that, when you each have 50 to 100 chips, it doesn't take,
right.
3 months to finish.
So it has a lot of elements of poker in it, having the poker chips, like elevating the blinds or elevating the cube and so forth.
Yeah.
It's a great event, but it finished in like 5 hours. And I was thinking maybe we can have those types of events at tournaments. What do you think about that?
Sure. I mean, that was the first time I played it, but I enjoyed it, and I'm always happy to see some interesting events at tournaments. Yeah.
And they had their own tournament as well on
Yeah.
Wednesday.
Right.
So that was fantastic. I mean, I really appreciate Ralph Bird. He does a lot. He brought a lot of people here.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed playing there, and it was actually a really nice time.
Yeah. So good. So you're not playing in the rest of the tournament. What are you looking forward to? You're going to be at the Hall of Fame dinner? Maybe?
Probably.
Possibly.
Yeah, yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I have no more events, so.
So you'll be watching and
I'm
joining us sometimes to commentate.
Yeah, possibly.
Possibly. They like having you because they really enjoy the expert commentary.
Nice.
SJS Photography Salsa Guy says, I don't understand the question. What's
my favorite board to play on?
Yeah, I guess it says, what is your have board to OK on? Or maybe what's your favorite board to play on?
I think it's favorite board. I have a Taki board that I really like. I got it almost 20 years ago.
What are the colors on yours?
Black and green.
The points are black and green?
Yeah.
And the field is like a light color?
The points are black and green, yeah, and the field is like kind of like a lighter green, almost white kind of thing. I like the colors, and I really like the board. The Gammoner boards are also good.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I like those. I really don't like the oversized, heavy, I always have to play on the Jeffrey Parker boards, and I kind of hate it.
Oh yeah, because they're long. They're beautiful.
Yeah, they're enormous, and I'm sure they're nice to have in your centerpiece of your house. But for actually playing on them.
And a lot of the games in the Ralph and Birds event were on those P40 boards, which are beautiful, but people are not used to it because they have like a metallic sound.
Yeah, I prefer the wood, like the Gammoner, the Taki. Those are definitely more my style.
Hello to Pete Jarvis of the North Jersey Backgammon Club. Yeah, Edward Only asks, what do you think of P40? But yeah, it's the sound that gets used. I ended up buying a P40 board.
Mm-hmm.
Phil Simbor convinced me. He's a good salesman.
Mm-hmm.
One of the nice features, actually, of the P40 boards is you can change the surfaces.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. But I really wanted to get a Gammoner board, but the guy who makes them, Volker Wenslauf in Germany, he took a break for like 6 months and he hasn't restarted.
Yeah. The talkie boards is
no more.
Yeah.
No more.
You can't get the same
but
ones you could 20 years ago.
There's some similar ones, like FM Gammon makes some like similar wooden ones.
Yeah.
High quality.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, any other comments? We'll probably take a little bit of a break until they do the draw.
Break.
And then we'll come back.
Okay. Anybody else in the chat got anything before we go?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
Ed Oni asked about the P40. Pete Jarvis from the North Jersey Backgammon Club says hello. I did a video with him, and he's an up-and-coming group in North Jersey. Michael Carr asks who's playing. They haven't done the draw yet, but there's a link to the brackets, so when the draws are done, you'll be able to see them. Eric Peterson says Talkie, Gammoner, FM in that order. What else were we saying? So, yeah, the Gammoner boards, also the FTH boards are really beautiful too. They're similar. They're similar in terms of the leather.
Yeah.
Okay, mate. Hello, Eric Peterson. You know Eric Peterson, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Hello, Eric. Nice to see you.
I think you're in Dubai, right? Which is 12 hours ahead. How far ahead?
So New York is, London is 9, and
I think they're 3 hours.
Dubai is 3 hours ahead of London.
Okay.
Yeah, 12. Okay.
So it must be 12 hours ahead.
Mm-hmm.
So it's late in the evening, almost midnight. Thank you for joining us, Eric. Really appreciate it. We had a lot of people from Europe following, a lot of people from Japan, because we have Mochy and Michi. They came. Did you hear the story about when Michi came last year? I took him to this restaurant I found called Michi's Japanese Kitchen. So we took a taxi there, like 20, 30 minutes. And I checked it like on Google. It says, okay, the hours are this and so forth. We get there and it's closed. So he goes out there, takes a picture in front of the restaurant's sign. We get back into the cab, come back to the hotel and eat here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now he knows it exists.
Oh, so GKef10 asks Matt, how many hours is he grinding at Backgammon Galaxy every day?
Not that many, to be honest. It's some days I put a lot in, but most of the time I just let it go for. I play like 1 or 2 matches, or.
There's not a lot of money in it, obviously. Well, you can bet on the side.
Yeah,
right?
No, I'm not really betting on it. I'm just playing for fun and to get some reps in, you know. But yeah, most of the time I play like no matches, and I just kind of stay at the same, or maybe I play 1 match, and then every once in a while I play for like 8 hours straight.
Yeah, you have nothing better to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you spend your time during the day.
Yeah.
So Michael Carr asked, does Michi write his name with an I or a Y at the end? So it's Michihito, and that's spelled with an I, but when he abbreviates it, he uses a Y.
Michihito.
Okay. Michihito Kageyama.
Yeah.
Very good. So Mochy also has a streaming board. He's going to stream his own matches when they're not on our stream. Oh, Edward, does he have a regular job?
Who, me or Michi?
You.
No.
I think it was no. You need to try to take Michi back there. Maybe they will comp you. Okay, so yeah, the restaurant. Apparently the restaurant's now permanently closed. So this year, I saw Michi like yesterday or the day before. I said, oh, so where'd you go to dinner last night? He says, we went to a sushi restaurant. I said, was it open? He was laughing. Michael Carr watched Mochi's seminar. Were you sitting in the seminar?
Yeah, I watched the seminar.
Yeah.
It was nice.
Michael Carr says it was very good. It was outstanding.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, so we'll take a break. We'll go to the break video. They'll be doing the draw in the next 15, 20 minutes or so, and we'll find a good matchup. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Please feel free to continue saying hello in the chat. Let us know where you're joining us from, and please hit that like button. You can also donate to the USBGF with a super thanks there. And then we'll have links with QR codes to where you can bid on the board. We're auctioning the board, or donate to the USBGF. Really appreciate that. They do a lot of things to help Backgammon, so your contributions are very much appreciated. Thank you, and we'll see you soon.
Smash that like button.
Smash the like button. All right, 8 likes now. Okay.
Nice.
So let me see what's going on, and I'll be back.
How many viewers can you tell?
Right now, 38.
Where is that number? Oh, I see. Yeah, 41.
41.
We just got 3 more.
Yeah.
Oh. There's a lot of restaurants called Cohn-Geier.
Oh, yeah? I've never met her before. Thank you for joining us at the 2025 Los Angeles Open. I hope you're enjoying the action. My name is Alex Eshaghian. I'm running the stream and the commentary. You can join me on my YouTube channel. Just look up Alex Backgammon, or there'll be a link at the bottom. We're playing on a beautiful Legacy Boards backgammon board exclusively on the stream. And during the breaks, we're going to be showing off some more of the Legacy boards, and I have the owner of Legacy Boards Backgammon, Bill Shea, joining me. Welcome, Bill.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks for having us, and we're thrilled to be sponsoring the LA Open this year. We're delighted to have been invited.
My pleasure. How are you doing today?
Doing great. We're full on spring, it looks like.
Yeah. So for the viewers, these are some of the most beautiful high-end luxury boards, and we're going to talk through them, but I wanted to show some pictures of some of your boards. A lot of them are on the website, but we'll start by showing the viewers some of those, and maybe you can go through and give us about like a one-sentence overview of each one.
Absolutely delighted to. Yeah, this is All Hands. It's a beautiful poplar piece with really striking playing field, blue and white, and then dark blue. It stands out. It's absolutely beautiful. Great little piece. Blush was my wife actually made Blush. Got a little bit of crocodile in there, and again, playing pieces and dice and doublers that beautifully accent the leather and the playing field.
Canyon.
Canyon is a sycamore. It's a pretty unusual piece of wood, but just amazing. The wood's the star of that show. Citron is another heartfelt piece. Just really beautiful colors. It'll stand out in any room. It's a great little piece to play. Clean Slate's another one. Very sort of regal colors, burgundy set against that gray. Really nice little piece to play.
This looks almost similar to the board on the stream.
Very similar. Not quite as dark a playing field as Clean Slate. Will be a little bit lighter, but very similar. And yeah, we'll have photos. Well, you'll be able to see it during the streaming. Yes.
And Crush.
Crush is a favorite. That's a table, and just it's obviously Orange Crush for those of us that remember the beverage. The colors just told us that's what we needed to name it. A really neat piece with great natural accents to the wood. One of my favorites. We actually made that for a New York interior designer, and just a really dramatic piece of wood set on a beautiful table base. Really fun piece. We still have that piece. It's still available on the website. Envy, it does just that. It just you're going to be the envy of the tournament playing in that one. Really neat little piece. Again, we throw some croc in there that just accents really nicely. And Frank is another favorite, where when we bought this piece of wood, we didn't quite know how we'd do it, but we literally had to stitch it together due to the natural checks, they're called, but the cracks in the wood. But what would result in is just a striking, also a table, coffee table, really striking accent to any room, and neat little piece to play.
Yeah, we were talking about that on social media. It looks like almost the shape of a football or something like that. And it's, I guess it's not an ideal for one person to sit in one direction and the other to sit, but this is more of a piece of art for me.
Well, I'll take that and run it. You know, when you sit at a table like that, you actually sit above the table, so I'm losing the word, but the irregular shape of it really doesn't affect you that much when you're playing it. No, it really doesn't. We've played it, and but what it does, to your point about, we hope somebody does see it as a piece of art, but maybe a good way to sort of introduce the stuff we do. But we really try to maintain. That's from the crotch of a tree, which you can see on the right side. That's a big growth coming off the tree, a trunk coming off the tree, and what it does to the wood is really tough to match. It just gives incredible accents and colors and just an explosion of colors. And then we were able to tie in the bow ties, which just offset everything and really, again, accentuate the natural aspects of the wood. But again, a striking playing surface, very visible, very easy to play, and really fun little piece.
Are the bow ties decorative or do they keep the wood together?
They do a little bit of both. You
see.
can play with them from a decorative perspective, which I love to do. It's a little complex to do them, and you risk the wood doing them, but they do stabilize the wood a little bit. When we buy our wood, a lot the wood's gone through a lot, and it's all designed to remove some of the natural flaws, some of the natural elements that a tree goes through before it's cut down. It dries it and stabilizes it, but it also, as it dries it, it produces the cracks a lot of times because the moisture comes out, the wood cracks. So we use the bow ties to stabilize it a little bit more and make sure that in a piece like this, it's not going to come apart, or continue to dry and get worse in those cracks. We try to leave it for its natural beauty, but up close and personal, it's a really fun thing to be able to add those artistic elements and stabilize the wood at the same time. So it's a little indulgent.
Very good, very good. Go on to the next one.
Gramercy was a piece that we did to sort of show off, and it needed what are called splines. Those are, again, to stabilize the wood on the left side. Those are two very small checks, but maybe a better example of, let me be a little artistic in how I stabilize the wood. And there's actually more of those on the underside. So a lot goes into that, and probably, you probably got 15 to 20 hours worth of work in stabilizing the wood before we even start making the playing surface. So a lot goes into that, but the result is a really neat, striking, added accent to a backgammon board.
Next one.
That is Hang 12. It's got a shape it's a cherry slab, and most often the wood and the wood's accents, we don't start on the leather until we've finished the wood for obvious reasons maybe, but we obviously don't want to get any of the finishing materials on the leather. So by the time we put the leather in, the wood's told us what kind of leather we should use, what colors. And this certainly did that. But when we were finishing the wood, it took on the shape of almost a surfboard, which LA folks know those well. But sitting on, it's a table. It's got really neat, very contemporary legs, but it's got a rounded edges on both ends, hence the Hang 12 name. Most of us remember Hang 10, but a play on words.
Yeah. High roller.
High roller is it's a bar height table, and in this one we were able to bring in some really neat leather. You can see there it's almost, folks familiar with cowboy boots know it as verdigris, but it's that stitching on a cowboy boot, and the leather has that accent in it, and it really gives it a very sort of masculine, cool feel to it, and the leathers, the gray and the tan leathers, just fold in beautifully to the wood and to that verdigris playing field. And then we can have a lot of fun with the checkers, as you see we did there.
Right.
Lucky Strike's a brand new one. My wife made that. My wife makes boards right alongside with me. Retired nurse, so to speak. She's too young to retire, but she's doing this. But her color sense is remarkable, and it's a beautiful little piece. It's a black walnut, but the playing surface is just explosive. It's so pretty, and then the checkers really accentuate it nicely. Mistress is another favorite. It's you talk about colors integrating to the wood. This one, again, we finished the wood in advance of using the leather, so we really were able to maximize the look and the coordination of the leather integrating to the wood just magnificently. Carrie, my wife, made that one as well. Really pretty piece. Also a table.
Now this one is probably my favorite one out of the slides in this deck because of the what's called the live edge wood, the Nautica. Tell us about that, please.
Nautica, that is it's a maple slab, and when we got that piece of wood, it had so many unique attributes to it. What you see towards the left there are actually, those are bug holes. Bugs live in trees, and that's one of the things that we get rid of through the drying process before we acquire the wood. But also rot and sort of degradation as a tree ages. But when we get it, it's very stable, it's very stabilized, but we then have the opportunity to really maximize it. And as you can see, that here is so dramatic. And the table base we put it on it's a very stout, really impressive table base, but it just reeks of that sort of nautical feel, and almost a compass like rig there underneath it. But we were able to bring a very stately playing surface into the piece, and with the colors and the natural elements this had, which are very dramatic. This is on the website, and other pictures show it off even further than this. It's a great photo, but between the live edge and those natural elements that we've been able to capitalize on, it's a very striking piece. It's a pretty good sized table, but like most of what we do, it is a coffee table. And a lot of times we'll include, folks will ask us to, we can include a piece of glass that'll go over top of that playing surface. And it winds up being a really striking, impressive addition to just about any.
Very straightforward. 11-point match, 22 minutes. The clock is there. You can use the baffle box or the cups. Mochi's the cups. It's up to you. Okay. We will lose. Dice on checkers is valid. And then we just ask that if you put checkers on the bar, spread them out so people can see them. And if you stack checkers on top of each other, just stagger them. And please bear off into the tray so the viewers can see. Please bear off the checkers into the tray so the viewers can see. If you have any issues, I'll be on the other side of this one. Okay? Anything else? Nothing special. You will be on the far side, red. Would you like a double chair or a single chair?
It depends on what he does. If he does the single chair, I do a single chair.
Oh, okay, I want you to be comfortable. Okay.
John Wolverman. Are you in the room? John Wolverman. John Wolverman, are you in the room? John Sheed. Come to the front. John Sheed. John Sheed. Need you at the front. Wolverman.
I have you on blue.
Oh, okay. I'm top.
Yes. Please.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Usually I prefer bottom.
Okay, let me
It's
switch
okay.
it for you.
Are you sure?
Yeah, my
Okay.
pleasure.
Yeah.
Very easy. The stream looks better today.
Yeah. All right. Ah, this is good. Yeah, it's good. It's more stable.
Yeah. This is gonna come with the board. Did you see it? You saw it, right?
No, what is this?
Because this board was made for this tournament, so we put the tournament there. So
Oh,
whoever
wow.
buys the board will get this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you are auctioning it.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
auctioning it. And how much is like a minimum bid or
Right now, the highest bid is 1,100. Not bad.
nothing?
They retail for like 2,000.
Yeah.
It's nice to play on too, right?
Yeah.
It's like a beautiful piece of furniture.
Yeah. I go for 1,200 for sure.
Yeah.
If it's 1,100, yeah, 1,200 is a buy, must buy.
The thing is, you can do it, but for the auction, the buyer also has to pay for shipping. Which may
Wow,
be a lot.
can I just take it?
You
this
can
time?
take it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah,
is
there's
it
like
too heavy? Or what? I don't know.
it's like 15, 20 pounds.
Okay. Maybe it's too heavy. I don't know.
Wait, did you see Tommy Tallarico's board?
No.
Later you can go see it.
Yeah.
It's a darker wood, and he likes the red, black, and white. Really beautiful. And he put his name here.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good for someone's home.
Mm-hmm.
I was telling Matt maybe Jim Pasco's house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, let me see where Karen is.
I saw her. I think
Okay.
she went to bathroom.
Oh, okay.
Adrian, I'm gonna drop those a minute to try for you. Adrian, raise your hand or do something.
Is there any Rebuy?
Yes, this is there's a rebuy for like 2 or 3 options, 2 or 3 chances.
Yeah,
This
but
is
I
water
saw
for you.
the number of entrants was 64 exactly. No.
Yeah, but they'll have more rebuys.
Yeah. Still.
This water is for you.
Okay, very good.
I'll just take a quick picture of the two of you sitting down, shaking hands, and then we'll start shortly. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, very good. Any questions? If you need me, I'm on the other side if there's an issue. And once Hossein is restreaming his, so start whenever you like.
Right. Yeah, it's a pleasure to see you. Is it? Yeah, last time we played, it's like I don't even remember.
I remember we played once in the New York Metro.
Yeah?
I think it's one of the more watched YouTubes.
Alright, anyway. Sure. Are you gonna use this?
I do not want to use it. Anyway, very much enjoyed your seminar.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We've got a great match.
Hope we can have
hello to everyone in the chat. Simon, Marget, Gigi, Goyette, very good. We have a great match. This is the qualifier round. Oh, let me go change that round. It's Mochy versus Karen Davis. I'll be right back.
It's proper, you guys.
All right, welcome everyone in the chat, in the live feed. Please say hello. Give us a like, a thumbs up. Yes, I corrected it. It said doubles. This is the open qualifier round between Mochy Masayuki Mochizuki, top player in the world from Japan, playing the red checkers at the bottom. Karen Davis, superstar from Backgammon, the women's world of Backgammon. The blue checkers at the top. We're playing on a beautiful legacy board, Backgammon board. So we're auctioning this board, and you'll see a QR code when the legacy board logo is visible at the upper right. You can bid on it. The current QR code, you can donate to the USBGF. So thank you very much. Hello to Mason. So what other equipment? There's no baffle box, but we were using the Backgammon Learning Center baffle box, the Ace Point Backgammon Matchmaster scoreboard, a ZMF clock, and a Wycliffe Brothers cube. Backgammon Galaxy reduced glare dice, and we adjusted some of the lighting so there's less glare. How much is the board? So if you click that QR code, you'll see right now I believe the minimum bid or the highest bid is 1,100 or maybe 1,200 by now. But you can bid on it if you like. So this is an 11-point match. After some development, now it's like a mutual holding game. Karen has her 20-point. Mochy has a 16-point. So it looks like we don't have any doubles yet. Lights look better. Thank you very much. So thank you to Stu Steen Connolly who helped with the lights. He put a diffuser on each one. That's all right. Sometimes my wife calls me Aladdin too. Okay. So now I'll read the dice anyway. 6-1 for Mochy. So he can abandon the 16 point. Looks like he may be up in the race. Leave a shot with the 2 blots on the board on the other side. However, he has his own blot in his board, and he only has a 2-point board, and Karen has a 3-point board. Also, Karen has an anchor. So, I don't know if I would abandon the 16 point. I probably, yeah, break the highest point. Okay. Karen has a 2-1, so we'll cover and then play 6-4. So this is the first match of the Open tournament. So everyone's playing, but I will have commentators join me later. So with the 4-1.
Oh,
Nope.
sorry, I saw 1-5. I'm sorry. 1.
There.
So
We found it. That was the 1, and the 4 should be 6-2. There you go. That's better. All right, now a 6-2 for Karen. So she's gonna go there and cover the 2-point. Okay. Usually these types of games is whoever rolls the first double first. Kind of breaks contact. 5-2. We'll play 9-2, making the 2-point. Double 4. Okay, so that's awkward. Welcome back. We've got Mochy against Karen Davis, 2 legends.
Hey.
This looks like a good match. This is
Yeah.
double 4 for Karen is awkward. She had to crack.
Okay. She must have like
I think
one
she's
left.
one more.
Yeah.
So now, would you double here
No.
as red?
No. You're trailing in the race, and white is on your 5-point. So why double?
What if the 4-point for blue were cracked?
I mean, like, you're trailing in the race.
Then you're further behind in the
You're
race.
trailing in the race, and she has the checkers on the midpoint she can play with. So he's not forced off the anchor. She's not forced off the anchor with any roll, and she can remake the board with the checkers on the midpoint. So, what is the market losing sequence anyway?
Yeah. So 3-2,
Okay.
6-1.
Yeah.
How does the board look today on the stream? Better?
Yeah, it looks good.
We adjusted the lighting.
Glare looks nice. So
Yeah.
yeah, she can remake the board. You know,
So
like,
you remake the board and leave a blot?
well, yeah, Mochy has a blot on his ace point, and you have to do something. You can't just keep cracking the board forever. You make a 5-point board, and you might not even get hit if he rolls a 4. I mean, okay, maybe you do get hit if he rolls a 4, but like, so what? And what if he doesn't? What if he rolls like a 6-3 or I don't know, 3-2 or something? 3-2 would be like disaster.
This is
I mean,
just
I
break
guess
the
you
4
break
point.
the 4. Yeah. But
Double 1. Okay.
so I can hit. And he has to dodge an ace. Question is, if she fans, could you double that?
Don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about that. This is
Now
going to
it's
be
pretty open with the.
closer to a double for white if, I mean, you have to come out with a 5. You have to hit and come out because
We can't play 6-1.
there's nothing else on the board. And if Mochy fans, what's going on? You have 6s and 2s to hit, and 6s, 2s and 5s to come out. There's a bunch of blots. Kind of seems like a strong double. If he doesn't roll a 5.
6-1. Okay, so now
I don't think you're too good, but it looks like a very strong double.
I guess Kit Woolsey always asks, "Is it a take?"
Right. So I mean, yeah, I do always ask, is it a take or a pass? And if I'm like not, you know, kind of sure, then
And you ship it.
then double, yes. But
Yeah. It's certainly not too good, right?
yeah, it doesn't look like it's too good.
There
And
you
so
go.
if it's some sort of, you know, let Mochy kind of figure out what he wants to do with it, and
Yeah.
I agree with the pass.
Yeah.
You know, you're just gonna if she hits another blot, you know, you're gonna be on the roof for a long time, and the prime will not necessarily hold up.
Yeah.
You know,
Rob.
if she misses the blot, you could win, but
Yeah. Rob Cray says, "What's Matt's dog's name?"
her name's Yelly.
Yelly.
Yeah.
So a lot of people don't know Karen Davis. She's a legend in backgammon. She did the women's world of backgammon. Are you familiar with that?
A little bit, but not really.
She discussed it in a video. She's trying to promote more women to play backgammon, which is fantastic, I think.
Yeah, I think that's great, and I'm all for it.
Well, again,
I think we should have as many women in backgammon as possible.
yeah, women and youth. And are you still in the category of youth? Do you feel like
I'm in the youth in this
In this
room,
division.
but I don't know about in general.
I know. Hello to Pete Jarvis from North Jersey. All right, so 6'2". So
Karen
he gave a
is,
seminar
Yeah.
about second rolls. So let's see what she rolls. 3-1. Okay, so here you don't hit.
Yep.
Against a 6'4", you can hit and split.
Karen, I would say 3-2. Actually, you should run to the midpoint against the 5 point. Making the 11 is not as good as it's not the best point on the board, and the 5 point is so strong
Yeah.
that you should just not leave a blot in the outfield.
Are you familiar with Michi's term, the Kieran point?
No.
It's when you own the 20 point and the opponent owns their 4 point. So the 4 point lacks blocking value. And he came up with another term called the Phoenix point. Is when you open when you own the 18 point and the opponent owns the 5 point. The 5 point lacks the blocking value because you're anchored ahead of it. So that was the idea behind those. 6-5, you can't come in now.
Okay.
Still
I
too
don't.
early.
Yeah, too early with the blot on the ace and only one checker back for Mochy. But now there's going to be 2 back.
Yeah. How do you play the 1 for Karen? You play 8-7.
6-5, I think. You don't want to break a point. You don't want to restack the mid. I think this is a good move. Once he fans with both, it's definitely double in the pass. If he comes in with that's interesting. I guess you hit and split. Yeah, you can make the 11.
Make the 11, yeah.
Making the 11 is a point that you want.
It is.
And does splitting gain enough? It does gain. But the 11 point is a point, like 5-6 would be quite a big swing. Yeah. I think it's this.
We're going to have some people transcribing it, so thank you to anyone who's transcribing it. Let me know if you're transcribing it so I tell the others not to. We don't want them to duplicate the work. 5-1. So
yeah, you want to come in on the 5, but then I don't know. This looks normal.
This is reasonable.
Yeah. You want to add a checker to the 8 point. 5 is not the best. 6-5 is pretty awkward. Yeah, you have to play 13-8, 11-5 for lack of.
That's the problem with being
any
on the
other
23 point.
Yeah, the 23 point does have some awkward rolls, including 6-5. So you can do this, but I mean, coming out to the 18 is nice, but you're stripping your midpoint to leave a direct 6 shot, and you're playing with 3 blots on both sides of the board. So I don't know. I guess the other way, you're breaking your 11 point, which is not ideal either. I mean, this is a terrible roll. I still like this idea. I don't want to be weak on both sides of the board, especially when I'm outboarded and I'm leaving way fewer shots this way, playing with fewer blots. 4 is a little bit duplicated, even though 23-18 is better in general to come out, like it seems like too much, but we'll see. I don't think it's crazy to come out. Could be right to come out. I guess you could come out and play 8-2, but that seems like too much.
Wow. Breaking the 11, 11-6, 11-5.
You don't have the right position.
It's not the right position?
No. Put a checker back from the 8 to the midpoint.
Oh, he already played it.
Yeah.
Well, I see. There we go.
So Oh, is it 5? Yeah, she hits and comes out. Play. 4 in and 6 to the 5 point.
Yep. You were right about that with 13, 8, 11, 5. Is that what he ended up playing?
Yeah, he did. He did make 13, 8, 11, 5, which was the best play. Yeah. So Karen is looking at a cube. I don't think so. She's only got 9 in the zone, but one of them is a blot on her ace point, and Mochy has no one on the bar, and he has an anchor. So, you know, there's not a whole lot of, like, yeah, you could roll double 4, but if you don't roll double 4, must be a super easy take if you're Mochy. Can't imagine passing, because, like, what if she just misses and then you make the 5 point? 3-1 will hit and make the ace. But Mochy still has an anchor. He still has like a totally fine position. You know, she's got a bunch of gaps and a lot of checkers to bring around. Even if she hits the other guy on the 20 point, it's going to be a long time before she can play safely. This gains more ground in the raise, but it leaves you more exposed. I don't think this is the play. Mochy can roll a 4 to anchor, he can roll an ace to hit on the ace at the right point, he can... you do gain ground in the raise, but... And this is the worst of all worlds. If you're gonna hit on the 4 point, you want to clean up your blots, not play with 2 blots. Two in, 8-2. Mochy still has a reasonably solid game, whether he gets hit again or not. You know, if he doesn't get hit, he can make the points, and if he does get hit, he can just re-enter somewhere, maybe make a second anchor. But double 3 making the bar is a really good shot, actually. Or 2, you can make the 4 point, but maybe it's better to go 23, 21, and 6-2, yeah? So that way you start to get off the 23 point and you build the deuce point. Double 5s making, you have to, for sure you have to remake the 8 and then just play 13, 8. This is becoming stronger and stronger for Karen. I mean, she rolled double 3 and double 5 to build the 7 point and then the 3 points. So now 2-1 for Mochy is gonna make the 5 and play 23 to 21. And his hopes are gonna be kind of pinned on somehow containing the back checker, because he's not gonna have a very good holding game if that gets away. Oh, 8-6, huh? You have some more contact from the 23 point than you would from the 21, but you're killing a spare. You're stripping the 8 point if you do that. And this way, you're kind of, you're not getting blasted on the 4 point with rolls like 4-3, double 2, double 3, double 4. You do expose yourself to 6-5, double 6, but those are maybe running the back checker anyway. Double 6 isn't a great roll for white. Double 6 is pretty bad. But the spare on the 8 point is also like a really nice checker to have. And I think you're... I think she's gonna also hit loose with a 4. I don't know. I kind of like coming up to the 21 just to stave off some problems there, but...
Oh, they can hear the saw in the background.
They're tearing down the hotel.
Maybe.
Yeah. Well, now that he's put the spare on the 6 point, he can just make his 4 point, just like that. And first you build the tower, and then the tower comes down.
You make the 4, the bar, or
No,
hit?
make the 4 point. I don't think so. I mean, okay. She has some bad 6s, especially 6-5. 6-5 becomes a really bad number this way instead of a good number, but like your board is so much stronger if you do this. I mean, it's also not easy to make the 4 point. And 5-4. 5-4 is not a great number, but you'd much rather have the board if she rolls 5-4. I don't know. 4 points seems like totally natural. You know, you're gonna need the 4 point for any sort of contact. And your whole game plan is to hit a shot, right? So like, this seems way too loose. I mean, it's great if she rolls 6-5, but
He's very deliberate.
yeah.
That's how he gets low on time at the end.
I mean, like, this feels not right to me. 6-5.
Oh, work.
Yeah.
So the 6 is forced.
Yeah, 6 is forced, and then the 5 is forced.
Ian Marin says, I suspect the bar has more high-cost rolls for Karen.
Yeah,
Like
the bar did have more immediate high cost rolls, but the problem is that you're just playing without the 4 point for the rest of the game, and anytime you hit a shot, like now you would like to have a 4 point board instead of a 3 point board. But
wouldn't have had the shot the other way.
yeah, I mean, she did roll 6-5. 6-5 was like the key swing number, but you know, the 4 point was like so natural. I don't know. And now it's like he doesn't even know if he wants to hit with a 5, you know, so. This looks correct, right? You hit and clean up some blots.
5-1, okay.
What about now?
Now what do you do?
Looks like a strong position for Mochy. He sends the cube over. That seems totally reasonable. So, can you take if you're Karen? You're winning the race by quite a bit.
36 pips.
Yeah, you're up 36 pips apparently.
Like how fast I count?
If you, but you could just
Phil,
get
how you doing?
gammoned. I mean, it seems like if you don't split the back checkers, you're in a lot of danger. The two gaps in Mochy's position are not good with the 4 and 3 open, but you have some counterattack against the blots also. Like, let's say he just like rolls a 6-1 and runs a checker away, and now you can like hit the blots that are left behind.
She passed. It is a borderline pass on XG.
Okay.
1.003. Third borderline.
Okay, right on the edge. All right, that makes sense, right? You have gammon danger. You have counterattack possibility. You have, yeah.
Keen Marin says possibly too good.
No, nowhere near too good.
Says drop.
I mean, I would have strongly considered taking. So. Yeah. Yeah.
So now Mochy leads 2-1. 9 away, 10 away. So this is a 2-1. Roll, you hit.
Yeah, hit and come down for the 6.
6-1.
6-1 comes out to the 18. You know, she's gonna make her 5 point, but hopefully you make an anchor back in the process. right? Hopefully she can make the 5-point without hitting, or if she hits, you get a return shot on the bar. So that'll hit and make the 5, but you'll have 6s and 7s back to hit. But if you fan, you're gonna get the cubed, I think.
So first question, is it a pass?
No, it's not a pass. But I think she should double. I think it's a good double. You have 9 in the zone. You have 6s and 1s to cover the bar point. It's a very easy take. So she can play 13-11, she can play 24-22. I think they're both quite close. I would probably play 24-22. Just to get some, cover some of his entries. Like if he rolls a 2-6 or something. 1-6. Okay. Yeah.
Now.
This is going to be a double pass. I believe the market has been lost. I mean, the blot on the 2-point plus the extra builder on the 8-point just seems like too much to take this.
That's a 186 pass on XG.
Yeah, if he didn't have the blot on the 2-point. I think it's a reasonable double and a very easy take. I think it should be. No, the roll before.
What was the roll before?
She rolled 6-2, he rolled 6-1.
Yeah.
Alright. 5-3 anchors comes down. 4-2 for Mochy. So he must split, right? You can't just play 13-7 and just go into a losing priming game. I don't think so. He comes out to the 18, which seems like the best possible split, since you don't want to play with another block. Keep the block count down, and sometimes they can't hit you at all and have to leave a blot themselves. So now he has 6s to anchor and 4s to hit. Double ace should hit. Making the 5-point goes down in value when the opponent's anchored on your 4-point, and also when they're shooting at you and to make their own 5-point, you want to stop that. Not sure about this one. This is leaving 5s to anchor, 2s and 6s to hit back, and breaking your 11-point, which was like a pretty nice blocking point to have. 6 should hit again, for sure. I would have probably just come in on the 4 and played 6-4 with the 4-2. 2-3, so now she's like trying to play some sort of weird back game thing, but like it's not really a back game. Like you're gonna have to get hit like 2 or 3 more times at least to have any sort of reasonable timing, so otherwise you just have a holding game where you're losing the race, which is just not a great either. I think she's correctly determined that she should not hit the checker on the 11. I don't know that it... Yeah, I think hitting the checker on the 5 is the checker you want to hit. Double 3 plays probably... No, you can make the 3-point. You can make the 10-point, but I think the 3-point is better.
Very interesting.
You could also make the 5-point, but I like 14-11, 6-3 twice. Right, you're unstacking the 6-point. You're kind of... It's hard to get those checkers to move anywhere good. Whereas the checkers on the midpoint can go to a lot of different places. 5-point is a point you want, but you're giving up the 8-point to do it. So it's a lot of concessions.
We've got a poll in the chat. Who will win this match? I got 5 votes so far.
I liked the 3-point, but we'll see what the computer says about that one. 4-1 hits and covers. 6 in and out. Three-1 is another hit and cover. And 2-1 will play to the 23 and 11 to 10, safetying the lot, so he only has to. Is only going to play with one guy back at the moment. Don't want to get a second guy sent back. Double twos makes the 4 points. I guess you play 7 to 5. For lack of alternative. 6-3 is running out to the 14. You just hope to get missed, and then I guess he's looking at somehow duplicating a 5, but it's not really what you want to do. Yeah, you just want to minimize shots. 6-1 can play 23 to 16, which I believe is the right idea. You keep contact with the 21 point, you challenge the blot in the outfield, and you don't have timing for a deuce point game anyway, so take a shot while you have a stronger board. 6-2 should safety. Safe. Where am I here? 4-1 for Karen. Oh, I don't want to come off my anchor. I don't know what else, but find something else. I guess 13 to 8. Yeah. As long as it's not breaking my anchor. I mean, if I play 13 to 8, like. If I play 13 to 8, the blots kind of protect each other. The problem with this is, first of all, you're giving Mochy 6s that can play behind you, and secondly, you're putting a blot on your ace point. That blot on the ace is like, now it's a permanent weakness in your position. Double deuces. Has to come down to the 11. Probably go to 7 point. 11 to 7. Starts the bar point, gets a cover for the ace point. Mochy's not gonna hit with an ace anyway, so this doesn't really reduce shots. Reduces your connectivity more than reducing shots. So what's the race? This is Mochy. It looks kind of close. It doesn't look like it's that far ahead. Mochy's got a gap on it. Can't be a double, right? Mochy's got a gap on his 5 and another checker hanging back on the 3 point. Huh? 20 pips or? I mean, 20 pips seems reasonable, but like you still have so many points to clear. You gotta clear the midpoint, you gotta clear the 10 point, you gotta make your 5 point, you gotta get the checker off the 3 point. Yeah. I think you should roll. I hope Karen takes this one. Yeah, she does take. 2-5 hits and comes down. So this is the problem with playing 16-14 is you didn't actually reduce the shots, you just made it less likely you're gonna get a return shot. Right, it looks like you're going from a double shot to a single shot, but actually all you're doing is decreasing contact and making it easier for him to hit you. You should play 13-8. I don't think double hitting makes any sense when you're outboarded 4-2. Fan. Okay, I guess he lost his marking on the sequence. So 5-2 is maybe now you hit, but you hate to hit. The other play is to what? Stack the 6 point? That looks horrible. I guess it's this. Just hope she doesn't roll a 3. I mean, what else? Stack the 6 point? Stacking the 6 isn't crazy, but yeah. This makes sense.
Wow.
Double 3s. That's the danger.
Yeah.
On a fan, you're gonna reship. On a fan, you reship.
Cash?
Did I take? Yeah, right. I don't know. You gotta.
Double 3. Oh.
Yeah.
Shouldn't even pause.
Wait. Give him a
Does she think-
decision. Give him a decision.
Does she think she's too good?
She can't think she's too good, can she?
Now-
She's
now
4
she
guys.
should.
Now she's gonna be too good. she has 4 guys back, and what if she just misses the shot? You know. But now it's way too good. Oh.
Mhm.
It's probably still too good, right? Even after a deuce. I mean,
I'll put in some.
you got a whole lot of gammon potential, and it's if you hit and get hit back, you can double that. So.
Nope.
Yeah, she should have remembered the maximum that every roll is a cube decision, yeah, and really given it at least some consideration after the guy fans and you're shooting at a double shot, you know, that's like a this is
It's too good.
this is not a good sequence of cube decisions, I believe.
Great rolls.
Hello, Candace. Mayor on.
I'm sorry, say
Double
that.
3 and double 5. Great rolls.
You've got um,
2 rolls.
Patrick Scooter.
I'm impressed.
So we had a poll on the chat. Is this board beautiful? 75% of the people said yes, this board is beautiful. 0% said yes, this board is beautiful, and 20% said yes, this board is beautiful.
So
Then it
they
is.
think the board is beautiful. Well, it can be yours for the right bid.
You can bid on it. That's right. Click the QR code. My wife does not appreciate my humor.
Who does?
My daughter does, and
Uh-huh.
she starts telling similar jokes to my wife, and my wife gets so mad. She says, "Oh, she's telling jokes like you." I guess she didn't know. Maybe she didn't know. I didn't know some things before we got married, but that's how it is, right?
3-1, good roll, makes the 3 point. Mochy doesn't quite have timing for an ace-3 game, but he only needs to get hit like once more, let's say, or twice more to really have a well-timed game, so it's kind of a developing, I'll call it a developing back game. No, he's a long way from going forward. So, I mean, he'd like to go forward, but he needs he's gonna have to roll something good if he wants to do that. No, she's thinking about the play. Yeah, I think it's an okay play. She's just trying to make the 9 point in front of him. She could do it with a 4 or 2. 4 is kind of duplicated. Six is not very good. Has to play 13 to 7. You don't want to break. You don't want to break anything, and you're kind of somewhat duplicating some numbers or whatever. 6-5 hits from the back and goes to the midpoint.
They appreciate calling the rolls, so thank you.
5-4 is hit and come out. You gotta hit on the 4-point. And you have to, yeah, that's really the best 5, I guess. Two 4 comes in and hits. Still trying to maybe go forward or just keep her off balance enough to stop her from building a prime. 3-1 probably make the 22-point. Not, yeah. You still would like to make the 9-point if you're Karen, and I'm not sure Mochy necessarily wants to hit with a 6, like this 6. I guess he will. You have to probably hit and go to the 11, but you're leaving return shots.
This is a little too much.
Yeah.
You don't have a good way to play it if you don't do this. So
You can make the 18.
yeah, but then you're gonna get primed and be losing, be in a losing battle. You don't want to be in a battle where you're in second place, you know.
Yeah, upgrading to the 20-point would have been good. Like with the 4-3, 4-2, 3-2.
Yeah. Upgrading to the 20, maybe making your 9-point, or I don't know.
So he's looking at it.
Yeah. Interesting. I would think you hit, but okay.
Oh no.
6-5 is gonna have to play something horribly ugly with this roll, huh? You can go 13-7, 9-4.
Okay.
That looks like maybe the best you can do. If you don't do that, what's your alternative? If you go 13-7, 9-4, you know, you get missed almost half the time. Maybe you can make a 4' if you just cover both blots. And there's really not much else that you can do. I mean, 15 numbers at least miss you this way.
Do that.
I don't see a plan B. Like, you're gonna play behind the anchor? You're not gonna play behind the anchor. No, you're not gonna. This has like almost no way to improve, right? Like the other way, at least you could get missed and then improve. This way, whether you get hit or not, your position is terrible. So. And this just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, he's shaking his head, looking at. He's like, did I really roll this? There's no way to play this. He's gonna play 38-7, 9-4 and hit his clock. Yeah. Double 4 hits, makes the 5 and comes to the 14. I think you come to the 14 just to have the shot and to kind of get off the 18 point, but I don't think it's the worst play in the world by any means. This looks close, but not at score. 18-13 and 6-5. So you have to get off the 18 point, and then I guess you double once you've cleared the blot on the 18, huh? I don't think you double yet, because you have to escape first. And sometimes you don't escape. Double 3 makes the 5, plays 11-8 and 7-4. I mean, you could play 18-15. I don't see slotting making any sense. You could play 18-15, but then you can't make the 8 point. So you want to get some control of the outfield. Usually coming on the 3 point, You don't want to come in deep on the ace point and
Then just 5 to 4.
yeah, there's some you're coming under the gun a little bit, but it's I think it's worse to just get out primed.
Why?
Double 5 is a monster roll. Monster roll. Ace 4. Probably 6 to 2, but this is fine, I guess. I think 6 to 2 is probably better.
Builder for the bar point.
You just better distribution. You can make the deuce point later.
You don't want to stack up the 4 point.
Yeah, you don't want to stack up the 4 point. 4-5 runs away. Brings a checker to safety to start controlling, get more checkers into the outfield. Is this the play? You do stop a 6. You stop her from running away with a 6. She does have a blot on the 2 point. Maybe it is the play, actually. Is this? I actually like the hit, I think. Yeah, okay. Alright. I don't know. If she runs away with a 6, you prefer the other one for sure. And, you know, she doesn't necessarily cover the 2 point. 6-4, 13 to 3. 6-4 runs to the 14. So she's up 17 minus 10. Oh, that's a beautiful hit. 17 minus 10, so she's gonna be down 11 right now. 2-3, coming down the deuce point.
Dennis.
So Mochi's up 6 pips and shooting at stuff, so he should just double. And Kieran has a decision. Down 6 pips. They both have 4 point forward. 4-2 1 point. He has the 7s to hit. Probably a take. It's kind of scary. Hello.
Hi, gang. Hi, Matt.
Nice to see you.
My pleasure as always. Good to see you.
Man, this could be serious trouble for Karen. Two can probably play the 9 point just to not leave any shots. I mean, you could go 11 to 5 to get more attackers, but then if she comes in, even if she doesn't hit, you still gotta clear more checkers in the outfield.
And it's a little better if she does throw the ace, then you can still make the bar. If you go into the 5, you have more attackers, but the third time they throw the ace, so you'd rather be here.
Yeah. More builders to the bar, less checkers to bring around. You know. Double 6 closes the board. It's gonna be a very likely gammon. 6 to 5, 9-7. Good play. Three 1 is probably I don't know.
To the 4.
I don't know. It's super close. I'm
be,
sure.
Yeah, that would be me, but it feels really close.
Yeah, 10 and 4 is good. Could also go 8 and 6. 5 here. I think you play 4 to 2. I think the gammon is pretty safe. Here for sure 4-2. This is a very clear play, I think.
Yeah, normally you don't want to put the third guy on the ace. It costs a lot later. And
Yeah.
have a playable checker.
Yeah, you don't want to have inner gaps. 3-1, 2 and off, okay. So yeah, Gammon's not Jin, I guess. She could roll double sixes, but she needs it quickly. Like, very quickly. Double 5 might also work.
Well, he has quite a few rolls to roll sixes or fives. If red doesn't roll a double, he can.
But does that get you off?
Pardon me?
Like, you need. I'm not sure it gets you off. You know, like you're way down.
Well, he has a shot at a shot then. Okay.
Yeah, you'd have a shot at a shot.
Okay, the shot is gone.
Eight crossovers. She needs 4 crossovers this roll. Needs 2 doubles in a row. Alright, that's Jim.
Did you play your first match already as well?
I'm not playing the open.
Not playing. Okay.
Yeah, so no open for me. You play?
Yeah, I played.
Okay. That was a fast match, huh?
It was, yeah. I had a good arm that first match.
Nice. Double sixes. Nice roll. Probably not gonna have a cube no matter what Mochi rolls. 3 and 4 should just go to 4 point. You don't want to leave another blot in the outfield. You do want to start building it forward. 6s again. Okay, so 13-7 3 times and 7-1. It's good for the race, but you gotta
stays flexible, trying to make the 5 as you come in.
Yeah, you gotta somehow get those checkers off the 18 point. 11-5, 6-4 here. Like the 11 points not worth that much, and you'd rather just build your board. 6-1.
8-7.
Yeah.
I think it's too big to slot.
Yeah, I don't think slotting is the right idea at all, because you don't want to get hit.
Even though it dupes the ones.
And making the 5 point doesn't even gain you that much. Like, if you make the 5 point, you don't have them primed anyway. You're not playing a priming game. You're just trying to race. So, and then you know you may not even cover. You could roll like 6-5 or 6-4, 5-4. Double 2s covers. Plays 18-16 twice. But it would have actually
been happy to run a little further.
Yeah, it's actually better not to have the blot on your 5 point. But I guess you could do this because he has 2 blots on his side. Yeah. He does have like ace-3, ace-4, ace-6, ace-ace to hit and cover. So it's only ace-5, right? That doesn't? An ace-deuce?
Yep.
Not sure that I really like this play, but it is better if you get missed. So now...
You're definitely closer to a cube here. If you
I
think you were back on the 16.
I think this could be a cube. I mean, you're up a million in the race, right?
Yeah.
You're up by a lot. 14, 24, 24, 25.
She finds it. I think if she'd have stayed back with a set of 2s before, she wouldn't be at a cube.
6 pips. Yeah.
That's one of the advantages of coming forward, leaving the ace shot.
Must be a take. I mean, first of all, she may not cover the blot on the 5 points, so you're getting a shot a lot of the time, just immediately, and then you can also get shots later.
And how many pips did you count while I was jacking?
26, I think.
20 something. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's like 26, 30, something like that.
Seems like a take.
Yeah. You
She's
gotta take
80% to cover the blot or whatever. But,
yeah, I mean, even if she does, you still got the 4-point game.
Yep.
And then if she doesn't, you have a shot.
And a lot of
So,
stuff you have to
know.
dump behind after you cover, which strips your outside points.
5-4 makes the deuce.
Good number.
So that's the 3. So yeah, she'll have the race, and she has some sets to lose the market, but if she doesn't roll a set, well, she's always going to have the 4-point game.
Yes, you
Clear the
clear the
8.
8. I don't think you leave this gap, but
Yeah, this connects with the 14, but you're not really connecting because you need to roll a double anyway, and you don't want to have the
It
gap.
doesn't give you as many playable numbers this roll either.
It lets you come down with a 6-3 and leave an indirect shot is the only
yeah,
advantage.
yeah,
but I think leaving a gap it outweighs the 6-3 that leaves an indirect. You're still leaving 6 shots with that, by the way. It's not like it's safe.
True.
6-1. There's the gap. Okay.
Now, I don't know, do you come that one or 6-5?
Probably 6-5, right? Is this even less shots? This is aces and 9s. This is 16 numbers. So I think the other one is fewer shots.
Right.
It's better distribution, and
double
you
ones,
cover his
12.
6-1, and his other aces are actually not good.
So this is 13 plus 14, 15.
Yeah, this is the fewest number of
Oh,
shots. This is
okay.
11 shots,
Yeah.
but I think 14-8 clearing the 14 point is better because then you don't have to worry about the 14 point. You know, you're only leaving like 4 more shots, and Mochy also, Mochy has to move after you roll. You don't
Right.
want to.
He may not roll a 6. He may roll a small number and still maintain a 5-point board.
Yeah,
Rick is
I'm pretty
one of
sure
those.
14-8, 6-5 is the best play. I think this is probably the second best.
This is 12.
Yeah, this is the
This
best
is
play.
what, 15 shots? 12?
I think it's 15, right?
15, yeah.
12 plus 3.
Double 6s,
yeah.
double.
6-4 and double 5 and 12 twos. So this is actually 1 fewer shot than coming closer, and you also make Mochy's aces bad, right? Like, so let's say he rolls 4-1.
Like, and 6-1.
Yeah,
In
6-1.
particular, 4-1 is bad. He can play it, but and it gives you a connector with 6s.
5-1, you know, stuff like that.
Okay.
She found it. Good
Yeah,
play,
good
Karen.
play.
Good play. So we think here.
Close out.
I feel confident about that one. Yeah, double 5 sits and covers. He's pointing out. That would be a nice roll.
Oh,
he had a 5 up.
so close. Why you not here?
Looks like he just got to bring 2 down. He doesn't get enough contact to break his board over.
Yeah, 13-4 is too dangerous, I think.
I agree.
So. You're also not really gaining a whole lot on most of this other stuff. Like, she's gonna probably go past you anyway. So it's really only giving her like the extra option to hit and cover if she rolls that. I mean,
yeah, even with like a 2-1. I mean,
yeah.
I mean,
you know, 2-1's actually
numbers,
much worse this way.
Right, you get a fly shot on now.
Right.
You on the bar.
Right. And if she doesn't roll a number that hits, she's gonna pretty much move the checker on the 14 point, whether you're on the midpoint or not. So I would think you just play to the 9 and 8. I mean, he does like to look at his options. You know, normally he starts with the second best play and then goes from there. But I just don't really see the upside of this. I mean, maybe there's something. Double 5s, you get a direct shot instead of a 3-number shot, but you know,
Then you got
It
to
seems
fade.
like
You got to
it
fade all
seems like
these two
way too
covers.
much on the deuces. Yeah, the 2-5, 2-3, 2-2,
Yikes.
4-3. So you're getting an indirect shot, but you would have had an indirect shot anyway, right?
I thought it's a direct shot. Oh shit. Good play. Ah, it's counted.
Needs a 7. 7. Oh,
there it is.
how is he so good?
Wow.
How does he just do it?
Wow.
This is gonna be double pass if
Yeah.
it can't be too good, because if you don't cover, you're
Yeah.
in danger.
Yep.
And you're nowhere close to a take. So even at 5 away, 7 away, whatever, it's nowhere close to a take.
Is it 14, 17?
I guess he's thinking about playing on, but like if you don't cover, you're gonna be really unhappy.
I think there's like
Yeah,
18 cars, 18
Yeah, yeah.
misses.
All right, it's gonna be 8-4, 3 away, 7 away.
Sure, he comes over, sure. Yep.
That's 4.
So Marty's going to step in a minute. I'm going to take a little walk, and he'll be here with Matt
Nice, nice.
as soon as he gets over this direction.
Great Marty store. 6-3 comes out and down. 5-1 hits from the midpoint, and Mochi's seminar.
Right.
Yeah, he acknowledges his seminar.
Yes, you learned something. Oh,
Okay. I knew that one, but
we won't test you on all of them.
pretty good. Second one, I think. Is this? I guess so. Yeah, I guess you do this. Double 6 makes the 10 point. Yeah.
That one or the bar?
No, I think you make the 10. Then you just totally disengage. You have 15 against 2, and making the bar is really only that good if he rolls like if Mochi rolls double 6, right? I mean,
yeah, it could cost you later on. Yeah,
it's not that the bar is bad. It's just that you're stuck on the 16, and it becomes
and you're
harder
stripped out
to
there.
right. It
Your
becomes
big
harder
numbers.
to play your rolls.
Your big numbers.
And this is like
big fly shots.
he's kind of in trouble if he doesn't roll a pretty good number pretty quickly. He can cover the 2 and split.
2,
Yeah.
Seems right.
Is this anything at score? I mean, for money it's not a cube, but like it's a totally lopsided
Yeah,
score.
I'm gonna stop and count it. Just
Yeah,
look
I
at
think
my numbers.
I think Karen is behind in the race, so it's probably not anything yet.
Probably not, but she sure has a lot of good numbers.
Yeah,
numbers
she can
and
easily
even
lose the
numbers.
market, and yeah.
Come on in, Marty. Yelly is not yelling.
Sorry about.
OMD, no problem. I got it. He will howl on a walk.
5-3 is gonna make the 3 point.
Just make the 3 point on.
Yeah,
on
yeah.
head. I mean,
If you make the 3 point, and then let's say Mochi doesn't roll a strong reply, I think
Like a
that's going to be a
6-6.
cube. Yeah,
Something
a
like
fan
that.
is like going to be a pass, but let's say he just comes in with a 5-1.
this may be a double score.
Yeah,
you
it's
do it.
reasonable. Must be a super easy take, even at
Yeah,
score.
it's super easy to take.
I mean, you got her outboarded 4-2. She could point on you, but even then, you can probably save a gammon.
It's even. I think it's an exactly even pip count. So I
Sounds
would,
about
I would
right.
just take it, and
Yeah.
he's not happy to be doubled. He'd rather not be doubled. But
Yeah.
he'd be doubled, I think, at the score. But
Yeah. You don't love it when your opponent's doubling you, but
yeah, and Mochi says I've been around the
Let's go.
block. I'm taking this one.
3-2 can pick and pass.
I believe so. Let him take a full roll here.
Sure, you don't want to. Ooh, this is big when he's got you outboard.
No.
He's got you outboarded 4-2.
I hope they don't hear us.
That's a lot
there we go.
of points in Mochi's board, you know.
I can actually hear them shaking all over here, so that would be slightly,
I think you're coming on the deuce point. You come out to the 18 also.
or stay on the 5.
Yeah, you could stay on the 5. Yeah, there's a lot of options.
The deuce one is like hang back and come to me and I'll hit you kind of play, but
there are a lot of options.
I predict Mochy looks at all 4 or 5 of them.
He's got 6 minutes left, so
okay. So I think he'll just.
He's got plenty of time. It's not like he's down to a minute, you know.
Right, that's right. It is plenty of time for Mochy. So
yeah. Makes the 4 point, and if Mochy rolls a 4, then
this is why I took the cube.
Yeah.
So
all you have to do is roll 4. A random 6 escapes the guy from the 20, and then you play with one guy back. You know, you're an underdog, but you pretty much don't get gammoned in that variation.
Than that.
Yeah.
Sure. Karen's still looking.
What else is there on the board?
Isn't any. That's not anything. Right?
This is a disaster.
There's too many shots.
Yeah.
That 3-point board and very nice assets.
Sure.
Roll the coveted 4 or 6-2.
Don't roll a 2-1
or 3-1.
No,
5-3 is not so good.
Kind of icky.
Yeah, you have to probably break your midpoint.
Or
I mean, you can do this. You can do this. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
That's the other play.
All right. That's reasonable. Double 4 is a smasher. I was gonna smash.
Only 1 would be a nice reply.
Any number that comes in is nice. Right now, if you're Mochy, you just want to not get, smashed.
You could play that.
I like this play. Yeah.
Nice.
You want to, if he fans, you want to be able to close him out quickly, and that means
a miracle to win from.
Yeah, it would take an enormous amount of.
Show Joker fear and.
Yeah, this is fewer jokers. Gets off the double ace and 2-6, but those aren't even winning to begin with. And
builder in place.
Right, you want to be able to close these points.
Now I predict she'll now she'll hit her
I think you probably make. I don't know. I think you probably make the 2 point.
Now she can. Yeah. She will hit if she can. She can't unless it breaks a point. And she'll do this.
Oh, there's the ace. Saves an enormous amount of gammons for Mochy. Instead of being, 80+% to get gammon, now it's like
less
15.
20 maybe.
Yeah.
And Mochy says, I dare you to roll 6-5 now. Or 5-5. Or is that a 5-5? Is that a 5-5? I think it is.
I think it's 5-5.
No. Oh, 5-4.
Okay. All right.
I don't like these clarified dice.
Yeah. They've been trying to work on them, and the glare I think is better than it used to be.
I thought I almost saw a 6 and almost
wrong 7. 2-1 is 8-5. Okay. Can you play double 6 for Mochy?
I would just get the hell out of there. Try to win the race. Save the gammon for sure. So shall she play 6-2?
No.
Or shall she and maximize builders?
I think
shall she play?
I think you start with 3 off and then you find an ace. Yeah, and I would assume you go 4-3 because
4-3 would give the builder position, but it's a little hollow chest to give you 3 blot numbers.
Well, it's not the safest long term, but it is the safest on this roll, and Mochy's about to crack his board.
The safest on this roll. So what is it? This is 6-5, but the other one is 3 blot numbers, 6-4 and 4-4. Yeah, with a blank 4 point.
Right. You're right.
So this is, but it doesn't have the 4 builders if he rolls a 6.
Maybe this is better. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't have the 4 builders if he rolls a 6. Doesn't hold the board as long.
Theoretically, you should be able to read.
Here you just
Now,
go
this
5
is
off, I
interesting.
believe.
I would play 5
Yeah,
off.
yeah. You know, you wanna win a gammon. The board is cracking.
The good
Like,
part about this is
well, this is the
in
safest
this
play. This would be the
variation-
play at DMP.
yeah, and you could barrel a lot of checkers off quickly
Sure.
if you don't leave blocks. So this is the gammon variation where Mochy fans forever and Karen rips checkers off.
Yeah.
That's 2 checkers off, not even close.
Yeah, this
Even
is
fewer
also
fewer
also
block numbers,
safest.
right?
Yeah, also
3 versus
safest.
2. Extra checker off. Holds the board longer. That's not the like. Now, shall she barrel off 1 or shall she play safe?
She should come off. I mean, yeah. The 6 point is open. You know.
6 point means open 6 point means you can afford to be hit more.
Yeah.
In more of a way. So
And
now
gammon is like pretty close. I mean, it's not super close. She's still a favorite to save it.
Oh, what is that?
That's cocked. That's cocked. Yeah.
A 6-3 cock.
Yeah. He's still a favorite to save it, even if he fans
Clock is
once.
running. There's a 6-2.
Okay, so
Darn, I wasted
he's probably gonna save gammon here, unless he rolls small for like multiple rolls.
Oh, Karen needs a couple.
Yeah, or Karen could roll a set and yeah. There's a set. Okay, that's the first of the sequence.
First of N.
Yeah.
And being at least 1. Karen's so excited she's going everywhere.
Mochy's gonna need at least like a 5. Okay. Okay.
There we go.
Rolls a 5.
Move into the 6 one.
Yeah.
And then Karen says, "Wow, another big one."
No, I need like at least a 5 again to feel safe. Okay, he rolls a 7. Okay, so now he feels reasonably safe as long as there's no set.
Extra shake. Ah!
Okay.
8 to 6, 3 away to 5 away. That is a hairy score.
Hairy score.
You can take a little bit deeply as the leader if you don't have any animals.
Yeah. Trailer should actually take shallower if if it's a race. But,
I'm sorry. I got it.
Clock is running, but hopefully they'll notice at some point. Okay. Occasionally. 4-3. So I guess the right.
Bring 2 down.
I guess the right play at the score is both up. Yeah, this is.
Well, she's behind. Oh, Mochy.
No, Mochy's.
Sorry, that was Mochy. Yeah, both up is normal.
Yeah. But I mean, there's like 4 plays that are all close. But I think this is like technically best.
I think that's what I would do.
According to the rollouts.
And there is why.
Yeah, you get hit, but you can remake an anchor.
The old anchor. Everyone's got an anchor.
Yeah, Mochy likes his position since he's winning the race.
Counter,
but he's only up
with an advanced anchor.
Yeah.
Counter a slot for the hit.
It's always better to be winning the race and have fewer men back.
Oh, and now?
Slot the 4 and maybe slot the 3 also, but this is okay. This is not terrible, but yeah.
You're going to play 13-9, I guess, even now.
Yep.
I don't like 8-4.
No, 13-9. You're not even getting hit on a 4 unless it's double 4 or double 2. So yeah, 4-2. Okay, so there's 4 shots. You know.
6-2.
6-2. Yeah, I guess it's not really a shot. Oh, I don't like this.
4.
Yeah.
Karen will play. She could have tried 8-7, but this 7 was too much.
Yeah, I think her play was fine. I didn't like Mochy's 4 at all.
She's probably behind the race.
Yeah, race is close.
I guess she's got nothing.
5-2? Yeah, she should run. I guess you can. No, I guess you can make the 18, but I think not running. Yeah.
I think there's some game left, so I'd be keeping
right
inside anchor. This is
I think you want to do this if you're like behind and trailing and keep the contact.
No, I guess we'll just do it. Sliders 3. Oh, he's gonna say, okay, I don't want to be ahead. I'm ahead of the race. What can be simple? Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. This is fun. And Karen says, I think I'm gonna go 8-3. No. Yes.
Maybe. 4-2 must be better than 8-6. Just to make the board faster and not strip the 8 point.
Close.
Sure, it's not a big thing, but it was a close pip count. Yeah, it used to be a close pip count. What is the pip count? Anyway?
Oh, now Mochi's ahead.
How much?
30 on, well, by a good amount.
That's
48, 108, 134 for white.
Oh, that makes it easier. That's 26.
121, 111.
23. 23 pips.
99,
this is just a double and a pass.
111 to...
it's a 23 pips. This is a double and a pass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
134, 23 pips ahead. She can't begin to take this without about 10 point motion.
Yeah. I mean, at a normal score, it would be a pretty clear pass, and the score probably inclines you to pass even more.
Oh, she thinks it probably inclines her to take, unfortunately.
Yeah. So this is like not a good
catch
take.
Up by rolling a few bad numbers.
Yeah.
And Karen says double sixes for me. Thank you very much. Ooh, almost.
Double fives. She's happy she took now.
114.
She was. She's gonna be down 7 after the roll. It's gonna be down 7. So
that looks. That's 1, 2, 3. What was that? Is that legal? Yeah, that's legal.
It's legal.
32, 72, 88, 114. Is that right? 114.
I don't know. She's
24,
down
32, 72, 88, 114.
She's down 10 now.
104. Is that right?
I don't know. She's down 6 after the double ace. You can. I just count the difference.
110. yeah. 95 to 110. So that was
yeah, 15.
Yeah. Yep. So you're right. All right. Just
probably do this.
Stop fiddly diddling. Just do this.
Down 8 pips. You want to make the 5 point. You don't even mind so much if you get a 8 indirect shot. That would be kind of nice for you.
Mochi will not be leaving those unless he has to.
Right. I mean, he doesn't have to on any roll, but
he doesn't have to on any roll. But especially 6-5 or 6-6.
He could if he rolls like a 6-3 or something. He doesn't want to break his bar. You know.
Worst. Oh, thank you. Very much.
I think you do. I think you do leave the 8 shot. Yeah, I like it.
With the blot there, I think so.
Yeah, the blot and yeah, you don't want to necessarily break the bar point. Race is still close. I mean, you know, Mochy's still winning the race, but it's reasonably close. I've rolled double 4 there sometimes.
Karen says double 6s for me, please.
Yeah, even 6-5 or 6-4 would be a pretty good roll.
Oh, that's a very smooth roll.
Yeah, but not a lot of pips. You would definitely throw it back. 6-2 to make the board in case she comes out with 1.
That's a big fat 2-1.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt.
A big fat 6.
So now she's way behind. Yeah, she needs like double 6 just to get even.
2 checkers.
Or 2 will come out with 1. This for sure. Please no. Look at it this way: if you were Mochy and you rolled a 2-1, are you certain you would want to make the 5 point? You know, if you're not certain about that, don't even think about breaking your board. You probably should make the 5 point with 2-1, but you know, no, this is not good.
Well, we're gonna have to be running anyway.
You lose
2-1 point on your head.
Yeah, but you lose ground in the race, and then
you should. You might win the race.
Yeah.
Just play for the race. Yeah. There we go, just like that. That's the right idea.
And now when you get the shot, your board's not closed. The board is no longer closed. But a shot would be good. So if she hits and what she fans, it's gonna be a readable pass. But she can't. Oh, can't read double from the roof.
Extra gammons in the bank because he.
Yeah, that was a good hit.
But he's still probably 5-3, 4-1.
Looks right. You get spares on all the points.
He's got 1 off.
Yeah, you get spares on all the points. You stop the high doubles.
Oh, there it is! Oh my god.
It's gonna be close. Great. Yeah, Kieran needs what? At least one set? At least one set?
As long as
if she rolls double 6 again, it's like okay, that's gonna put a stop to that plan.
Wow.
Okay.
Buckle my shoe and 10 left.
Yeah, she's even. If Mochy hadn't rolled double 3, it would have been close.
9 versus 10, and Mochi's. Oh my goodness, and he's off. Well, at least he's.
That's actually a good roll.
That's actually good.
Yeah, it's actually a good roll.
Comes down to 4 roll
yeah,
position.
4 roll position, gets a checker off, clears the gaps, gets all the doubles working.
There's 3 off.
Yeah, it doesn't quite do it. Almost counts.
I'll even take double 3s, she says.
Oh, double 4.
Double 4s is even.
That does it. Mochy needs a double.
Good roll.
Mochy needs a set, and if he doesn't, it's gonna be 8-8.
Mochi says, "Oh darn, I can't believe it."
Oh,
he does.
How is he so good?
she doubles anyway.
Same.
How does he do it every time? Oh my god!
Well, those good players always seem to have more good numbers than they have. Because they have better positions.
I saw a deuce. Oh my god.
I feel like in the bear off, I feel like the bear off evens out the skill level. Like they don't have better positions than the bear off.
It's okay.
A 3 roll is a 3 roll, you know.
I like that. Come on, doubles. Is what you could read the mind. That's what become out of the microphone.
Yeah.
Okay,
come on, Karen. Does she have 6?
Only Mochy.
No, she's got 5 checkers. Okay. 6 to 5 is better technically, and yeah. In general, at this score, you want to play 6 to 5. But yeah. 4-1 should be 13-9-6-5.
It's not second roll anymore. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Why are
You could play 13-8, but
13-8.
Yeah, 13-8. Yeah. I don't think so. I don't like this idea at all. Yeah. Yeah.
8 in the zone, so much. He says, "Alright, I'll play like a human."
Yeah.
She hits me with a 7.
You could play 9 to 8. But yeah, there is something to be said for this. She's split at the back.
Yeah, she gets off the 8 hitting numbers.
Right.
big swing.
Yeah, it's totally a reasonable play. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. So you have to play 23-21. No. Yeah. You wanna start moving those back checkers.
6-5. Wow. How would us? Put your checkers where you want them.
Sure, it is a 4 prime. You know, primes still have value. I believe that primes have value in the
does not hurt you anymore.
2020s as well as in the 1970s. You know? Oh no. I don't.
Well, she's looking at it. It's a good thing to look at.
Yeah. I mean,
don't look at it. You won't.
You are ahead in the race.
Don't look at it. You won't wrongly choose it.
You are ahead in the race, but this is also leaving a shot anyway, right? It's not even like a safe play. So.
Yeah, you're gonna have. You're committed to trying to escape it next turn.
If you're gonna,
this way,
if you're gonna leave a blot, you might as well make a point. You know, one way you can leave a blot and make a point, or leave a blot and not make a point.
2 points sooner than running.
Yeah, that's also a play, but I prefer making the bar. At least this doesn't leave a direct shot.
Aha. Worst number on board, maybe.
4-2. Not a bad roll for a non-hit, I guess. Double 5 is a monster. Makes the 3 and the ace point. It's a very good roll. I mean, tremendous roll. 4-5 would be good. 4-5 is the best.
Any
2-3, pretty good. Makes the 8.
3 will take it.
Yeah. Mochy
now, how does he play 5-5?
Rolls a 6, just like that. 6 out and keep going, for sure. Yeah. Minimize.
Googly moogly, she will make her board up. No, she's just like not allowed to double stand.
I think if you're Mochy, you just minimize shots, right? You just play to the 8 and the 6.
The default positions.
Yeah. I mean, if you play 13-10, you have a safe 6-5 next time, but you're leaving 5-2 and 5-3 as well as 2-6. And if you play 8-5, yeah. This looks right. Like here.
No, one trouble with this play is that not only is there the immediate 2-5, but there's also
2-5.
Immediate 2-5. Well,
yeah,
there's
also
the
immediate
2-5 next turn because your court position is so good.
I don't really see just giving her the. Well, I guess if you're Mochy, you know you're gonna hit back with a 3 and come out. But you know, it was basically almost a free roll for her to get the 5-2. Right? Like the positions were almost the same otherwise. You have to come out, right? Am I missing? Like, I mean, hitting would make sense if you wanted a gammon.
I would come out.
But it's double match point. Like you don't want a gammon. I mean, you don't need a gammon.
Win the race.
Yeah.
Or got lucky and point on her with an
action. I mean, if a gammon counts for you, it's a totally different story. But
we're still howling for blood. Or you just go 6-5.
Yep, that's fine. 4-5 is a double hit. You have to double hit.
Or a single.
Well. If you single hit, you can leave 2-5 and 4-5. So it's only. Yeah, it's only 4 numbers.
The pip count?
The other one is 12 numbers. Pip count is good for Mochy.
It's sort of like
yeah, no, I think this is a good play actually. Yeah, you're leaving 8 fewer shots. I don't know. I mean, when the double hit works, it really works.
And then the other thing is that You're not winning 100% of the time if you're messed the other way because
yeah,
she could anchor with a 2.
Sure, that's true also, yeah.
I was busily counting things up.
So this is a second checker on the bar also.
The clock ticks away 2:38, 2:37.
I mean, this looks pretty strong.
Pretty strong. But how strong is it?
Pretty strong.
It's pretty darn strong. I'll do it before my clock runs out.
I like this play. You know, it's yeah. two
two
checkers on the bar.
She just rolls a 4 the other way. She might win that.
Yeah.
She might play a holding game and win.
Yeah. You know.
And then when she fans, it's like, all right, well.
2 checkers on the bar is 2 checkers on the bar, you know. Like.
Yeah. I guess you don't want to be hit with a double 2, do you? Well,
I would probably. I don't know.
You bring another with his own.
I'd probably play 16. I don't know. I don't think it's. I don't think it's a big deal.
Suddenly he rolled a misser.
Ace is 16, 15. Sure. 16, 15. Start with that, and then play probably 13 to 9. Or 13 to.
Or
I guess
or 15, 11. It doesn't really matter much. I'm just going to play. Going to say, okay, I'm going to give up that double 2, followed by
going for maximum.
Getting
but
all
like,
those other 3 checkers closed out, and then the fatal backgammon lozenge.
I just don't think it's worth it when you're not when the gammon and backgammon doesn't do anything for you. Like she could anchor on the deuce point, and then you could just win the bear off, and you know.
Then she rolled double
I don't
2s.
think it's worth giving the double 2.
Praying.
Yeah.
Praying for the double ducky wookies.
This would be arm.
Then he rolled double 6s. Then she rolled a single 2. 5, 4. And we got double 2s.
So probably hit. I think you hit on the deuce points. And play 8 to 4.
Yeah, she won a lot of games from that angle, so probably just.
I mean, 3 on the bar now. You know, like she's got to roll. She's got to roll double 2.
5-4.
Yeah.
These are clarified dice. And
I
don't. Now I'm gonna.
I don't
I'm
think
gonna get
this
really
is,
fancy.
Is this really the play? I mean, let's say she rolls a
Somehow
6. Yeah.
And he said, well, if I'm not going to switch points, what am I going to get?
I think you
says,
pick up a blot.
They better hit a double.
I mean, this is okay. Yeah, gets more covers. Yeah, okay. Good play.
Please give me a double 2. Oh no, please.
Can't cover, can't break his board.
8 to 6. Oh, did we say no? We are going right after that 2 point. I roll double 2s. There it isn't.
5-4. Yeah. You can,
I got a pre-clear? No, I don't pre-clear. Just.
Not sure.
What do you got? 1, 2.
If you do the other one, so this leaves a blot on. No.
If double 6 is followed by something.
Yeah, this looks good to me. I mean,
it's just like what are you giving up the other way though? Not much.
Well, you want her to roll a 6. You want her to start coming in. You don't want to get hit late in the bear off on your 3-point or 2-point or whatever.
What's that worth?
Wait, why not just play 11 to 5 and 8 to 4? That didn't look right. Yeah.
Much of it.
Yeah, it's not a huge deal. 5 and.
That.
This is why he pre-cleared the 6-point to just open up his board, let her in, and then now it's gonna be almost gin. It looks like gin. Yeah.
I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up.
I don't know that it's
Double five,
possible to win the race. I don't think it's possible.
It's very exciting.
Whether it's possible or not, I'm gonna walk away. Kent Goulding wrote in one of his Backgammon Champions books. I suppose there might be a mathematical chance that he could win, but it's more likely that the ceiling will collapse on his
I know I got thrown
so
out.
understandably,
but,
he
you
makes
are
a
three
quick
on the
exit.
bar. I wanted you to get out.
Right.
I wanted to
Well.
open the 6 and, you know. Of course, sometimes you
Congrats to
double
Mochy,
sixes.
the second round.
I think it's okay.
Open qualifier, is that what it's called?
I'll take
I guess. So the first round is called the qualifier round, right? So
Can still rebuy.
I don't really know.
Can if you like.
It's some sort of double elimination with the
first round
undefeated,
for the undefeated
fighters
and
and
for the winners. There
consolation.
will maybe
I
tournaments
bet
or
it's
other
to make
tournaments,
room
Mochy,
for
if you'd like to play,
rebuys.
or you can just relax
Okay.
until after.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
They have
anyway,
rebuys.
Mochy has beaten Karen Davis.
How did the board play, Karen?
We're the commentators.
He wants to
We
buy
are the
it.
We're the
commentators.
chorus. We agree.
Do you have the link for the
Me and Yusuf were
auction? There's a link for the auction.
matters.
Yes, I know.
Oh, you know it? Okay, good.
You know, it's even
Siren.
more beautiful sometimes to play on it
When
than
you
to see
sit on
it.
it, it is.
Yeah.
And now, did Hossein say it looks better on the stream today?
Yeah.
Because look what we did with the
Naked
light.
ears or tortured me by the
Thank you.
So,
That's it. So it is now. I think the next round is 7-3. Supposedly is what time of day? 1:48. And I played at 7:30. How is that possible?
Yeah.
It is what it is. Maybe I can play in some side of it.
Maybe they'll let you rebuy again, even though you won.
That would be
No worries.
So just like quick answers, okay? How did you get into backgammon?
How did I get in backgammon? A friend of mine teach me how to play backgammon, and the day I learned backgammon, I won a lot of money, so that's why I hooked.
What do you enjoy about backgammon?
I enjoy, intellectual part. It's challenging, and also I enjoy gambling part that you can actually win money or lose money. It's exciting.
How can we grow the game?
I think we need a bunch of good videos and streams, so that we can hook up many beginners and newcomers. That's the way to go, I think.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did you see the video with John Druska?
John what?
John Druska, the other guy that you met. He was doing a little commentary, and his commentary
it was
is
like
the colors. His commentary is very good. For
very good.
beginners.
Yeah. I enjoyed it.
But a lot of people were saying, "Oh, I want like," because they have Matt Cohn-Geier, they have Marty Store, they have Nietzsche.
No. He and the Black Eagle, that combination was great.
That was good. But Kit Woolsey was a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you need help with it? Okay. So, thank you very much. Thank you. Let's see what's going on. Great video. Thank you for joining us at the 2025 Los Angeles Open. I hope you're enjoying the action. My name is Alex Eshaghian. I'm running the stream and the commentary. You can join me on my YouTube channel. Just look up Alex Backgammon, or there'll be a link at the bottom. We're playing on a beautiful Legacy Boards backgammon board exclusively on the stream, and during the breaks, we're going to be showing off some more of the Legacy boards, and I have the owner of Legacy Boards Backgammon, Bill Shea, joining me. Welcome, Bill.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks for having us, and we're thrilled to be sponsoring the LA Open this year. We're delighted to have been invited.
My pleasure. How are you doing today?
Doing great. We're full on spring, it looks like.
Yeah. So for the viewers, these are some of the most beautiful high-end luxury boards, and we're going to talk through them, but I wanted to show some pictures of some of your boards. A lot of them are on the website, but we'll start by showing the viewers some of those, and maybe you can go through and give us about like a one-sentence overview of each one.
Absolutely delighted to. Yeah, this is All Hands. It's a beautiful poplar piece with really striking playing field, blue and white, and then dark blue. It stands out. It's absolutely beautiful. Great little piece. Blush was my wife actually made blush. It's got a little bit of crocodile in there, and again, playing pieces and dice and doublers that beautifully accent the leather and the playing field.
Canyon.
Canyon is a sycamore. It's a pretty unusual piece of wood, but just amazing. The wood's the star of that show. Citron is another heartfelt piece. Just really beautiful colors. It'll stand out in any room. It's a great little piece to play. Clean Slate's another one. Very sort of regal colors, burgundy set against that gray. Really nice little piece to play.
This looks almost similar to the board on the stream.
Very similar. Not quite as dark a playing field as Clean Slate. Will be a little bit lighter, but very similar. And yeah, we'll have photos. Well, you'll be able to see it during the streaming. Yes.
And Crush.
Crush is a favorite. That's a table, and just it's obviously Orange Crush for those of us that remember the beverage. The colors just told us that's what we needed to name it. A really neat piece with great natural accents to the wood. One of my favorites. We actually made that for a New York interior designer, and just a really dramatic piece of wood set on a beautiful table base. Really fun piece. We still have that piece. It's still available on the website. Envy, it does just that. It just you're going to be the envy of the tournament playing in that one. Really neat little piece. Again, we throw some croc in there that just accents really nicely. And Frank is another favorite, where when we bought this piece of wood, we didn't quite know how we'd do it, but we literally had to stitch it together due to the natural checks, they're called, but the cracks in the wood. But what would result in is just a striking, also a table, coffee table, really striking accent to any room, and neat little piece to play.
Yeah, we were talking about that on social media. It looks like almost the shape of a football or something like that. And it's I guess it's not an ideal for one person to sit in one direction and the other to sit, but this is more of a piece of art for me.
Well, I'll take that and run it. You know, when you sit at a table like that, you actually sit above the table, so that I'm losing the word, but the irregular shape of it really doesn't affect you that much when you're playing it. No, it really doesn't. We've played it, and but what it does, to your point about, we hope somebody does see it as a piece of art, but maybe a good way to sort of introduce the stuff we do. But we really try to maintain. That's from the crotch of a tree, which you can see on the right side. That's a big growth coming off the tree, a trunk coming off the tree, and what it does to the wood is really tough to match. It just gives incredible accents and colors, and just an explosion of colors. And then we were able to tie in the bow ties, which just offset everything and really, again, accentuate the natural aspects of the wood. But again, a striking playing surface, very visible, very easy to play, and really fun little piece.
Are the bow ties decorative, or do they keep the wood together?
They do a little bit of both. You can play with them from a decorative perspective, which I love to do. It's a little complex to do them, and you risk the wood doing them, but they do stabilize the wood a little bit. When we buy our wood, the wood's gone through a lot, and it's all designed to remove some of the some of the natural flaws, some of the natural elements that a tree goes through before it's cut down. It dries it and stabilizes it, but it also, as it dries it produces the cracks a lot of times because the moisture comes out, the wood cracks. So we use the bow ties to stabilize it a little bit more and make sure that in a piece like this, it's not going to come apart, or continue to dry and get worse in those cracks. We try to leave it for its natural beauty, but up close and personal, it's a really fun thing to be able to add those artistic elements and stabilize the wood at the same time. So it's a little indulgent.
Very good, very good. Go on to the next one.
Gramercy was a piece that we did to sort of show off, and it needed what are called splines. Those are, again, to stabilize the wood on the left side. Those are two very small checks, but maybe a better example of, let me be a little artistic in how I stabilize the wood. And there's actually more of those on the underside. So a lot goes into that, and probably, you probably got 15 to 20 hours worth of work in stabilizing the wood before we even start making the playing surface. So a lot goes into that, but the result is a really neat, striking, added accent to a backgammon board.
Next one.
That is Hang 12A. It's got a shape it's a cherry slab, and most often the wood and the wood's accents, we don't start on the leather until we've finished the wood for obvious reasons maybe, but we obviously don't want to get any of the finishing materials on the leather. So by the time we put the leather in, the wood's told us what kind of leather we should use, what colors. And this certainly did that. But when we were finishing the wood, it took on the shape of almost a surfboard, which LA folks know those well. But it's a table. It's got really neat, very contemporary legs, but it's got rounded edges on both ends, hence the Hang 12 name. Most of us remember Hang 10, but a play on words.
Yeah. High roller.
High roller is it's a bar height table, and in this one we were able to bring in some really neat leather. You can see there it's almost, folks familiar with cowboy boots know it as verdigris, but it's that stitching on a cowboy boot, and the leather has that accent in it, and it really gives it a very sort of masculine, cool feel to it, and the leathers, the gray and the tan leathers, just fold in beautifully to the wood and to that verdigris playing field. And then we can have a lot of fun with the checkers, as you see we did there.
Right.
Lucky Strike's a brand new one. My wife made that. My wife makes boards right alongside with me. Retired nurse, so to speak. She's too young to retire, but she's doing this. But her color sense is remarkable, and it's a beautiful little piece. It's a black walnut, but the playing surface is just explosive. It's so pretty, and then the checkers really accentuate it nicely. Mistress is another favorite. It's you talk about colors integrating to the wood. This one, again, we finished the wood in advance of using the leather, so we really were able to maximize the look and the coordination of the leather integrating to the wood just magnificently. My wife made that one as well. Really pretty piece. Also a table.
Now this one is probably my favorite one out of the slides in this deck because of what's called the live edge wood, the Nautica. Tell us about that, please.
Nautica, that is it's a maple slab, and when we got that piece of wood, it had so many unique attributes to it. What you see towards the left there are actually, those are bug holes. Bugs live in trees, and that's one of the things that we get rid of through the drying process before we acquire the wood. But also, rot and sort of degradation as a tree ages. But when we get it, it's very stable, it's very stabilized, but we then have the opportunity to really maximize it. And as you can see, that here is so dramatic. And the table base we put it on it's a very stout, really impressive table base, but it just reeks of that sort of nautical feel, and almost a compass-like rig there underneath it. But we were able to bring a very stately playing surface into the piece, and with the colors and the natural elements this had, which are very dramatic. This is on the website, and other pictures show it off even further than this. A great photo, but between the live edge and those natural elements that we've been able to capitalize on, it's a very striking piece. It's a pretty good sized table, but like most of what we do, it is a coffee table. And a lot of times we'll include, folks will ask us to, we can include a piece of glass that'll go over top of that playing surface. And it winds up being a really striking, impressive addition to just about any family room, living room, wherever you want to have your backgammon conquests. But you'll be asked about this one if it's in your living room.
Oh yeah,
for sure. Saddle Up was another fun one where we took some natural element. We took some of the natural aspects of the slab and were able to stabilize, but also sort of an added element in those splines to the right there. They do stabilize. There's more underneath, quite a few more, in fact, on Saddle Up. But again, we went back to that verdigris leather, which is really a beautiful leather. And then the tan playing surface and the bold white make it a really easy piece to play. And Alex, you'd probably stream on that one beautifully too. But it's a very strong, really striking piece. That's a tabletop.
Beautiful. Next one, Sailor's Delight.
Sailor's Delight was a really fun one. It's a box elder, which is an unusual piece of wood to me. I've heard of a box elder, I guess, but we do some box elder. It's a really light, very attractive piece of wood, and using Alex, as you pointed out before, that's a really pretty live edge. When we do a live edge, a lot of times we'll finish them off, and I'm probably getting more long-winded than you want me to, but we try to keep live edges when they're a really striking attribute to the wood, and this one does that really nicely. Nice little tabletop.
Yeah. Square Root.
Square Root was a really fun piece that my wife made. She made a lot of them, actually. Now that I come to, as much as I talk about her in it, but it just is a very concise, very solid, beautiful little playing table. If you go to our website, please do note the dimensions. This is a smaller table, so it's probably not a tournament table, but it's a very manageable size. It's mobile. It can be moved around the house. You can put it in the car and bring it to your local club to play. But one of those pieces that it's going to get attention. It's a really pretty little piece.
Storm.
Storm was another really fun piece. We went back to that verdigris. You see, it's a favorite. And again, we used a poplar slab that is such a pretty piece of wood, very easy to work with, really nice weight to it as well. And just the colors, poplar comes in with a lot of gray. And when you see us using poplar, we're probably going to have some gray in the playing surface someplace or in the checkers. This is probably my favorite, and it just told me up and down when I put that leather in there that those look like a pair of church shoes you're wearing at church on Sunday, and a beautiful bold croc design. You notice there we have the stainless clad checkers, which we can do upon request. Sometimes we'll include them in a board, but just one of those pieces that It's a table. It's a good sized table. It's not too big, coffee table, but it is a showstopper. Really, really attractive board. Worth Avenue lives in Palm Beach, Florida, and was another piece we designed for an interior designer who sort of spec'd it out. It was a first of its kind for us, very unusual, but it's a white lacquer finish. It is a tournament size playing surface. As you can tell, that piece would fit. We now have that as part of our repertoire. And that will fit in just about any decor you could come up with. Really pretty piece, standard table height, which is about 28 inches, and then a tournament size board. Really neat piece.
Great. So
very thorough, Alex.
Yeah,
Thanks that was a real walk through the inventory.
Yeah, my pleasure. It was a great overview of the beautiful boards. And before we move on, I wanted to mention that the streaming board will be auctioned off. So if people are interested in that, there will be an auction. And if people want to order a board during the tournament, there will be 10% off. And there's a link in the description to Legacy Board's website where they can order it. So let's talk a little bit about legacy boards. When did you start making legacy boards, Bill?
I'm about 12 years into this, Alex. It was you'd asked me the question. It was a fluke at first. I made my first board, which is right here in this room with me. But it was funny little anecdote. I made it, and when I put it all together, and I got the checkers came in, and my son and I sat down to play at this nice big board, and I realized, and everyone's gonna laugh at me when I say this, it only had 20 points. So there was 5 points for each part of the board, and it was such a showstopper moment in front of my 12-year-old. I had all kinds of things to say, but I bit my tongue. But I was able to fix it, and we still play on our first board. But at any rate, it got me started, and actually leads me to the not only the origins of what we do, but the kind of why we do what we do. And I got into the live edge business after Hurricane Sandy. A buddy of mine up in New York lost 200 big old hardwood trees on his property and sent me home to North Carolina with a piece of this wood. What in the world am I going to do with it? And I had the idea, I might make a really cool backgammon board. So I tried it, and it actually came out really well. My oldest son has that, which leads me to my second point. I thought, what a cool thing to make one for each of my boys, and three of them were attaché boards, folding boards. And really the only unique attribute of that was that your dad made it for you. And the fourth one was the live edge slab. But I thought what a great thing for them to have was something that their father had made about a game I had taught them, and what a great legacy that would be. And so from that, I thought, I learned from my mother. She learned from her mother. What a cool legacy, and it's still going. So it was very important to me to signal that in the name of what we do, legacy boards. And I hope people see that and sort of get bitten by that same bug. What a great thing to have to teach children, nieces, nephews, whomever, friends, and pass this game along, which USBGF tournaments like this one, Alex, what you do in propagating the game, it's really exciting to see how many people are working hard to propagate this game and get more people into it. So we're all about it, and so much so we named the company that way.
Yeah, and what I really like about your boards is it's not the average board. These are very luxurious, high-end, beautiful boards, and it's just a pleasure to just look at and play on. So we'll take a look at that some more. This is the website. There's a link in the description to where you can view it. So this has all the stuff. There's the backgammon boards and the tables. So just for the viewers to understand, you make tabletop boards, which are basically flat, open boards that don't fold up, as well as full tables. Is that correct?
Yeah, we make primarily coffee tables height. Coffee table height was about 20 inches roughly. And we've now gotten into, as you saw, scrolling through our other pieces, we actually do 28-inch regular height tables as well. So we're really kind of running the gamut right now. Yes.
So
and whether
go ahead.
Go ahead. What you see right there, as you pointed out, Alex, thank you, backgammon boards will take you specifically to the boards, and then tables there. And we also, not to divert attention too much, but we also, across the top banner, we were forced into chess by a customer that said, "Hey, do you do chess boards?" And my ego won't let me say no. So we're now doing chess pieces as well.
So those taller boards, if you put a sheet of glass on them, they could work as like the taller tables, excuse me, can work as like a desk or a dining table or something, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And as can the coffee tables for sure. That's because the playing surface, as you can see, the playing surface is recessed into the wood. A piece of glass fits very nicely over the playing surface.
Okay, so I'll have you guide me through the website. Where would you like me to start?
Well, if you go into Shop Backgammon, nice thing here is what we try very hard to do is to oh, there you are. So if you go into, say, Backgammon boards,
yeah,
and that'll bring up the board specific inventory that we have. And please bear in mind, anybody looking, that this is simply inventory that we have. We like making these, so we kind of keep a running inventory. But we are pretty much eager to do custom pieces, and we work from customers. I work with fabric swatches, paint chips, you name it. I've had someone say a photograph of the room a piece was going to go in, and we collaborate very, very thorough in our collaboration. So just know, if you have an idea, we'll help you flesh it out and come up with exactly what you're looking for. And as you can see, so in each case, you can click on the piece. It'll go to a more in-depth description. And then, as I pointed out, you look at the dimensions.
Click on maybe Storm, for example.
Yep.
Here, this doesn't have description here. Oh, this one doesn't seem to have the description here. Let's go back and try a different one.
Boy, I hope it's not going to make a liar of me. You see, there's a full slate of photographs, and again, upon a simple request, if there's some.
Also, not immediately, but it will be transcribed.
Nice.
You like baffle box or?
I like the shape.
Okay,
yeah.
So these are the stream guidelines. Please just review them.
Yeah, got it all.
If he likes the baffle box, we can sit here. If not, got your cups. Here's a cup for you. Before we start, we'll get a picture. Is that your water?
Yeah.
Some water. So you'll be on this side. This water.
I did buy back.
This water is for you in addition to the beverage.
Thank you.
Prepared some stream guidelines for you to review. Pretty straightforward. Legal moves, dice on checkers valid. Please spread checkers on the bar. Stagger the stacked checkers. Please bear off into the rack. You can use the baffle box. If you need anything, I'll be on the other side of the wall. If you want to take a break, just put this one in this orientation.
Okay.
So you saw what he did with the lights up there?
Oh, nice.
It looks much better. Did you see?
Took away the glare. I did not see it, but yeah, that's great. Yeah, because there was a lot of glare yesterday, so that's awesome.
Alright, so let me take a picture of the two of you shaking hands.
First time playing each other.
Yeah?
No.
Do you prefer baffle box or cups?
I would like to use the baffle box.
Okay, please sit.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I have candy, Marty.
1, 2, 3. So you may use the baffle box and you may use the cups.
Yeah, that'll make it cleaner for the viewers too.
That's fine. Okay, so 11 points, 22 minutes. That's the oversized cube. They tried using it, but it was too big.
Fits in my hand perfectly.
They couldn't fit it on their side, yeah. All right.
Wow. Thanks, Alex. We're both tilting, I think.
Not me, I'm fine. Shoot.
The tilted towers.
I'd feel bad about this from the streaming perspective, but we could just play a DMP. All right. Good luck. Good match.
Good match.
Oh, already the favorite. Just give up. Were we okay to start? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll get a little closer.
You're tall, yeah. All right, everyone, we're back.
Uh-oh.
I'll be starting the commentary shortly. We've got Ben Friesen and Alex Farzan, two outstanding players. If you don't know, Alex was a finalist in this tournament. All right, we are back, everyone. Fill out the poll. Who's going to win the match? Let us know. Hello to Dice Man USA. I will be right back, and we'll start the commentary. be joined by Jake Jacobs. Welcome. And Kit Woolsey, would you like to commentate? Okay, great. This is perfect. That means I get to go. I'll bring you water. We have Ben Friesen at the top versus Alex Farzan at the bottom. Rebuy round. So you'll want to watch that screen.
Okay.
Please. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jake Jacobs. Kit Woolsey is here with me.
Yucky.
And we just walked in, so I'm just in time to see the Joker.
Critical Role, an anti-Joker, it looks like.
6 is not enough, right? Okay.
If he hits, there could be some interesting cube action. Now, if he flunks, what's going on, Jake?
Oh, if he flunks, he's got to double it.
Well, that's not the question. Is it a take?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. There it is.
I thought you were wondering whether it was too good, and I said, no, that's not too good.
Too good? No. No, I'd be happy to cash that one out.
Thank you. We'll see if Ben was paying attention to the lecture on second roll responses. Yes, he got it right.
He got it right.
What a 6-5 that was. My 6-5. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean that's why I picked up the blot because you had some of those
This
numbers.
one right also.
6-5-5-4, maybe. No, 5-4 was okay. So it was the worst. I guess.
He's going to be bordering on a cube already.
Oh yeah.
See, that's not very good. I would double. I would double, but I think it's a clear take.
Sorry, no, yeah, you're fine.
Double and. It's sort of hard to pass this one up when you're really not that bad in the race. The opponent's still got 2 men to untangle, and the gammon thread.
Yeah, but he's down 10, right?
Yeah, but the gammon thread isn't that great. It's just. I mean, even if you get pointed on, there's still a lot of slither room.
Well, if Ben succeeds in just blitzing him, just wiping him out, then then the gammon is almost a lock.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the ammunition to. I mean, it has to be.
He does have 10 in the zone, so
yeah, but he's only got a 2-point board now. I don't know. I would take it. You don't think so?
I would take it, but I make a lot of mistakes in my life. But yeah, I think it's a take.
He did the same. This is not a power shake by any means. Ooh.
Yeah, I think despite the desire to, do you do this? I guess
this makes sense actually. As long as you don't have a great way to play it.
Yeah, plan B would be to stack, and this looks a little better, but I think he's going with plan B.
No?
Can't be too bad.
No. It's certainly reasonable. There's a good roll. I'm not so sure about that 4.
You're Carol, right? You and me are playing. In the Hollywood Stars. So whenever and wherever. I don't have a board. Me neither. So find one. Carl. Sorry. What do you want on the board?
All right, now he's got to count the race, so let's see, 60. Oops. Right, so.
It's got to be right to stay on the midpoint. Whatever else he does.
Yeah, but he needs to count.
Yeah, I think you bring 2 men down. Why get involved with ugly aces? All right, Alex is ready. Ben's looking to save a 6 or 2, but he won't be able to do it forever. What's that stack checker? 6.
Yeah,
oh,
it's a 6-1 shot time.
Nothing important. Probably breaking the 11 point, I think. Keep maximum pressure. You know, leaves 2 more shots in breaking the 8, but breaking the 8 is really ugly next turn. What do you think, Jake?
I tend to minimize here, but certainly could be wrong. So, yeah, well, they because you would have played the ace from the 11 point also. So
of course not.
He would have been.
Now the ugliness begins. I think you don't worry about saving 6s. I think you just hold the board. If you have to duke it out, you duke it out. Might be right to save 5s there. Here I would minimize. I gather you would also.
Oh yeah.
Hold it. Hold it.
Well, he's got 24 hits. Nice duplication on the covers.
Yeah, but still 6s and 4s. I mean, anyway, you have to send it over.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, especially with the open 6 point,
Well,
if you get hit back.
Especially with the behind in the match, and that is relevant. I can't see passing this. That doesn't even look close. I mean, well, we could have a big cube coming up here. Oh no!
Yeah, that was not
is
good.
Awful. That's going to hurt him in the race. That's an awful play. I mean, the race is close. So what's the count here?
67 and 75. So it's 8 pips.
8 pips. He's ahead in the match. He owns a 4 cube. He's got, well, the wastage is sort of the same. He's not by yet. I think he's supposed to wait. Certainly an easy take under the circumstances. Would you disagree with any of that, or?
No, I agree. I would, because of his leading the match, I would wait.
Yes. So it's an easy take. That's the important consideration.
Oh yeah, I mean it's close to a take on the race, even after playing that one. You know, and then with all the shot equity, you know, I mean, he's got 13 numbers, is it, that don't get by?
Yeah, everything seems to argue for waiting. Well, speaking of numbers which don't get by. Ooh,
speaking of numbers that don't get by.
Now we got something to think about here. Snap it up.
He beavered. Oh.
He passed it? Really? Is that right? Particularly since a hit has got returns. On a miss, it's close, eh? And he was behind in the match. I don't see that at all. Was it 3-1?
Yeah, so he buttons up and splits.
Cover and split. You really want to be anxious to split if your opponent's made the advanced anchor. You can't sit on the 24 point because you're going to find yourself in the wrong end of a priming
Especially
battle.
after that.
Oh yeah, but this is it's supposed to happen. I'm sorry? Oh, was it? Okay.
Well, how much?
How much?
46.
Oh, it was a photo, in other words. 46 is a photo.
Well, it depends on who's taking the picture, I think.
A blurry photo, but still a photo.
Blurry photo? For Q-backs.
Yeah, this play seems clear. You got to get those back in the movie. Head 6-0. I would hold off on the cube. For an even score, I would double. Easy take.
Sorry, I got no. Don't worry.
Action.
Well,
but now if you knew the double fives was
there
coming,
are market losers on those dice. This does look like one of them.
that was a key 5.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be over soon, maybe. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Just keep
That
rolling
last
those
dinner was
5s and you'll be in the game.
the key one. But that said, I'm still gonna go for it.
Number 5.
Well, it's 5, just
the 3's a start. Any entrances are very good. That's better than very good. Alex is definitely in the game now. So look at the cube. It's usually a good idea to be the favorite when you double.
I like that.
And I don't know that he could claim that. I don't think he can afford to be hit. I think he has to bring 2 men down. Okay. I guess you could make the ace point with too many return shots.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Even if you survive, the structure isn't that great. I think coming off the mid is fine. Just play from there. He's thinking about it.
I think he was probably counting shots there.
I would need to count very many to make this play.
Yeah, he's worried about ceding outfield control, but with that man back in the ace point, it's not quite as critical. I mean, and he's going to get the fly shots off the 22 point.
That's assuming the other guy gets everybody out.
So yeah.
Huh? What's that all about? Yeah. Huh.
Okay, poorly timed 4-5 backgammon.
It's called front game there, Jake. Let's see what else he can do. If it's a fly shot, that's too bad. You can't play 62. No, don't take that beautiful spare off the 6 point. Just can't have enough spares on and on the 6 point.
Yes, you do.
Sometimes you gotta play ugly. That's the ugly but safe play. This is the problems you get when you take that spare off the 6 point. You just lose all your flexibility. I guess an argument
He
could be
could come
made
out.
for 22 to 18. That leaves a few bad things. Yeah, you finally got a smoother position out of it. You can't leave a direct shot, so the 4 seems forced. And then the
Well, no, yeah, I mean, he could leave a 7 shot, but...
No, well, yeah, I said you can't afford to leave a direct shot.
Yeah, so the 4 is not forced.
No,
But
forced.
I would come down with the man on the 16, not the other one.
What's that?
I would play 16 to 12, not 14 to 10.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, that's what I said.
Yeah, but 14 to 10 is not a direct shot. It's still an indirect shot.
Yeah, but why? I would play 16 to 12 and 2 to 1 actually. At least keep your men in communication.
Well, if he'd made our play, he would be getting hit about now. But I still wouldn't have made this play.
Well, that's why I made the play. But I'm not sure it was right.
Assuming
giving me this kind of nice joker that cleans up and gives coverage, it just seems probably not like a good reason. I still have to do 4s and 6s. 2, 3, 4. Ooh.
Not a bad shake. Still anybody's game here.
Yeah, I think we do this one.
Really?
Well, it's got to count.
Maybe. I'm thinking about this play a lot here.
This is just trouble for me. Okay.
I do not know which is better there.
Well, he was way up in the race.
Yeah, but it's not that simple. Yeah, you have to run, otherwise your race is dead. Just keep well, probably not too critical of play. I guess 4-1 is right. You know, it's safe against doubles, 5s, and 6s, and
you can't do anything about 6-3s.
Yeah, and I mean, if there was any good reason to play 5s and 2, I'd probably do it, but I don't think there is. Oh, you gotta. Well, this is tough. This race is not out of the picture. And the problem is he won't get the shot next roll, and 2 rolls down the road, his board's going to go to hell. And yeah, I think this is the right play. Just 2 rolls. You know, Ben does have the gap in the 3-point. He could have a couple misses coming up. There you go.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear last time. I heard that.
Ben's doing pretty well avoiding misses. Let's see if he can do so one more time. Nope. Alright, 3 rolls to get off. And Alex is going to need a couple of doubles.
Alright, make it suspenseful for the fans. 3s are better. 2s are better. Oh.
Not today.
8?
Okay. Ben's on a roll. 8-0.
Every decision is mixed in with a little bit of tilt. It just makes things crazy. It's like, oh, I trust myself when I'm calm and collected, but when you add tilt to the mix, it's just...
This looks like more fun.
Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong here? Oh, that. Yeah, that could go wrong. Yeah, it's hard to play from back
So
there.
Alex should be doubling on. You know,
Yeah,
if he
well,
can
even
glimpse
that
some
4-2, I think
articles
was
of the cube should be coming over.
You have to consider coming out.
Yeah.
But then, like, you give me the double 1, double 2, double 3. I don't know. And then I made it look really easy getting outfield control, and it wasn't supposed to be that easy.
Well,
on a flunk, the cube comes over. There's the flunk. There's the cube.
I wish I didn't have the 5-point. This would be such an easy decision.
This is very close to an even game. You know, if you get blitzed, so you lose 4 points. I mean, you can't just you can't just give away points and a position which might be a money beaver, you know.
It's tough.
If Ben didn't have his 5-point, it might be another story, but he has it. His position is so solid that all he needs is one good entering roll, and he's probably the favorite.
Okay.
There we go. And the only problem is he's basically sitting on a dead
I haven't
cube.
gone wrong yet, but
that doesn't mean he can't win the game.
I'm sure about that. Tempt you to hit over here.
That brings him some serious trouble.
Ben used to be in some serious trouble.
was a big one. That Ben's, gammon danger is down considerably, even more so now. I would play 23 to 20, 13 to 8. I would not want to be
Yeah, I would too.
on...
Making the 3-point, which is the thing he's looking at,
well,
strips everything.
It strips everything, and you don't want that checker sitting on the opponent's 2-point. And that checker belongs on the 20-point. Launching pin, everything else. And the other play just looks prettier and safer. Ben disagrees. What is that, a 6?
6-1.
I might have come out with the 6, I'm not sure. Well, it's a good way to get off the 23-point. Oh, I don't know about that. Why not just hold the anchor and bring the builders down?
Desperate for a stream,
wow.
Yeah, he is behind in the race, and this is just a complete racing play.
Did you win? Yeah.
That's much better, Ben.
Nice. I mean, that's rude. Who would do that to a guy?
Vindicating.
I don't think he got the joke.
Huh? Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that. I would have
like
come
that.
down to the 8.
I don't like that dilly builder on the 3-point.
What to do?
Was that a 3-2?
Yeah, 3-2. He could come out.
I think I would come out. And sometimes you get missed, and if you get hit, it's not the end of the world. What do you know? Sometimes you get missed. There again, this is reasonable.
Race is still pretty bad, but now I don't know if I have a choice.
I think he has to
104.
He has to do it. I mean, it's the best way to contain the back checker, if nothing else. And the race is close now.
Yeah, it's 4 pips. He's down 4 pips after this, but yeah, nothing else looks good.
Yeah.
And he might not get by.
Well, that's the whole thing.
Close enough.
Or he might.
It's a little tilted. This table.
Yeah, it does feel like it's... Everything else.
Now it's a matter of skill. I prefer 8 to 4. I want builders to get 5 points left.
Where do I want the last checker? How about here?
Five looks a little better there. So Ben's doing pretty well for himself, but at the match score he's not going to double unless he has a really substantial lead. He doesn't have that yet. Getting there.
Well, he's down 2 pips, but he's up.
I'm gonna move the cube
down 7
on your turn just to get it out of that spot, but obviously won't be a cube action. Two. Yeah. 3.
is rolling pretty well.
So close.
Huh.
And Ben is not.
No.
Well, I guess I need to get 3 off when I can. So this is 5, 6s, but not 4s.
You have to make the best play to get 3 men off.
So stack the 4-point?
Yeah, but then how does double 5s play?
Okay.
This looks best.
Didn't matter. Alright.
Okay, so Alex is on the board.
Alright, he's on the board.
Good play slotting there. Many more upsides than downsides. Double 5s looks clear. What is that?
Double 6s.
Boxes. No, a couple of bar points. I think. I mean, what's plan B? We pick up a pair of checkers on this one. Really big to put the second guy on the roof in this sort of position. This score, Ben, is quite correct not to be doubling a position like this. It's almost not good enough and too good at the same time. Whoa, now it's too good.
More than that.
Alex is under pressure to roll a 2. He got it.
I assume checker's gotta be close, but take the word.
Not a bad roll.
No, anything with a 2 is pretty good. All right, so he's got his 2-point game. Oh, makes the 3-point, doesn't it?
Yes. The hard way.
The hard way, but it works. Yikes! Don't get off that anchor. You're 1,000 miles behind in the race.
1, 2, 4.
This is unnecessary.
some reason, I guess maybe because Alex finally won 2 points, the two of them had been playing this game very, very fast compared to
They've
their
been
pace
playing the whole
earlier.
match very fast, Jake.
Yeah, but this game they speeded up.
Well, these have been simple plays for the most part. That might have something to do with it. Well, might as well make both points and hope something good happens. Swifty shifty. Oh, that solves a lot of the problems.
Wow.
Still in the not good enough and too good range at the same time, I think. What do you think, Jake?
Yeah, I tend to think so. But obviously Ben is standing up and fiddling with his lucky coins.
Okay, if Alex just gets a shot, he should redouble to 4. I think you have to play 18 to 11 here. You just can't afford to bury a checker. You need the full board. Certainly reasonable. The gammon race is very close. Of course, keep in mind, Ben doesn't need the full gammon. Full 4 points from the gammon. Was that aces?
Yep.
Well, they certainly take 2 off and then look around.
This is bad numbers too.
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, if he could use the full 4 points for the gammon, I'd be pretty confident that taking 4 off was correct. Since he can't use the full 4 points, I'm not sure. It's less attractive for him to make the piggy play.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
Yeah, at the same time, right here, I guess 6-4 is the awkward number.
There's certainly nothing wrong with the play.
Yeah.
It's just that it leads to, it's not just 6-4 now, it's future problems like we're seeing. Point cleared, as they say. Okay.
Even on his 2 highest points. I mean, he's it amounts to even on the 2 highest points.
Sort of.
Cinco.
Now it does.
So they're off so far. No shots at all.
Well, time to run off the gammon.
I think I can win anyway.
Oh,
staying to try to win this
it's okay.
game is just, just too big a parlay. Ooh. Oh no, that didn't do anything special.
Okay, 10-2 Crawford.
Okay, so now it's 10-2 Crawford because Alex has an odd number of points to go.
My match with Art, I just never had a chance.
You'd like a game.
Doesn't
So for me,
help
I'm like,
him
oh, it's all averaging
very
out, but you're
much
like,
to win a
okay,
gammon.
this is bad. I hate this game. Like,
He just wants to win the
Nah,
game.
it's good.
Basically
No,
playing
it's,
double match point here.
You feel the same way. Now, if I come back and win, your tilt will be. You gotta caution people.
I certainly won't be
Gotta caution
re-entering
people
if
around
I
you.
lose from here. It'll just be too sour. Yeah, sure. Sure. Oh, no one ever hits twice here. Except maybe I do. I don't know. It's probably wrong, but it feels like the winning play. Oh, 3-1. All right.
Alex has the better of it now. It's an unproductive roll. I think this is the right idea.
I could make the point.
I know the 2 for sure. Something to be said for hitting on the 2 point, but I prefer this. This I don't see. You have to hit something.
I think I would hit on the 2 point, but
oop, didn't go through.
Could be right. Would have gotten your usual result. Finally, safe or make the point, or make the outfield point. That's even better. Huh.
yeah, this is not so easy. I think I would make the 16 point, but
I think I would too, but I'm not sure. Actually, no, with the midpoint stripped, I think I'd make this. I think I'd make the 4 point. You know, just say, go ahead and hit me if you dare.
He dares.
Hits and cut. Was it?
He can hit the cover.
What has he got?
He could make the 6-6. He could make the 4 point.
No, I think this is better. That I don't agree with. I would play 16 to 10. Really want the boulders in position here. Just looks so much better, doesn't it?
It does.
Huh. Interesting choice. I would play 16 to 15. He's got to diversify here. The opponent has no board at all. You know, let him roll his joker. That's much prettier. Oh, there's an interesting problem. What do you do here?
Well, I mean, I know that he can, make the ace and hit outside, but my inclination would be to make the 4-point and then hit on the 5-point.
Hit on the 5-point. I'm not sure. I think I agree with you. Now 24-21 and win from there, huh? I think.
Yeah.
I guess you could play 16-13. I've seen worse plays. It's really, that checker on the 24-point just doesn't belong there, does it?
Yeah, I would step up from the back.
You know, you leave some 6s, but Alex hits at his own risk.
You also sit there. You get a better view. Okay. Alex was telling Carol about that. Yeah.
Well, there's his risk.
Ooh.
Oh, well, we'll take that one. We will take that one. That looks like a match ender. Is that right? Oh yeah.
Looks pretty right.
Yeah, no, I missaw the dice, the position. Sweet. Needs it too desperately. Ben can still attack. Sweet. I thought he was right to shift, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
He really didn't want to get hit. No, I don't think he has a bad play, but this looks right to me.
He could have brought down the cover. Oh no, that's
no, he
sorry,
couldn't
that's
do
the
that.
wrong checker. That's the enemy checker.
No, this could be all over but the shouting. Well, might as well pick up another checker while you're waiting, I think. Sometimes when your opponent starts getting in, it's a good idea to have more of his men on the bar. You never know. But we should all
if he gets
have
the extra builder and just steps up with the 1, he can always pick up that extra man.
Yeah, you say you can always pick it up, but it doesn't always happen. And the thing with the hit, it potentially brings more builders into play in addition. So it's okay. Well, this will bring another builder in now.
Let me get that double. Exactly. Give the fans what they want.
Exactly. More covers, but part of the reason I moved that ace was to prevent the doubles from hitting.
Set it up.
It twice.
I couldn't understand the logic behind this play.
Double hit with double force.
Oh, phooey on double force. And it doesn't double hit anyway.
Alright,
Yeah,
here you go.
What?
You gonna do it?
He's got
yes.
3 on the roof.
Right. So
Oh,
3 men in and 1 man out.
right. No, my opponents don't roll double fours here.
Mine do.
They want you to win.
I would make this play, but mine have a bad habit of rolling double fours.
Ben's trying to clear his 6-point as fast as possible. Have spares on the particular on the 3-point is where you want your spares. A great roll for him. Now he's almost gin. That's a possible shot coming up. 6-5, 6-4, 5-4. There it is. Could it be?
The big turnaround starts right now. And he rolled a 4, just the wrong 4.
This one would really be a parlay.
Good luck if you rebuy.
Oh, yeah. I think I will.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotta do one more. That one at least.
Thanks for letting me sit there.
Good luck.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, guys.
That was a quickie.
That was very, very good.
Does anybody
Need to check the time. I have to leave about 4:30. I have, besides the tournament, I have a reunion of my old acting school.
Oh, really?
And they were supposed to host it tonight at the Los Angeles Athletic Club, which is a very cool place. It opened in the 1880s. It's got a lot of history. Obviously, a lot of famous show business people were members there, so it's got that kind of history. But it's also got a location that is under curfew right now because of the riots. And so they moved the dinner tonight from the athletic club up to a French place that dates back to 1927 up in the Silver Lake neighborhood. And apparently when I looked at the Uber earlier to see how long it would take, it's in the hour and 10 to hour and 20 minute.
Oh boy, doesn't sound like a good idea.
Well, no, I'm certainly going there. It's just,
you are
I'll
gonna
have to
go.
leave. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
No, it's not downtown anymore. It's not in the curfew.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it's nowhere near the action. Oh, you're welcome, Alex.
We're gonna get another.
Get me a fast match because I have to leave at 4:30.
Okay. Oh yeah, you have your thing. We're getting ready to work on another match.
Okay.
Oh, please announce that for the meeting.
I think you just announced something to the effect that we are going to have another match shortly. Alex is going out there and rounding them up, and then we'll be back.
Well, what'd you think, Jake?
I thought it was less exciting than it could be simply because you kind of overwhelmed him.
Yeah.
But Yeah.
That last game, when I kind of started blitzing, I thought maybe I was supposed to just play quieter because I just win the game so much. But also, if he anchors, I lose a lot. So that's why I just blitzed.
Sure.
I should have thought about it probably, but the way the dice were, I kind of just was going with the flow and not really thinking too hard. But the only decision I was like, sure.
Well, look, blitzing is a genuine game plan.
Right.
Even though you don't need the gammon.
Exactly. Sometimes blitzing is right, not because you need the gammon, because it just wins more. But the only thing that I was sure of, and I could just be wrong, but at 3 away, 11 away, when I stood up to look at the cube, I actually was considering whether I was too good. And then I realized, wait, I think he's just taking, just because that's been the mode of the match. Like, he says he's on tilt, he wants to just play, and so I was like, yeah, actually, it's not too good because he's just taking a lot, and he just scooped it up. And I could just be wrong. It could just be a take, but I thought it was a pass. Like, I thought I was just it was just too much. So, I don't know.
Yeah, well, we certainly thought it was probably too good.
Oh, yeah.
As to whether he had a take there or not is a good question. He has a lot of equity from the 2-point.
Yeah.
But he had an open 6-point.
And that's what threw me over the edge. Yeah. I wasn't sure. But you were thinking maybe it was, in fact, play on but take. Let's see. It was not too long ago, so I may be.
I was a little shocked. I doubled a 2-3 back game yesterday where he was missing. He had an open 6, and his 1-point was slotted. He had a builder that was killed, and so it didn't look like he would ever remake his 6-point. And the timing, was not so good. He wasn't going to be able to hold the 2-3 much longer either. And I put it in. It turned out that and he had a lead in the match on top of everything else. And I looked at it today, and there was apparently a take.
Huh? And he did take?
Well, it was it was a strong double, but it was clear take.
Well, it was something like this. My favorite phrase: "Hey, look, the position I wanted you to evaluate was something like this." Oh man,
that looks.
I don't really know where my spares were. I think I had 1 buried, but I don't think I had 2 buried.
No, I think that's right.
And so at this score, it's right on the edge of take pass, but it is a double. He has 18%, it looks like, and it's just an optional take. So that's interesting, because I thought I might just be too good. Yeah. Yeah.
Were there any positions that the people who were commentating thought were just like absolutely?
Well, we were just talking about one that I actually thought the 3 away, 11 away. When I stood up and looked at the cube, I was thinking about whether I was too good. I thought it was just clear pass. We just put it in. It's right on the edge of take pass. In fact, it's a take.
Okay.
It's fine. It's just because you do win a lot from the 2-point.
Yeah.
But because you didn't have the 6, I'm just like.
Yeah. It was. I instant took.
Yeah, you did exactly. Yeah. But that was it. Just with the kind of the momentum of the match, I stood up, said, "Is this too good?" And I went, "No, it's not too good because he's just taking." Like I didn't know for sure you were, but it just you were going to take a position. I thought you were more likely to take a pass than I was to.
The score was 2-0. I redouble, I miss, and then you redouble to 8. I pass.
Yeah.
Was that a good redouble?
Oh gosh, what did I think about that?
It was a good take by you,
I didn't like the redouble, but I think that it's close. But what do you remember? Right, the very first game. Were you here?
Yeah.
I could have hit him with a 2 or a 6. I had a 5-point board. I had a blot on my 3-point. I rolled a 3.
Oh no! I liked the redouble. I liked the redouble. Sorry, I was confused.
Yeah. Right. It wasn't the first game. That's what you had me confused.
Second, yeah.
And then you went up 6-0 after that, and then it was all down.
Yeah, because you had 24 shots, and like 6 or 8 of them made the point as well. So it was pretty strong, I think.
Yeah, double was fine. Yeah, that's the one. Sure.
Yeah, the take would be more in question.
24 numbers that hit.
Yeah, I felt confident with the redouble, and I knew that once I missed, I was kind of shit out of luck.
Actually, I think we thought the take to 8 though.
Really?
Was
Yeah, could have been.
I think it was a take to 8 because
But his position was so much more up than mine. I had all my checkers on the 6 and 5 point. His all were on the 4, 3, 2, 1.
Actually, though, I think
the race was
the way you played it, you may have made it a pass because I don't think you should give me shots. Like you gave me shots, which made it easier for me to bring it around. Whereas if you don't give me shots, I thought it was a take. But then when you gave me shots, I thought I had to double.
Right. That's a good point.
I'm not really confident in any of this, but that was what I was thinking.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think I had race equity there?
I thought
yeah,
so.
Yeah, the race was pretty close. You shouldn't have lifted with the 3 to 2, but the race I think was only 7 pips.
No.
3 to 2 just cost 2 in the race is all, I think. I don't remember when you did it though. It was in that game.
Wow.
But I mean, at the end of the day, like and even in that last game, I was telling Jake, I just kind of stopped thinking because I was rolling so well. I was like, I'm just gonna, and so there wasn't much you could do,
I'm gonna go walk a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, Alex is trying to convince me to do commentary by putting my name up there as a commentator.
Well, looks like it worked.
It worked for at least a few games. I should go get some work done. I have a tournament coming up. If many of you might know this, the Michigan Summer Backgammon Championships are just 2 weekends
You're gonna have a match
away.
Up too,
3 weekends away. No, we don't have to play till
that was the
like 7:30 or something.
Right.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you want to take a break, you just put this on here.
Yeah, I've got to leave at 4:30.
In this orientation.
Oh, all right. Oh, yeah, that's right. You have a.
And they moved it so it's farther away. A little over an hour to get there. $80 Uber, I think. Yeah.
Pretty simple legal moves.
Oh, you can take the buses. It'll only take you 3.5 hours or so. Yeah. Maybe you could fly.
I originally, when I knew that I was going to be going to
like
these
that.
different events, I had planned to rent a car. But then when I looked up the Uber, it's not that the Uber is cheap. But I said, well. If I take 6 Ubers, maybe it's $300 or $400 worth of Ubers. But the car was going to cost. I got a full-size car. It would have been about $500, and the parking here is not cheap.
Parking would have been
the backgammon rate. Yeah, another $150 or something. Plus, I'd have to worry, about where I was parking at these events.
Yeah.
Like, my buddy's house tomorrow night. It's a crowded neighborhood. There's, everybody's parked on the street. Nobody has garages.
Right.
Yeah.
It's funny. The last 4 times I've rented a car in Vegas.
So the way we do it, if you're
I've
both
rented
using the
it. Which is
box,
like you have to park somewhere. Ubers are not that expensive anyway. You mostly just stay in the same place the whole time. Like,
I've driven there, from home. Had my own car. And there were a couple times I took an Uber, it just seemed like it. Because, the parking, in the old days, everywhere you could go. I mean, it didn't matter. You could go to Caesars or the Sands or somewhere. You go there and you say, valet it.
Yeah.
And then you come out and you give them $1.
Right.
This was a while ago.
Now, the only free valet I know of is, like on the Strip or down in Fremont, is Golden Gate. I don't think there's another one.
I thought there was one that was kind of surprising.
Start whenever you're ready,
It's the same brand or Circa. I don't think, no, Circa's definitely not. Circa's paid parking. Yeah, I don't know.
My brother would know. But, it's...
Yeah, man, it's kind of wild. Of course, I just end up gambling enough to have status at every chain, so I know I still don't pay it, but...
We went, I think the first buffet that I took to, because, when we first came back, it was COVID, so there were no buffets. But as they started to open up, the first one I went to was the Bellagio. And we drove there. I drove there. And I'm, making good time from our Airbnb, and then we got off the highway on Flamingo. And went over the highway, and then the traffic stopped, and it's just down the hill about 100 yards, maybe 200 yards to go in the parking lot, and it was like 30 or 40 minutes.
It's wild, and they were doing a lot of construction around then for the F1. And Vegas was just a mess.
Well, this was several years ago. So,
it was maybe a little early, but they were also been redoing the highway. They added an exit onto Dean Martin or whatever that road is, the road up from Flamingo. So yeah, I driving around. I walk from Bellagio or from Flamingo to Aria, which it's like a 25-minute walk. But it would take longer to Uber every time,
Well, I get back about 1997, I think. No, it was 99. 90. Yeah, I think it was fall of '99. I'd gone to the backgammon tournament, the Riviera, but then I hung around. I was out there for 4 weeks to play blackjack.
Nice, yeah.
And at the time, you know, I wound up. This buddy of mine who was there said, you know, I'll bankroll you, and you know, so it was pretty low. I mean, it double $200 top bet.
Okay.
So it wasn't that much. So I needed to, you know, really to make any money, grind out hours. And I played 163 hours in 4 weeks, and that's with the backgammon tournament and and you know, I had to do laundry.
You packed it in there.
Oh, I did. And but I also, to save money, I was either walking or taking the trams. And you know, and to get in, I was, you know, going casino to casino, and it was only counting the time spent on the tables as part of that, you know, time. So I was really spending enormously long days.
Oh,
and,
of course, yeah.
And a lot of time on my feet, and yeah, it was got a workout.
Yeah, that's what I tell people, that I might make good money when I'm gambling, but all the time traveling cuts into that pretty aggressively. Look at this double 2. I was thinking he was going to have a pass a lot of the time, but instead he enters, makes the 4-point. Coming down feels a little aggressive.
Yeah, I think I would step up.
I don't like giving the extra block.
But luckily it was blocked.
Yeah. 2.
Well, he could make the 4-point if he hadn't already made the 4-point.
Yeah, but this is why he came down, is to be able to make these points more, so he got that at least. That was illegal.
Yeah, illegal, probably pointed out.
Yep, he pointed out, because it was way too good. 5 to play from here. Yeah. Are you looking at coming out at all in this position? Oh,
I'd look at it, but
I wasn't sure I wanted
no,
to get the shots.
that's Bill that did that.
Oh, Bill did that. You're right. All of a sudden, even though he was getting blitzed, he's not in bad shape. Wow, this was annoying. Is it less shots? I'm not sure that was less shots because the 9s hit. It worked out. I think I may have been hit there. I'm not sure. But now Al should have a race lead and a forward anchor, so he is... I'd rather be Al, I think. I could be wrong. 6 to play. I would play the 6 first and look at it. Funny enough. So Al has like
108 for Bill.
And yeah, Al has like 55 plus 60, so 115 or something. So Bill is ahead. So okay, is that right? I feel like I counted Al's wrong.
119.
Yeah, Al was in the right range then. Okay.
I mean, 119 before the play.
Sure. Yeah. A lot of these are going to be pretty just standard holding game moves. You're trying to build your board if you're Al. And Bill needs to find when he's going to lose his market. I don't really think this is it. What is he up by? 42, 46, 86, 96, 106, 115.
114.
114. We got...
And 100.
272. Okay. Yeah, it's probably about there. I don't know. I don't like.
Can't be too far off.
Yeah, I don't really like the spare pass to the anchor. Oh, this is not the idea, is it? I think you give up the 5-4 and just clear. Huh? It's probably, these are all probably really close. They usually are, but I think I was clearing the 9 last roll. Yeah, because of the way the spares are, this is definitely an option. I'd have to think about it a bit longer. But Al's a strong player, so just be right. And now what? 4-2 to play. This is ugly. So you have to hit, I guess.
Yeah. Race is close enough.
Yeah. And there was no other way to hit. You have to lift once you hit. Wow, that takes talent. That's cocked.
I'd call that a very balanced
pass.
Absolutely.
Oh, no, it would have been double pass.
Double pass. All right. And then if you play the 6 down, it's 5-2, 5-3, 5-1, 6 shots. But if you don't and he comes in, he's gonna get more shots. So it's kind of like a pay now, pay later. Okay. Ooh, if he plays this too fast, he's gonna lose
he played it too fast. I did that the other day. Yeah, he didn't see that he had a safe play.
Yeah, it was only supposed to be 4 shots, and instead he's getting 11. And it cost him this time. Actually, he was going to get hit either way, wasn't he? No, he wasn't, because it would have been blocked. It would have been only the 6 and the 5 open. Yeah.
But no, 4-3, and yeah, he would have been hit.
No, because he's clearing the 6 and the 7, leaving the 4-point mate. If he plays it right. Oh, yeah. Because he can't bear off.
Yeah.
So it was the 7 that didn't work. So he would have survived. That's the kind of thing. I think that was just an oversight. Bill is a strong player, but when I'm playing in my local club, people talk about, oh, why do you win so much? You're better than the players, but you're not that much better. That's what I tell them is it's like late game shots that they just don't have to leave, and they leave, and it's just so much equity. And that's why I feel like Frank Talbot, for example, crushes the Flint Club, is he just gets these weird opportunities that he just shouldn't get. That even though the person he's playing is only a little bit worse, the way they're worse is they're leaving these ridiculous game-winning shots at the end, or something like this. And I'd love to evaluate it one day, but it would take a supercomputer to kind of run through where people are giving up their equity. Yeah, they certainly. I mean, even Backgammon Studio Heroes does some of it, and some of that's that people create those positions. Frank can get those guys into tough positions and just they blow up.
Well, sometimes it's table presence too. They, people sit down and they say, I mean, in your local club, I'm sure they sit down and they go, oh my God, I'm playing Frank.
Right.
And,
absolutely.
I used to play at Bill Davis's club, and Neil Kazaros was working on the trading floor. He was getting up at, 5 in the morning, because he lives way the heck out there, so he had this enormous commute. He'd have to get up really early in the morning to go downtown, and he'd be, trading for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then he'd come out to Bill's club and pay his $10 entry fee, and he'd lose the first round, and so now he's in the consolation, and to win $60, he's got to play 4 rounds. Or
he can go to bed.
Well, or he could go to bed, but he'd be sitting there and he'd be playing like Norma Shire, who was about 75 years old and, couldn't barely play an opening 3-1. And, but if she was a regular there. But Neil, I'd look over and he'd be sitting there and he'd have his cup and he'd be like, whoa, and he'd be shaking, so hard that the table would practically be vibrating, boom, and he'd roll. And, he looked like, the match was life or death. Had to be intimidating.
That's funny. So when I get in those spots now in local club tournaments, I so often leave because I'm just like, I don't want to play 7 matches and win $30. I just don't want to do it.
Okay, meantime, it looks like Al is off to another really good start, and
this is
I don't know where they put the cube, but it doesn't look like it's been turned. But
it was turned though, and it just got put off the board on Bill's side. Yeah, Al doubled pretty quickly. This 6-5. Are you considering making the bar? I guess you can't because Bill just has too many ways to attack you. But this is the problem when he comes out and hits with the 6. Where's the 5? It worked out this time. Now we just gotta cover some blots. We covered the most important one, I think.
And now you step up to the 23.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense to me. And then the last one, I don't know.
Move up so you leave a 4 instead of a 5.
I'm almost thinking I want to play 6-5, and
you want to try to keep the connection.
Keep the connection.
Yeah, I don't think you want to come out though and make that outside point. Not when he's got
That's
that board.
true. So when you're just coming around anyway, you might as well. Oh wow, this is still clearly Bill's still an underdog here. This is interesting can also make the ace, but the 4 is obviously better. It's just that getting hit at all is really annoying here. Obviously, the better point. I mean, I don't mean that. To me, it's not clear that it's a better play, although I suspect it is. This is just kind of wide open, and you end up just blitzed and gammoned a lot. Yeah, but not this time. So if he fans here, I'm certainly considering the cube. Lucky for us, we don't have to think about it. That's an annoying roll. So
I think he's got to go.
Yeah, is he up in the race? I guess not.
I mean, he could do this, but
yeah,
I don't like that. I think
either way, you're kind of tempting your opponent to break a point they want to hold to hit you, and then if you can come in and perform, you'll do well, and if you don't, you don't. So now this to me seems like,
yeah.
Well, it's probably. I guess I'm just making the 2. He just comes in like, a quarter less.
Well, he probably was supposed to think about doubling the roll, but
yeah, certainly. I was thinking about it, and now this is just gotta be a redouble, right? Especially when he's down the 2.
Does he think he's too good?
No, I don't think so. Those holding games, you
does
leave
he wish
shots.
he had doubled?
They about that. 5-2.
Of course, I think I would have been taking, but
it is also quite possible that these guys have re-entered for the second time, so they're a little snake bit and only seeing what could go wrong, not what could go right. Well, he didn't get hit. Let's see if he looks at the cube this time. As far as the play, are you just coming out? It's it's more shots, obviously, but if you break the mid, you're kind of giving up a lot of contact. 20, Alex at 22. There's the cube.
Yeah, it's down 23 pips.
And he's also leading 2-0, kind of pushes you towards passing, I think. That was interesting. I'm not sure. There were a lot of cube actions in there and a couple plays that I was not sure about at all.
I know Al. I met Bill, but I don't know where he's from.
I believe he's from here.
Okay.
I think he played a lot. If he's who I think he is, which I don't know the California players as well, but I've met all of them from being out here. I think he played a lot in the 70s, 80s kind of Playboy era, whatever that time frame is.
Well, that describes Al too.
Yeah, that's true. But then he kind of came back. Maybe it was 4 years ago or 5 years ago. I definitely could be confusing him with somebody else. But I think he's the guy who dated Candace at one point.
Oh.
Yeah, so I got the right guy? Yeah, way back when. You're telling us or you're telling the commentary? Okay.
Okay, so Bill Arkin showed up to our local tournament one time with his wife.
Hi, Kit.
Thank you.
So with Bill Arkin shows up to our local tournament with his wife, who found us. Candace was there. She doesn't come all the time, but she was there that time. She says, that's my ex. And I said, okay. So then she finds out that his wife is in the entertainment industry. She like does like hair and makeup for Hollywood.
Wow.
And Candace is really into that. So they started talking and they became really good friends. They took pictures together.
Great. Oh man. Oh darn, I was gonna get Kit in here. I definitely should go get some work done.
Oh, did he want to sit down? I'll switch out with you anytime you want to go.
Yeah. Why don't you jump in?
Okay.
I have a tournament coming up in 3 weeks, as you know.
Did you talk about it?
I did, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good.
And go to St. Louis next week if you're around. It's going to be a fun one.
All right, so
All right, let's see. So he's hit with a 6. He's got a 5 left. And it's probably tempting to hit a second man to cut down the number of shots. Nice. All right, what can we do here? He could hit and cover and leave 1,000,000 blots. He could hit 2. He could hit on the 3-point and make the 16-point. I guess this is probably as good as anything. Nothing looks really appealing. All right, now he should remake the 8-point.
So that's a 3-2 for red. Oh, they're asking us to get closer to the microphone.
Ah, sorry.
They also like when we read the dice. So 5-1 for Bill comes in and hits. And with the 1, I guess you could.
Yeah, it's kind of random. It's either 16, 15, or.
Yeah, that duplicates a lot of 3s. The other way, you would have left good 4s from the bar. Okay, so now 2-1. I think I make the 23-point.
Well, with 5 men back, or 7 men back, hitting can't be too bad.
This is the kind of play Al likes. Now I think I bring at least 2 down to make the 9-point. You really need to unstack that.
Sure, and then just go to the 11 after that.
11, or I might even consider coming out. Don't think you need another 13 to 9.
No, I would not do that. And I don't think I would hit here on the deuce either. Coming out maybe he isn't so bad because his midpoint is stripped.
Yeah, you want him to break the midpoint. If he breaks the 18 or the 20, at least he has the other one left. 2-1, good, hit and cover. 4-3. I think you could do the same thing. In and come out. When you're burying it, every single blue point is stripped. So if he hits, he will have to sacrifice something, right?
Yeah, that and you know, I don't think coming down to the 10 point at this point, it forces him to break one of the advanced anchors, but he probably doesn't mind getting off one of them.
Okay, so that's a no-hitter.
That seems like the only part of the play that's obvious to me. I guess I stack up like this, but
we're having a number of people help with the transcription, so thank you. Roberto Litzenberger is helping. John Georgiou is helping. Lots of nice friends. Thank you very much.
I think he's thinking about coming out again, and that's probably right.
Richard Subi doesn't like the red and green checkers. They're actually blue. They're turquoise. I'll be right back.
2-5 hits outside. I think that I would not hit him and make the 12 point here. Oh, he can't hit, but he can make his 4 point. However, he probably wants to just come out at this point from the 23 so that he has a spare man. So I would play 23 and 23 to 18 and then 4. Okay, not too many choices.
Richard's struggling with the lack of contrast between the checker colors.
All right, with the double sixes, I would he could make his deuce point.
Yeah. And you bring 2 down?
And then bring 2 down like that. His other choice would be to bring in the men from the 12 point. But I think this is probably right.
Double 4 blocked. The hit is blocked, but you can play 18 to 10, for example. Maybe make a 3 point. 6-4. So we do have other checkers that are blue, but they were a little harder to see on the stream. Any event,
So the 6
6-4.
is forced because he's got to come into the 12 from the 12 point, and I guess he just safeties the blot.
Safety the
What
blot.
else are you gonna do?
Oh, yeah. 4-2. Just cover. 2-1. Big stack. Okay, so now double 2s, 4s, and 6s. Even numbers are blocked. 5-3. Okay. Can you not hear the commentary? Or are you're talking about hearing the players? 5-1 for Al.
Slot his bar.
Yeah, I would have slotted the bar. 2-1, okay. He's just like tiptoeing his way in. Double 4 again.
Okay, so he'll slot his 2 and bring a builder in, but now he's about 1 roll from being out of time.
But if he keeps rolling all these doubles, he'll win in the race. 5-3, so all the way. 6-3. All right, so now does he
should be thinking about a double
he's
here.
Thinking. So 3 and 4 all the way. I think he has to come out.
Sure, he's going to run from the front.
So what about now?
Well, now he should be looking at all his numbers instead of rolling.
5-4. So you could do that, or you can play safe.
And I think you're supposed to play safe here.
With the cube in the center. I think this is one of those positions. Oh, there you go. You adjusted your screen. That's how we do it. You don't even need the glasses anymore. Very good. So he played safe. So now is he going to double? 5-3.
Nice roll.
Okay. Now he lost his market, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay, passed. So let me know if you guys can hear me in the chat. Oh, Bob Zavrol is in the chat. He says, "Please tell a story, Jake." He didn't use the word "please."
All right, Bob. Once upon a time.
He knows, Jake. You have a lot of great stories.
Yeah, we were telling a few earlier.
Okay, maybe, yeah. All right, 3-1, very good. So Mochy gave a seminar on the second rolls. You were there, right, Jake?
Yes, and that 3-1 was perfectly played.
The 3-1 was perfectly played. Now, if one player starts with a 5-2 splitting, and then the other player plays a 4-2 making the 4-point, and then you have a 4-2 to play, it's actually correct to make the 20-point rather than the 4-point, even though you can unstack, because your anchor is ahead of that blocking point. So Michi calls that a Kirin point. So back to the action.
5-1 is
5-1.
Kind of a hideous roll.
Play 13-8 and 6-5. If you were really desperate, I don't think I would play the slotting the 5 and the 4, but I think I'd play 13-8, 6-5. It's kind of anti-thematic to, okay, he's looking at the hit. It's anti-thematic to strip your midpoint when you have multiple checkers back. However, in this case, he has an anchor, so it's not quite as damaging to the structure. 5-4, so come in with the 4. I think I come in with the 4 and then come down, because you're not...
Gives you a builder for your 4-point.
It gives you a builder for your 4-point. Furthermore, you're not on the next point that the opponent wants to make. Yeah. 3-2, pick and pass. 6-4. So there's the 4 in and out. 6-5 does not hit. Yep, slotting a point, unstacking the 8 point. 3-2. So just make the 10 point. And now we got to count the race. But with 6 checkers on the midpoint, I mean, excuse me, 5 checkers on the midpoint, you don't double. Really, you need a threat of clearing the midpoint, and you can clear with a double. But when you have 5 checkers, you cannot. So he's just building his board. 5-4, so the 5 down and then the 4 behind. How do you play that, Jake?
The way the race is really pretty close, so he's still pretty far from a double.
Right. That makes the 5 point. 2-1. I think I really like, that. You put builders on every point. That's a third checker on the point. That increases your flexibility, so you can move the checker without breaking the point. Now the 2-1. Okay. Double 2. Okay, so here's where you have to count the race, right?
Yes, indeed. All right, so
that's 93. 123 for red.
Yeah, so 115 after the play.
No, that's not legal.
Oh God!
Oh, he must have seen the 3-2.
Kill my eyes.
Okay, you can make the point. Okay. Well, now that you have the 3 point, the 4 point, that's it's a much stronger position. 6-2. If he covers the 2 point, he'll have to either leave a blot on the midpoint or play 5-3, which kind of buries a checker. A lot of the novice players don't think about this. Like, playing 5-3 is really bad, because then what are you going to do with that checker? It's effectively out of play. Okay, so now he's doubling.
Yeah, and it's a scoop take.
110 for red. It's close, very close. Okay, so now making the 9 point actually helps him to his position. Usually, when you're ahead in the race, you don't want to make up the 0.6 away from the anchor because you're blocking yourself in. But with a close race, this actually blocks Al's double 6s.
I don't know why he didn't slot there. I would have slotted.
Yep, could have considered it. There's his full prime. Double 5. Okay, so that's completely forced. Gonna crack the board, but it does kill the 5s and the 6s. So that's gonna slow down Al. 6-4. I think you make the 2 point and come to the 6. Oh, maybe you didn't see it. See, this is too front loaded a position, and you don't make the point. Okay, 2-1. Preserving a 4. In case he rolls a 6-4, 5-4. Well, now 5-4 for Bill. Now the 6-4 would pop out. 6-2, so the 6 is forced. Now Bill's looking to attack. 6-4, okay. Now the race is very close, isn't it, Jake?
Oh yeah, he's got 6-5.
Let's see how he plays it. Okay, that's an extra checker on the 4 point. Uses 2 hands like his mama taught him. Double 1. So, for those that play like higher levels, they say use 1 hand when you're playing so you don't confuse anybody. Five, 3. Bears off 2 checkers. Saves the gammon. 6-1. Keep them spread out. 3-1. There you go. 4 off. I believe there's 5 checkers on the 4 point. 5-3. Let's just come in with both. Get the 2 crossovers. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, I would come in with both here.
Looks like 48-41. In blue's favor, but there's the wastage. You're familiar with wastage, Jake. What is it for the novice viewers that are watching?
Well, it's the fact that your pips aren't getting full value. All those men on the ace point, really the ace and deuce, you can treat. He's got 8 men there, so you could treat that instead of as 10 pips. You could treat that as the equivalent of 28 pips.
That's a lot of pips.
Yeah.
See, that doesn't hurt him quite as much as it would have otherwise.
Yeah, he's not crazy about getting that 2. That
right. $6-1 for Al.
Yeah, no, he needs to see Bill rolling aces and deuces.
Double 2.
Like that.
I feel like it takes a professional to bear off checkers into the tray like Al does.
Did I make a mistake? No.
So
I'm
he's
just
looking.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Counting.
8 checkers left to 5. 5-3. Four, 3. Another 2 more off. 2-1. Okay.
I was probably going to need double 4s or better.
Well, now.
Oh no.
3.
This gets interesting.
And 1.
Right.
So now can you redouble? Oh, he doesn't even.
No, he's got a. Okay, well, I don't think it was a redouble, but it was.
Because he's very likely to miss here. Not like that. But it was worth looking at for a moment. Oh.
More chat? You found something?
Let me see. Oh, I'm offline.
If anybody is advanced that would like to get a buyback, we have a player waiting for 1 buyback. If you'd like to have it, you're at the advance. Come down now because we have started it. Thank you.
Let me go see. They might want to play now.
Who's that? What's that?
Mochy and Bill Phipps in the Super Jackpot final. I'll let you carry on. I'll be right back.
Okay. The Super Jackpot final is already?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why didn't he hit on the bar? I don't understand that play. Maybe he just didn't see that he could. Somehow. All right, he doesn't want to break the midpoint with the 6. So he can cover with the 1. Oh. He's probably looking at hitting on the 2, but I think I would probably just come down. I mean, he's leaving a triple shot anyway and stripping a point, so. Okay, good double by Al, and It's kind of a tough take. I would take, but and I probably would have been thinking about covering. Wow. Does he not see the hit? Oh, there he is. Yeah, all right. That's a little better. Oh, this is a great shot. Hits and covers. And he didn't see the hit. Yeah, I'm wondering if these two are getting tired. Bill certainly has been missing a lot of moves there. That's correct, hit outside. This is not as good as it looks. He could hit loose on the deuce. I guess this is okay. I would have looked at hitting loose on the deuce point there. That was the problem with slotting the deuce point last time, is that you can do this, but then what? Yeah, this looks pretty clear. His, he could make the 11 point, but then he'd have to stay back on the 23, so he had to do this. I would just run all the way around, I think. He is down in the race, but making the 11 point would help contain Al's back checkers. I mean, certainly he can make the 3 point here. Maybe that's right. All right, I changed my mind. I don't make the 11, I just make the 3 point.
So, Jake, we have a little bit of an update here. Looks like 5-2 to 11, so that's 6 away, 8 away, 6 away, 9 away, holding a 2 cube. So this will not be done probably within the next 15 to 30 minutes or so. However, Mochy and Bill Phipps are playing in the Super Jackpot Final. That's usually held on Sunday. However, they would like to play it now. Mochy will have a match to play at 7:30. So Patrick said the latest they could start that would be at 5:30, which still is a little about an hour and 15 minutes. But Mochy prefers to start now because he wants to have a chance to get some dinner. So what the plan is we want to have Mochy's matches streamed. What he will do is stream it on his channel, but there will be no commentary. We'll be here for the commentary. But he will come in a moment to announce that, and we'll set the link so the viewers can enjoy that. I know the viewers enjoy that.
Yeah. Well, I wish I could stay and see that.
Oh yeah,
but
you
I'm
have
gonna
to go
leave
soon.
pretty soon.
You have to go soon. Okay. So let me open a link to Mochy's channel. Okay, so
I think Al is actually up 5 pips here. So running is forced. Minimizes the shots. He's up 2 pips, but of course his race is oh. And now he's going to be doubled out. Al's down 8 pips. He's got wasted checkers. He's down 2 checkers. Everything is working against him here except the fact that he's down in the match. But I just don't think he can take this.
Yeah, even though it's a 4 cube.
Yeah, even though it's a 4 cube.
Is it 10 pips?
It's 54 and
62.
62 is 8 pips.
8 pips.
8 pips, but you know, he's got the
3
wasted
crossovers.
checkers low down, 3 crossovers, 2 extra checkers off.
Yeah, it's huge. Yeah. So now Bill Arkin is 4 away. Okay.
Yeah.
Hang tight. I'll get Mochy to come in and just say hello. Oh, do you have to leave?
Pretty quick, couple of minutes.
Okay. So if you have to go, go. Thank you to Jake Jacobs.
Yeah, I guess I may as well make a pit stop on the way before
Okay.
I call my Uber.
Thank you. So we'll see you
I'll see you
maybe on
tomorrow.
Sunday. You've got all sorts of events.
Right. Tomorrow I don't have to leave until after the awards dinner. So I'll be running a little late for the party, but
very good.
I'm staying
Very
for
good.
the awards dinner, so I'll be here all day tomorrow.
Very good. Enjoy. I'll be right back.
Seven three.
Yes.
All right. when he comes, you can sit first. It's my pleasure now to have a distinguished guest. Mochy, welcome.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good to see you again. Yeah, thank
Good. So please speak into the microphone.
thank you.
Okay, so I just announced it in the live chat. So Mochy has a Super Jackpot final to be played against Bill Phipps. It's a 13-point match. Good luck. Bill Phipps is a very good player. You played with him over the weekend.
Oh yeah, I played him like 4 times, 3 times in Mochy Million and once in the tournament, and this is the 5th time actually.
Oh, wow, he's a good player.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, everyone was saying they enjoyed the seminar this morning, so thank you for that.
Oh, thank you.
So what we were talking about is normally we play the Super Jackpot on Sunday. However, you and Bill would like to play it now, and that's fine as long as you're done at 7:30, which you will be. So we were talking about either waiting for this current match to finish, and it looks like it may not finish. So Mochy is going to stream it on his own YouTube channel. I put a link there. It's youtube.com/@BGMochy. So that will not have a commentary, right?
No, there is a commentary too.
Oh, Hossein will be doing
Hossein,
it?
yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So Hossein Paknahad from, well, he lives in Istanbul, but originally from Shiraz.
Yeah, of course, he is Iranian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's very popular in Iran and in Turkey and the Middle East.
Yeah.
But, you know, when I grew up, and I think Hossein also, we didn't use the doubling cube. It's different. So, wishing you good luck.
Thank you.
Any thoughts about the match with Bill?
Well, he's definitely a Grandmaster Rebel, so I have no need to do any adjustment due to the, playing Rebel.
Right.
So I just do, whatever the best play according to Extreme Gammon, most of the situation. So this will be just a showcase of the, good backgammon, I guess, I hope. And I should be careful about my time management. I didn't want to, go down to 1.5 seconds.
We were talking about that.
And yeah, stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, we were watching your match against Karen Davis. That was an outstanding match, and she's a wonderful person. You know her, right?
Yeah.
She's done so much for backgammon and women in backgammon, and it was a really enjoyable match to watch. So, thank you for doing that. One of the things I was talking about with Karen is she has this whole women's world of backgammon. They're trying to get more women to play.
Yeah.
And we're trying to get more youth to play. Do you have any ideas on how to get more women and youth to play backgammon?
I think it's better to make a tournament just for youth, not trying to include youth in the existing tournament, because look at this tournament, there are like no teenager, no 20, like very small. So if they come to this tournament, they will be like, oh my god, this is not my place. You know what I mean? Like so many, adults. So we should create a small group of people just for the youth tournament, just for youth players. I think that's better. Let's let the ball going among the youth players. That's gonna be more fun for them as well.
You did something like that in Japan, right?
Yeah.
And did you see the one that Daniel Sorensen did in Denmark?
Oh, that's incredible. Yeah.
He had like 500 students.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I did an interview with him, and maybe we had talked about this. Maybe doing a video too, like making some videos to teach the children, like designed for children, and to try to get them to play, and maybe play on YouTube or on Zoom and things like that.
Right.
Hopefully we can get that going.
Sure.
Okay. Any other comments to the viewers before we get your match started?
I don't know, it's proper things to say here, but I'm very, very concerned the situation in Iran society, and it's just sad to see, the world is still going on like this. And I'm not gonna, say who is to be blamed or whatever. That's a very sad situation because, you are from Iran and Hossein's from Iran, and I hope the backgammon unites the world together, but still we are so powerless.
Yeah, everyone prays for peace.
Yeah.
I think you were telling me, we were talking about it one time, Falafel had a tournament between the Israelis and the Palestinians.
Yeah. I
Well,
was there.
Oh, you were there?
In Jerusalem, yes.
Can you tell the viewers about it briefly?
Oh yeah, it was years ago, maybe like 2017. I don't remember the exact year, but so Jews and Arabs played the backgammon tournament together. There are like at least 500 people.
Wow.
In single tournament. And I believe like 75% is Israeli and 25% is Arabs. You know, Arabs and Jews that play together. And it was huge event with food, with live music, and media place. And at that point, we still had some hope that Jew and Arabs live together.
Yeah.
But as it turned out, it's like very difficult for now. So
very
it's
difficult.
Also sad.
Yeah. Well, good luck. We're hoping for peace for everyone.
Yeah.
Good luck in your match. Maybe we'll say hello to Bill Phipps before you start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Bill. Yeah. So
Thank
it's
you.
your turn now.
Good luck. So they will start their match. Bill, do you want to sit down for just a moment? I'll just ask you a few questions. So this is the other finalist, Bill Phipps. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We were just talking, you and Mochy played several matches this past week.
I think this is the fourth time.
Fourth or fifth, and obviously he's a strong opponent, but you're also a strong opponent. A lot of people maybe don't know about you. You kind of took a little break from backgammon and came back. Is that what happened?
So Chicago was my first tournament, I think, in 5 or 6 years.
Okay.
Yeah, I just focused on work, but I just retired, and now I need things to do, and I'm back.
What kind of work did you do before you retired?
I worked at a hedge fund in New York. I'm an option
Okay,
trader.
great. So now you're retired and you can play.
Yeah.
I need to retire.
So I came to LA for this tournament. I got paired with Bob Wachtel, David Wells, Mochy, MCG in the tournament before. Then I came here and got paired with Mochy.
Wow.
So those are my first 5, and now I'm playing Mochy again.
Yeah, we streamed
right.
that
So
match.
it's quite
So
a treat.
we were talking about the possibility of streaming it here, but it looks like they're not going to be done. So we announced it on the stream, on the chat, so people can go view that. Hossein will be commentating. Any thoughts about the match? I mean, you're used to playing the top players.
Wish me luck. I mean, no thoughts.
Wish you good luck.
I'm
and
an
hopefully
underdog,
it'll be
but I got a shot.
Good match.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments to the viewers?
No.
Good luck.
All right,
Thank you very much.
Thanks for doing these streams.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for coming. All right, so Jake Jacobs had to go. So I'll continue the commentary. Let me just go change the name of the commentator, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back for the commentary. Some of you may have seen these coffee mugs that we have. I've designed them. They say Los Angeles Backgammon. on them. We have them for sale here for $20, and my book is available too. Backgammon Backgame Strategies. I have it here, and you can get it on Amazon. Just look that up. So now it's a 4 cube, and it was passed. So should be 9-3, 2 away, 9 away. Okay, so some people have asked me about the book. I decided to, you know, people kept telling me I should write a book because they enjoy like the comments I would make on social media explaining the positions and things like that. And I decided on the topic of back games because there's never really been anything written about it. Mochy did write a chapter on it. It's an outstanding chapter in Backgammon Masterclass, and he actually signed my book. But it wasn't as thorough, so like I put a lot of details in there, lots of doubling decisions, lots of rollouts, like 500 positions or more. Yes, Simon Snyder, Murderer's Row, that's right. So that's available on Amazon. So now Bill Arkin is a decisive favorite at this score. So when you are trailing and your opponent is 2 away, you can usually be more aggressive with the cube. The reason is, if you're 2 away, having 9 points in an 11-point match, and you own a 2 cube, you may not redouble it because 2 points would win the match. Now, the value of owning the cube is actually very high because in a money game or an unlimited game, if you own a 2 cube, should you turn around the game later, you may redouble it to 4 and win 4 points, or maybe even 8 points on a gammon, or hold the cube and win 4 points on a gammon holding the cube. But you cannot do that, so you lose the value of cube ownership. Oh yeah, Simon, that's a good question. I don't think so, because it would be too difficult to move the whole setup. But he will have it on his channel. There's a link there, and I'm just happy to have people enjoy the matches, whether it's on the USBGF channel or Backgammon Mochy channel. One of my goals is to promote backgammon, and however we do it is fine. We did have the pleasure of watching Mochy play on our channel this morning against Karen Davis, legend of backgammon, and yesterday it was an outstanding match against Matt Cohn-Geier, another Grandmaster, and then he also played Alex Toth, another outstanding player out of Seattle. So now 4-1, so hit, and you continue. Love to play tournaments. Is there a place to be in the online space? Yeah, so are you out of the country? Panic New? The USBGF has online tournaments. So if you go to the USBGF website, you'll be able to find that. It's just usbgf.org. There are a lot of tournaments. The USBGF has tournaments all over the country, sanctioned by the ABT. Yeah, a lot of logistics, but... Oh, you're Romania, okay. So, there are a lot of people from Romania. Is Costin from Romania? I don't remember. Anyway, they're online, you can play, you can find these apps, go to Backgammon Galaxy or Backgammon Studios Heroes. So now, he's going for the undoubled gammon to win the match. So in a tournament or in a match, there is no Jacoby rule. The Jacoby rule is named after Oswald Jacoby, who wrote the Backgammon book with John Crawford, and it's used in money games or unlimited play. So a lot of the viewers that watch these streams are not quite as familiar with money play because it's mostly matches. But in money play, they usually use the Jacoby rule, which states that you may not win a gammon or backgammon unless the cube has been turned. Double one's going to make the 5 point, so you double a little bit faster. No need to safety that. 5-3. So it might end up it might end very quickly. If so what do you guys prefer? I don't think I'll be able to find another match before the dinner break. Hey David. David, can you take a quick peek to see if Bill, Phipps, and Mochy have started a match? Do you know where they're... So, can you tell them this match is almost over, please?
Okay. I don't know who.
Mochy? Yeah, can you tell them that... look at this. It's a 2 away, 9 away. Yeah. It's very possible. So, we may be able to do it. So, maybe if they wait like 2 to 5 minutes. And if he does not win, 3-2 is a great roll. All right. Not necessarily rooting for Bill, just rooting for the match to be over so we can get another one in. 6-4, so here you clear. Okay, very good. (3-1). So I think I clear the 6 point. Just trying to. Okay, so now this risks a 6-2 immediate shot. The other way it was double 4s, 5s, or 6s, but you clear a point. So now again, I would not do that. Yes, this is what I would do. Yeah, exactly. They did? Okay, so they've already started, no problem. Okay. Okay, so now 6-5, 6-4, 5-4 will leave a shot. 4-2 for Al. 5-1, so there's no more time for buybacks because 4:30 is the latest, right? 6-2, come out, and probably just continue. Double 3, so that's virtually Jin. He's going to need a lot of doubles. There's one of them. So for the newer players, we have a lot of new players that don't play, that are learning the game. So Bill is playing the red checkers. He's trying to win a gammon. A gammon is when you win double the stakes. So right now with the cube in the center, the game is worth 1 point, but if you win a gammon, it's 2 points. And a gammon is when you bear off all of your checkers before the opponent bears off a single checker. So that will get you 2 points, and that's perfect for Bill because he needs only 2 points to win the match. The match is to 11 points, and he has 9. So 4-1, he's going to bear off. And what's like 3 rolls? I think that's Jin. 3 is going to get a crossover. So you need 6, 8, 9 crossovers. It's Jin. Right? Yeah. Okay. So that looks like it.
Very good.
Congratulations to Bill.
I'm always lucky when
I'll be back shortly. We'll see what we can get for you next.
Somebody has to. Okay. Very good. So back to the next match.
So you're living in Vegas now?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. You know, I met you one time way back. I was in New York, I think, with Chuck Fazian.
Oh, Chuck Fazian.
Yeah, because he was a friend of yours from
Yeah,
your early Mayfair days,
Oh,
right?
yes.
Yeah, I love that.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, well, we're old guys.
That's right.
But I love that guy. He was so fun. He was really, and a great player. I thought he was the best instinctive player
he played
of
quite
his
well,
time.
that's true.
Yeah. I remember how Paul, because I stayed with Paul sometimes when I was in New York, how early on I saw how he would just say, "What do you think here, Chuck?" And the way he said it, I said, "Okay, there's respect."
They knew that Chuck was a special player, so
Yeah.
you know.
And you know, because I played doubles with him sometimes back in the San Francisco days. And, half the time he couldn't really tell you why he thought that was just the play we were going to make. You know, he was just such an instinctive player. It just came out of his subconscious from all of those endless times that he had played, right?
Yeah, well, he was a competitor, I can tell you that.
Yeah, for sure.
But there were, at that time, there were many really good players. You're talking about 70s, late 70s.
Yeah, Mike Sankowitz.
Yeah, Mike Sankowitz, but also, no, it's a New York crowd, but there were some good people here in L.A.
Yeah,
some
like
people
Billy Eisenberg.
Yeah. And then you had some people in Dallas, that area. And of course you have Chicago, Nick and Nack.
Right.
So you have so many, and then, you know, this backgammon sort of disappeared. And people started playing
Poker, of course.
Yeah.
Make a lot of money.
Make a lot of money.
Are you a poker player yourself?
No, I don't. I don't want.
Thank you for joining us.
No, well, I'm still married. So it's you would have to be absent all the time, you know.
Yeah.
And you have to play if you're going to be good at almost anything. You have to put all yourself into it.
Yeah.
You cannot just play occasionally, you know.
Right.
Either be the best or try to be the best, or just might as well.
But that period when you were like a heavy Mayfair player,
yes,
New York.
Oh,
it
yeah,
was New York and San Francisco, I think,
Yes.
that had the best players.
San Francisco.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
Chicago.
we had Kyle. And,
Oh yeah, Kyle. Yeah, of course.
And Mac hadn't come in.
Yeah,
I was playing at the Gambit, like I think the second time Mac came in, and here was this little weird kid. And
Nick and Nack.
Yeah, who would know that he would be, such a great player when he first came in? But I recognized really fast. To me, he was like, I knew I went to Berkeley before I lived in Marin.
Yes, bugging me. I don't know if I can. You know what? I'm always bugging me. I'm gonna hold those things in your pocket.
Yeah. Please sit in this chair.
This is my last day. Oh, so yeah.
And
This chair, I'm sitting here?
please here. And just please project your voice into the microphone. All right. Alex.
Alex, I thought it was it. Yeah, I just played an Alex. There's another Alex.
Do you need help?
Nah. No, it's the other way.
The other way.
All right.
All right. So, people.
Hello, USBGF.
Hello to all the viewers. The camera's there,
Yeah,
but
got
we
it.
can see it there. It's my pleasure to have my guest, Ed Rosenblum. Welcome.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you for
Appreciate it.
coming. So, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. So, you currently live in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Albuquerque, yeah.
Where are you from originally?
The Bronx, New York.
Oh.
I should have had my Bronx shirt.
Okay. So I did a year of internship at the University of New Mexico, and I was in Albuquerque from 2008 and 2009. It was really beautiful. I lived in the Sandia Heights. I remember I would see the balloon fiesta. The views are amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So tell us a little bit, how did you end up in Albuquerque, of all places, starting from the Bronx?
Oh my goodness, this is going to take all day. Starting from the Bronx. Well, I went through school. After graduate school, I moved out to California, lived there for a while, and
which part of California?
Northern California, Marin County.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, I lived in Tiburon, and I loved it. It was beautiful for 10 years there. And then went to look for a home, and the prices, as you know, in Marin County, anywhere in California, are outrageous. And my wife said, "Hey, I did a book and actually at the time it was Santa Fe. I moved to Santa Fe initially, and I loved it there. Well, let's take a look." And we found a wonderful home in Santa Fe, and we lived there for many years. And
I've been to Santa Fe. I went to the Georgiou O'Keeffe Museum there.
Yeah, it's great.
It's beautiful. It's really nice. I love the green chili and everything.
Yeah, it's
so.
wonderful.
Are you retired now?
Oh, I've been retired for many years.
What kind of work did you do before you retired?
I was a computer scientist and I was a psychologist, and I worked at Bell Labs for many years, testing people on user interfaces and building and designing user interfaces.
And that's great. A lot of people are familiar with your book, Conquering Backgammon, which I own. I've read it. It's an outstanding book. So
Thank you.
Tell us, how did you first get into backgammon?
Oh, it was about 50 years ago. My friend Elliot and I spent a lot of time playing. He taught me backgammon. My first board was bought from Radio Shack, which is not even in existence anymore, I don't believe. And we would sit there listening to the Beatles and playing backgammon for days and days. And then I found out about tournaments. I started playing up in Fair Lawn, New Jersey. There was a New Jersey tournament. It was really good. And I enjoyed it a lot, and continued to play for many, many years. And then eventually, I'll skip ahead to all the stuff in between. When I got to New Mexico, I started teaching backgammon to a number of people. I formed a club. We started playing a lot. And I was I'm leading into the book. So I was collecting.
Well, what year did you start the club? Because I was there in 2008 and 2009.
The one in Santa Fe was about 2008. I ran the New Mexico State Championship in 2010 and 2011.
Oh, okay.
And the book was shortly after that.
Okay.
I started teaching. I had classes. I'd have 16 people in a class, and I'd say, "Oh, I need handouts," So I'd start developing these handouts, and the handouts led to the Expert's Guide to Backgammon, which is also available on Amazon. With the help of Phil Simborg, actually, in constructing that. And it's a 6-page fold-out, and that really helps you with basic things of bear-off strategies. It helps you, using key count and so forth. And then I continued teaching, and I collected a lot of information. And I said, you know what, I should put this all together in a book. So I sat around for, I don't know, probably a couple of months, sorting out all the problems I had. And I was obsessive about everything. So categorizing problems, categorizing everything.
That's a great system,
Yeah, that's the only way you could do it. And I said, all right, these are the chapters in the book. And I was able to put all the problems together. And I, started pasting it all together, and came up with ideas, seeing patterns. Like one thing I talk about, for instance, are distraction plays. And I heard Mochy talking about it today. He didn't call them distraction plays, but when you see, for instance, your opponent's builders are ready to make the 5-point, and you have the opportunity to hit or make another play, always hit, because you don't want to allow them to make that 5-point.
Right.
And I call those distraction plays. You're hitting on the 1-point, the 2-point, wherever it is, just to distract and
tempo.
They call them tempo, but I like distraction.
It's both. It's both.
So that was the derivation of the book, and I put out a second copy because the first copy had some edits in it that were a problem. I fixed them up, and it's still selling. It's been out there since 2015. This version.
Wow, that's fantastic. It's a great book, basically for anyone.
Yeah,
like a new player can just pick it up and read it.
Yeah, it has 2 sections. The first section is for pretty much a beginner, or someone's coming back to the game, hadn't played in many years. It reviews the rules and so forth. It teaches you about anchors and teaches you about all the basics, builders. And then the second section gets much more involved with XG readouts and so forth, where you can advance your game a lot. So it's good.
It's a lot of work writing a book. What made you decide to actually write a book rather than just study by yourself?
Basically, I had the time to do it, and I just had all this information. I had to figure out what to do with it. I wanted to, provide it. It really, initially, the book was not really thought. I just wanted to put stuff in piles and understand. And then eventually I said, it should be a book, and I decided to go that way.
Pete and Ryan Jarvis in the chat say it's an excellent book.
Thank you, Pete.
Thank
you,
you.
Ryan.
Thank you very much. So, do you play a lot of backgammon nowadays? Tournaments, money games? What are you doing?
I played a lot for a while. COVID struck, and I stopped playing in tournaments for a while. And I don't play a lot online. And I'm starting to go again and play again just recently. I'm enjoying it. The club we have in Albuquerque, we've had for 11 years. We play every Wednesday night. And I don't think we've missed more than 2 or 3 Wednesday nights in 11 years. And it's expanding. And if anyone wants information about, what to do to develop a club that will continue to grow, let me know, because I've learned by making so many mistakes, I've learned how to make a club stay.
So just because I lived in Albuquerque, which part of town are you playing?
Well, we've moved around. So we were downtown for a while on Silver, and now we're playing up by Wyoming and Paseo del Norte. Is
okay,
Flying Star.
That's close to where I lived, and I would go to the what's the casino, the Sandia Casino, which is not far from there.
Right.
I would imagine they would allow backgammon tournaments there or something like that.
They might. We played by playing at Flying Star. They don't charge us for the place. Everyone can get their meals anytime they want.
It's a restaurant.
It's a restaurant, and it's a chain actually. About 5 restaurants in Albuquerque.
Yeah.
And I've met the owners, and I brought them about $150,000 worth of business by playing every week.
Oh,
so
that's great.
They're very happy to have us. We're very happy to have them. So.
You have to. We have the same sort of thing. It's like the agreement we have is they allow us to play, and we bring in the guests, and everyone's required to eat a meal, and it's good. It's good for both, but you have to make sure there are no issues.
Generally, we haven't had any big issues, I guess, in all these years. I don't know why. We've been very lucky and very fortunate.
The people, one of the things I learned when I lived in Albuquerque is like people there are very nice.
Yeah.
I lived in Tennessee for 8 years, and there in the South, people are also very nice. I guess it's just like when you get to the coast, like one side or the other. It's like you come here. So that's fantastic. A lot of people are trying to grow backgammon. So Pete Jarvis from the chat asks, Ed, with all of your experience knowing backgammon history and what is going on now, where do you see it going? Yeah, where do you see the future of backgammon?
Well, I'm seeing international fervor for backgammon, much more, in fact, than even in the United States. The Scandinavians and Japanese and the Europeans are just really enjoying it. So I love the international flavor. I've seen backgammon move a lot online, and where is it going to go? To me, backgammon is like life. You can play and plan and do everything perfectly, and a few bad rolls and it's all over. So I don't know where backgammon is going, but I would love more people find some way to. It's such a wonderful game. I've been playing for over 50 years, and I would love more people to just understand it. They don't know about it. When we're playing in at Flying Star, people go, "What is that game? What are you doing?"
Yeah,
they
it's
just don't know.
promotional.
So
It's an advertisement.
I don't know where it's going, but I know that we don't get enough exposure. In the early days, in the heydays, we had all the stars, the Lucille Ball,
Right.
all those stars were pushing it, and then that sort of faded away. We got to get more people interested in it that have exposure. And on social media, we got to get it out there. Well-known, rock and roll stars, whatever.
Absolutely. So Pete Jarvis, I don't know if you know who he is. He's from the North Jersey Backgammon Club. He recently started within the last year or so, a group in obviously northern New Jersey, and he's right there. He said he'll contact you about how to grow a club.
Absolutely. Let me know. I have all the materials, and I can supply them, all the spreadsheets and the newsletter we put out. We also put out a newsletter every week, keeping people posted. And then there was a big discussion about whether we have rankings and so forth. Turns out it works out very well, and I developed what I think is pretty cool technique to keep the weaker players in. It's called an improvement measure. So every 3 months we give a gift certificate out for the most improved player. So we track your record, but it's your improvement record. So obviously the weaker players have more opportunity to improve.
Right.
So they stay with the club because they see themselves, wow, I had a 23% improvement over the last quarter. Now, for the really good players who are playing way up there, they don't have an opportunity for that. So we have something for them also. But it keeps the interest level higher. We were having 6 to 8 people a week for a number of years, and now we're up to 14, 15 people a week. So that's pretty good for a local club that plays every week.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much for all of your efforts.
Thank you.
So here in Los Angeles, you're playing in the tournament. How are you enjoying your experience thus far?
I'm enjoying it a lot because I'm alive in 2 events. So
that's great. You've been here before.
Yes.
So it's not too far from Albuquerque.
Yeah.
I guess when I was in Albuquerque, I guess you didn't have your group, but I was there for like 1 year in training, and there was a tournament in Denver that I went to that was organized by Linda Clay at the time. So I went there for a weekend, and that was a lot of fun.
What year was that?
It must have been between either 2008 or 2009.
Yeah.
Because I was there from about July 2008 till June 2009.
Yeah, 2008 I remember very well. I came in second. That was the first tournament I ever played in. And,
oh, really?
Yeah, and I went. I said, I'm a kid from the Bronx, so I was a big shot. So I said, I'll play in the Open, and I'm playing against the best players in the country. I didn't know how bad I was at the time, so I just kept winning. And I met Larry Taylor, who beat me in one of the early rounds. And then on the second chance, there was Larry Taylor again, who in the final beat me again.
yeah.
But,
very good. So we've been doing the stream on the Legacy board. Did you get a chance to see the Legacy board?
No.
It's beautiful. Bill Shea, he's in North Carolina, and he designs the boards. He makes the boards. He calls them Legacy boards because he has 4 sons, and he made a board for each of his sons.
Wow.
That's a great way to pass it on from generation to generation. Do you have any children or grandchildren that play?
Yes. In fact, my son and my grandson will be here tomorrow playing in the intermediates.
Oh, where do they live?
Both of them in California.
Oh, really? So not too far?
Not too far.
So that's going to be great for Father's Day weekend.
Yeah.
You'll be able to see them.
That's right. Oh, it is Father's Day weekend.
I forgot about that.
I forgot.
Yeah.
So it's going to be fun. They were here last in December also, so it was fun.
Yeah, I was telling some people, this is a great game, and we were talking about everything that's going on in the world. Lots of bad things. People are having trouble everywhere, and we get to play a game, so we should be thankful.
We are thankful.
Yeah. Well, very good. It's been such a pleasure speaking with you.
It's a pleasure. Thank
Best
you for
of
the
luck.
opportunity.
Yeah. Any final comments before we conclude?
Make the 5 point. Always.
Make the 5 point.
We got to get shirts say it. Make the 5 point.
Well, they have. Did you see that? This is a shirt. It's like a backgammon board with coffee.
Mm-hmm. Very cool.
This is your heart monitor. And there are a lot of these new shirts now. I have a few of them. I have a lot of these hoodies with like a backgammon board.
Right. I just saw Patrick's hoodie.
Yeah, I have a similar one. Bill, he didn't report it?
Arkin one?
Yeah.
I reported he didn't report it.
He said he reported it.
That's how I made my living.
All right, Ed. Thank you very much.
Alex.
Wishing
Appreciate
you best
it.
of luck.
And thank
We're
you,
gonna
everybody.
see what we can do.
We're frozen, I think.
Oh. Well, let's see what happened. I'll figure it out. All right.
Okay. Take care, Alex.
Thank you.
Sounds
very
good.
much.
Nice interview.
Just looking at Alex' book. I haven't had a chance. I have this. The first thing I said was, the text just a little bit smaller, so they get a lot of the stuff in there. And English, why he came up with it. It's like, here.
Thank you for joining us at the 2025 Los Angeles Open. I hope you're enjoying the action. My name is Alex Eshaghian. I'm running the stream and the commentary. You can join me on my YouTube channel. Just look up Alex Backgammon, or there'll be a link at the bottom. We're playing on a beautiful Legacy Boards backgammon board exclusively on the stream, and during the breaks, we're going to be showing off some more of the Legacy boards, and I have the owner of Legacy Boards Backgammon, Bill Shea, joining me. Welcome, Bill.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks for having us.
Thank you for joining us at the 2025 Los Angeles Open. I hope you're enjoying the action. My name is Alex Eshaghian. I'm running the stream and the commentary. You can join me on my YouTube channel. Just look up Alex Backgammon, or there'll be a link at the bottom. We're playing on a beautiful Legacy Boards backgammon board exclusively on the stream, and during the breaks, we're going to be showing off some more of the Legacy boards, and I have the owner of Legacy Boards Backgammon, Bill Shea, joining me. Welcome, Bill.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks for having us, and we're thrilled to be sponsoring the LA Open this year. We're delighted to have been invited.
My pleasure. How are you doing today?
Doing great. We're full on spring, it looks like.
Yeah. So for the viewers, these are some of the most beautiful high-end luxury boards, and we're going to talk through them, but I wanted to show some pictures of some of your boards. A lot of them are on the website, but we'll start by showing the viewers some of those, and maybe you can go through and give us about like a one-sentence overview of each one.
Absolutely delighted to. Yeah, this is All Hands. It's a beautiful poplar piece with really striking playing field, blue and white, and then dark blue. It stands out. It's absolutely beautiful. Great little piece. Blush was my wife actually made Blush. Got a little bit of crocodile in there, and again playing pieces and dice and doublers that beautifully accent the leather and the playing field.
Canyon.
Canyon is a sycamore. It's a pretty unusual piece of wood, but just amazing. The wood's the star of that show. Citron is another heartfelt piece. Just really beautiful colors. It'll stand out in any room. It's a great little piece to play. Clean Slate's another one. Very sort of regal colors, burgundy set against that gray. Really nice little piece to play.
This looks almost similar to the board on the stream.
Very similar. Not quite as dark a playing field as Clean Slate. Will be a little bit lighter, but very similar. And yeah, we'll have photos. Well, you'll be able to see it during the streaming. Yes.
And Crush.
Crush is a favorite. That's a table, and just it's obviously Orange Crush for those of us that remember the beverage. The colors just told us that's what we needed to name it. A really neat piece with great natural accents to the wood. One of my favorites. We actually made that for a New York interior designer, and just a really dramatic piece of wood set on a beautiful table base. Really fun piece. We still have that piece. It's still available on the website. Envy, it does just that. It just you're going to be the envy of the tournament playing in that one. Really neat little piece. Again, we throw some croc in there that just accents really nicely. And Frank is another favorite, where when we bought this piece of wood, we didn't quite know how we'd do it, but we literally had to stitch it together due to the natural checks, they're called, but the cracks in the wood. But what would result in is just a striking, also a table, coffee table, really striking accent to any room, and neat little piece to play.
Yeah, we were talking about that on social media. It looks like almost the shape of a football or something like that. And it's, I guess it's not an ideal for one person to sit in one direction and the other to sit, but this is more of a piece of art for me.
Well, I'll take that and run it. You know, when you sit at a table like that, you actually sit above the table, so that I'm losing the word, but the irregular shape of it really doesn't affect you that much when you're playing it. No, it really doesn't. We've played it, and but what it does, to your point about, we hope somebody does see it as a piece of art, but maybe a good way to sort of introduce the stuff we do. But we really try to maintain. That's from the crotch of a tree, which you can see on the right side. That's a big growth coming off the tree, a trunk coming off the tree. And what it does to the wood is really tough to match. It just gives incredible accents and colors and just an explosion of colors. And then we were able to tie in the bow ties, which just offset everything and really, again, accentuate the natural aspects of the wood. But again, a striking playing surface, very visible, very easy to play, and really fun little piece.
Are the bow ties decorative, or do they keep the wood together?
They do a little bit of both. You can play with them from a decorative perspective, which I love to do. It's a little complex to do them, and you risk the wood doing them, but they do stabilize the wood a little bit. When we buy our wood, the wood's gone through a lot, and it's all designed to remove some of the natural flaws, some of the natural elements that a tree goes through before it's cut down. It dries it and stabilizes it, but it also, as it dries it, it produces the cracks a lot of times because the moisture comes out, the wood cracks. So we use the bow ties to stabilize it a little bit more and make sure that in a piece like this, it's not going to come apart, or continue to dry and get worse in those cracks. We try to leave it for its natural beauty, but up close and personal, it's a really fun thing to be able to add those artistic elements and stabilize the wood at the same time. So it's a little indulgent.
Very good, very good. Go on to the next one.
Gramercy was a piece that we did to sort of show off, and it needed what are called splines. Those are, again, to stabilize the wood on the left side. Those are two very small checks, but maybe a better example of, let me be a little artistic in how I stabilize the wood. And there's actually more of those on the underside. So a lot goes into that, and probably, you probably got 15 to 20 hours worth of work in stabilizing the wood before we even start making the playing surface. So a lot goes into that, but the result is a really neat, striking added accent to a backgammon board.
Next one.
That is Hang 12. It's got a shape it's a cherry slab, and most often the wood and the wood's accents, we don't start on the leather until we've finished the wood for obvious reasons maybe, but we obviously don't want to get any of the finishing materials on the leather. So by the time we put the leather in, the wood's told us what kind of leather we should use, what colors. And this certainly did that. But when we were finishing the wood, it took on the shape of almost a surfboard, which LA folks know those well. But sitting on, it's a table. It's got really neat, very contemporary legs, but it's got rounded edges on both ends, hence the Hang 12 name. Most of us remember Hang 10, but a play on words.
Yeah. High roller.
High roller is it's a bar height table, and in this one we were able to bring in some really neat leather. You can see there it's almost, folks familiar with cowboy boots know it as verdigris, but it's that stitching on a cowboy boot, and the leather has that accent in it, and it really gives it a very sort of masculine, cool feel to it, and the leathers, the gray and the tan leathers, just fold in beautifully to the wood and to that verdigris playing field. And then we can have a lot of fun with the checkers, as you see we did there.
Right.
Lucky Strike's a brand new one. My wife made that. My wife makes boards right alongside with me. Retired nurse, so to speak. She's too young to retire, but she's doing this. But her color sense is remarkable, and it's a beautiful little piece. It's a black walnut, but the playing surface is just explosive. It's so pretty, and then the checkers really accentuate it nicely. Mistress is another favorite. It's you talk about colors integrating to the wood. This one again, we finished the wood in advance of using the leather, so we really were able to maximize the look and the coordination of the leather integrating to the wood just magnificently. Carrie, my wife, made that one as well. Really pretty piece. Also a table.
Now this one is probably my favorite one out of the slides in this deck because of the what's called the live edge wood, the Nautica. Tell us about that, please.
Nautica, that is it's a maple slab, and when we got that piece of wood, it had so many unique attributes to it. What you see towards the left there are actually, those are bug holes. Bugs live in trees, and that's one of the things that we get rid of through the drying process before we acquire the wood. But also rot and sort of degradation as a tree ages. But when we get it, it's very stable, it's very stabilized, but we then have the opportunity to really maximize it. And as you can see, that here is so dramatic. And the table base we put it on it's a very stout, really impressive table base, but it just reeks of that sort of nautical feel, and almost a compass like rig there underneath it. But we were able to bring a very stately playing surface into the piece, and with the colors and the natural elements this had, which are very dramatic. This is on the website, and other pictures show it off even further than this. It's a great photo, but between the live edge and those natural elements that we've been able to capitalize on, it's a very striking piece. It's a pretty good sized table, but like most of what we do, it is a coffee table. And a lot of times we'll include, folks will ask us to, we can include a piece of glass that'll go over top of that playing surface. And it winds up being a really striking, impressive addition to just about any family room, living room, wherever you want to have your backgammon conquests. But you'll be asked about this one if it's in your living room.
Oh yeah,
for sure. Saddle Up was another fun one where we took some natural element. We took some of the natural aspects of the slab and were able to stabilize, but also sort of an added element in those splines to the right there. They do stabilize. There's more underneath, quite a few more, in fact, on Saddle Up. But again, we went back to that verdigris leather, which is really a beautiful leather. And then the tan playing surface and the bold white make it a really easy piece to play. And Alex, you'd probably stream on that one beautifully too. But it's a very strong, really striking piece. That's a tabletop.
Beautiful. Next one, Sailor's Delight.
Sailor's Delight was a really fun one. That's a box elder, which is an unusual piece of wood to me. I've heard of a box elder, I guess, but we do some box elder. It's a really light, very attractive piece of wood, and using Alex, as you pointed out before, that's a really pretty live edge. When we do a live edge, a lot of times we'll finish them off, and I'm probably getting more long-winded than you want me to, but we try to keep live edges when they're a really striking attribute to the wood, and this one does that really nicely. Nice little tabletop.
Yeah. Square Root.
Square Root was a really fun piece that my wife made. She made a lot of them, actually. Now that I come to, as much as I talk about her in it, but it just is a very concise, very solid, beautiful little playing table. If you go to our website, please do note the dimensions. This is a smaller table, so it's probably not a tournament table, but it's a very manageable size. It's mobile. It can be moved around the house. You can put it in the car and bring it to your local club to play. But one of those pieces that it's going to get attention. It's a really pretty little piece.
Storm.
Storm was another really fun piece. We went back to that verdigris. You see, it's a favorite. And again, we used a poplar slab that is such a pretty piece of wood, very easy to work with, really nice weight to it as well. And just the colors, poplar comes in with a lot of gray. And when you see us using poplar, we're probably going to have some gray in the playing surface someplace or in the checkers. This is probably my favorite. And it just told me up and down when I put that leather in there, that those look like a pair of church shoes you're wearing at church on Sunday, and a beautiful bold croc design. You notice there we have the stainless steel checkers, stainless clad checkers, which we can do upon request. Sometimes we'll include them in a board, but just one of those pieces that it's a table. It's a good sized table. It's not too big, coffee table, but it is a showstopper. Really, really attractive board. Worth Avenue lives in Palm Beach, Florida, and was another piece we designed for an interior designer who sort of spec'd it out. It was a first of its kind for us, very unusual, but it's a white lacquer finish. It is a tournament size playing surface. As you can tell, that piece would fit. We now have that as part of our repertoire. And that will fit in just about any decor you come up with. Really pretty piece, standard table height, which is about 28 inches, and then a tournament size board. Really neat piece.
Great. So
very thorough, Alex. Thanks
yeah,
that was a real walk through the inventory.
Yeah, my pleasure. It was a great overview of the beautiful boards. And before we move on, I wanted to mention that the streaming board will be auctioned off. So if people are interested in that, there will be an auction. And if people want to order a board during the tournament, there will be 10% off. And there's a link in the description to Legacy Board's website where they can order it. So let's talk a little bit about legacy boards. When did you start making legacy boards, Bill?
I'm about 12 years into this, Alex. It was you'd asked me the question. It was a fluke at first. I made my first board, which is right here in this room with me. But it was funny little anecdote. I made it, and when I put it all together, and I got the checkers came in, and my son and I sat down to play at this nice big board, and I realized, and everyone's gonna laugh at me when I say this, it only had 20 points. So there was 5 points for each part of the board, and it was such a showstopper moment in front of my 12-year-old. I had all kinds of things to say, but I bit my tongue. But I was able to fix it, and we still play on our first board. But at any rate, it got me started, and actually leads me to the not only the origins of what we do, but the kind of why we do what we do. And I got into the live edge business after Hurricane Sandy. A buddy of mine up in New York lost 200 big old hardwood trees on his property and sent me home to North Carolina with a piece of this wood. What in the world am I going to do with it? And I had the idea, I might make a really cool backgammon board. So I tried it, and it actually came out really well. My oldest son has that, which leads me to my second point. I thought, what a cool thing to make one for each of my boys, and three of them were attaché boards, folding boards. And really the only unique attribute of that was that your dad made it for you. And the fourth one was the live edge slab. But I thought what a great thing for them to have was something that their father had made about a game I had taught them, and what a great legacy that would be. And so from that, I thought, I learned from my mother. She learned from her mother. What a cool legacy, and it's still going. So it was very important to me to signal that in the name of what we do, legacy boards. And I hope people see that and sort of get bitten by that same bug. What a great thing to have to teach children, nieces, nephews, whomever, friends, and pass this game along, which USBGF tournaments like this one, Alex, what you do in propagating the game, it's really exciting to see how many people are working hard to propagate this game and get more people into it. So we're all about it, and so much so we named the company that way.
Yeah, and what I really like about your boards is it's not the average board. These are very luxurious, high-end, beautiful boards, and it's just a pleasure to just look at and play on. So we'll take a look at that some more. This is the website. There's a link in the description to where you can view it. So this has all the stuff. There's the backgammon boards and the tables. So just for the viewers to understand, you make tabletop boards, which are basically flat, open boards that don't fold up, as well as full tables. Is that correct?
Yeah, we make primarily coffee table height, which is about 20 inches roughly. And we've now gotten into, as you saw, scrolling through our other pieces, we actually do 28-inch regular height tables as well. So we're really kind of running the gamut right now. Yes.
So
and whether
go ahead.
Go ahead. What you see right there, as you pointed out, Alex, thank you, is backgammon boards will take you specifically to the boards, and then tables there. And we also, not to divert attention too much, but we also, across the top banner, we were forced into chess by a customer that said, "Hey, do you do chessboards?" And my ego won't let me say no. So we're now doing chess pieces as well.
So those taller boards, if you put a sheet of glass on them, they could work as like the taller tables, excuse me, can work as like a desk or a dining table or something, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And as can the coffee tables for sure. That's because the playing surface, as you can see, the playing surface is recessed into the wood. A piece of glass fits very nicely over the playing surface.
Okay, so I'll have you guide me through the website. Where would you like me to start?
Well, if you go into Shop Backgammon, nice thing here is what we try very hard to do is to oh, there you are. So if you go into, say, backgammon boards,
yeah,
and that'll bring up the board specific inventory that we have. And please bear in mind, anybody looking, that this is simply inventory that we have. We like making these, so we kind of keep a running inventory. But we are pretty much eager to do custom pieces, and we work from customers. I work with fabric swatches, paint chips, you name it. I've had someone say a photograph of the room a piece was going to go in, and we collaborate very, very thorough in our collaboration. So just know, if you have an idea, we'll help you flesh it out and come up with exactly what you're looking for. And as you can see, so in each case, you can click on the piece. It'll go to a more in-depth description. And then, as I pointed out, if you look at the dimensions.
Click on maybe Storm, for example.
Yeah.
Here. This doesn't have description here. Oh, this one doesn't seem to have the description here. Let's go back and try a different one.
Boy, I hope it's not going to make a liar of me. You see, there's a full slate of photographs, and again, upon a simple request, if there's something you'd like to know about, boy, it's going to make a liar of me, and I'll.
But here we can look at like different angles of the board. So I'll just kind of slide through this. This is beautiful.
Great, and my wife's our photographer. She does a phenomenal job, believe it or not, with a phone. We got a camera, but it doesn't take as good pictures of a phone. Wow. But she takes really striking photographs, trying to capture every element that's unique and important for a customer to maybe see. So, given that I was fibbing to everybody, please, at the bottom is my email address. It comes right to my phone, whatever, my computer, and any questions you have, please don't hesitate to ask. They are unique and different, and we're delighted to explain. And as we say, like just play, right? Just get playing. But shipping is free in the United States. There you go. Some of them.
Here we go. This is the Gramercy, the description of the Gramercy. So people can read this. We won't have to read it during the video, but people can go and read it. But what may be nice is to be able to scroll through some of these other pictures. You can really see the nice attention to detail. And that bag was for the checkers, right?
Yes, every set comes complete with a very very high-end leather dice cup, dice, doubler, and checkers. Which when we design our boards, we really work hard on the checkers as well to make sure that they are a really critical aspect of the art of the look and feel of the piece. We wanted to have, when folks come into your home and see one of these, we want them to go, where in the world did you get that? And then tell them.
Yeah. So let's go to the tables.
Excuse me.
These were some of the ones that we saw.
Some of the ones that you showed, sure.
Let's see. Oh, I don't think we saw the Legend one. Let's pull this one up.
Legend was another one of those challenges. Interior designer asked me if I could do it, and I couldn't say no. And really interesting piece, very sort of stately. Yep, very stately. Every piece of wood in that table is what I call first generation wood. I know the people that cut that tree down, so it's very much in keeping with what we do. But we were able to source the wood in such a way that it came out with a very elegant piece, very different than, say, Nautica, as you pointed out.
Yeah.
Probably both ends of the spectrum, Alex, for sure. And there's the glass hard at work, right?
This is the glass, right? Yeah. Wow.
Exactly. And no chance. No, there's no chance in that glass of wine being there. That's, backgammon. If you're in a tournament, you're probably not drinking, but outside of being in a tournament, you probably have a nice glass of wine going while you're playing. Yeah. But you can see how that's a 3/8 inch piece of glass. It's a very stout piece of glass, but it really adds a very striking and elegant touch to that table. Just the glass in and of itself, it's really pretty.
I tell people this is not just a board. It's also a piece of furniture. It's a piece of art. It's just so much more.
And you will, that's one of the things we hear just about 100% of the time is when people see it, that's the reaction they get is, where did you get that?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Where in the world did you get that?
So let's look at the About Us section here. So this talks about you and your beautiful wife, Carrie, and people can read. Yeah.
Absolutely. And hers is a more exciting story than mine. I'm an old salesman that happened into a hobby, and we started out. I started out making them because I like making them, and I had one. What am I going to do with it? And I was able to find a local, fairly significant charity here in Asheville, North Carolina, that was closed out. Their auctions were closed out, silent auction. And I called them and said, "Would you be interested?" And they said, "We're very interested. It's going to the live auction." And it wound up selling and getting quite a bit of money for the charity, which made us feel great. I finished the next one, my next table, just in for next year's auction, next year's charity event and auction, and it went in as well, and it sold. So it sort of indicated to me that, gee, we might be onto something, we might have a market, but also helping charity at the same time. It was a charity for local underprivileged kids and schools. So not disassociated with what we're talking about here, teaching kids and getting them involved, but a great charity that we've been delighted to be involved with. And it got us out of the gates. Our first commission came from one of the charity events. So you never know how they happen, but this is how this one did.
Fantastic. Well, take a look at the gallery. I think there are some pictures similar to what we saw, but maybe some different ones. I don't think you can click on this, but I'll scroll through this. There's a link in the description to the website so people can click and kind of scroll through this.
Beautiful. And again, the purpose of our gallery was to show off pieces that we have in, as they say, live somewhere else now or in people's homes, and just to see the range of work that we do and hopefully inspire ideas. Solidify the fact that if you have an idea, we can probably do it. That blue piece is another example of something that I didn't anticipate, but I was asked to do that, and gee, could we? Let's give it a go, and it came out great. That one lives in Palm Beach, Florida, as well, and actually the one to the right of it, same owner has both of those pieces.
Wow!
So completely different, but
So
really fun.
how many boards would you estimate you've made over the years?
Well, we number them. So